Chapter 83. Holding the herbs wrapped in yellowish-brown paper, Bogda left Lawson's folk herb store in a daze. While waiting for the tracked public carriage, he suddenly came to a realization. I spent £10 just to buy a bag of things? That's close to a month's salary. If not for his trust in Anna and Joyce, he wouldn't have brought so much cash to the divination club. Could it be that Mr. Moretti is working with the black-hearted boss of Lawson's herb store to earn more profits by only charging 8 pence for a divination? This sounds like a classic scam case in the newspapers. Bogda connected the dots and began to suspect Klein. He even suspected Joyce and Anna. The tracked public carriage stopped. He looked at the herbs in his hand, but he couldn't shamelessly return. All he could do was enter the carriage with a heavy heart. Inside Lawson's folk herb store, the boss watched as Bogda's figure disappeared into the distance. He suddenly turned his head and shouted towards the back door where the herbs were stacked. Sherman, stop buying herbs from today onwards. Why? Teacher, why? A delicate-looking youth with unkempt hair walked out. The boss smiled. This is the 16th customer who came because of my fame. If this continues, I believe the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hivemind will all notice me. It's time to consider moving to another city. Then, does this shop need to be transferred? Sherman nodded in enlightenment and asked with concern. The boss chuckled. If you wish to stay, you can be the boss of this shop. In terms of identifying herbs and concocting medicine, you are already capable enough. Of course, remember to deposit 50% of your monthly profits into my anonymous account at the Backlund Bank. But, I haven't learned what you are truly good at. Sherman was tired of living in a city for less than a year, but he was also reluctant to part with the magical formula his teacher was good at. The boss sat on a recliner and leisurely rocked back and forth. That's not something you can learn just because you want to. A cup of boiling dark green liquid appeared in front of Bogda. The smell of smelly socks and the color that made him want to vomit made him deeply doubt his every move today. The rooster's blood that had just flowed out was dripped with medicine. Bogda's father looked at his son worriedly. I think surgery is the best choice. The small amount of rooster blood tumbled in the boiling liquid a few times before disappearing. Bogda took a deep breath and said, if this medicine doesn't work, I'll consider surgery. The Lord will protect you. Bogda's father drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. When the boiling liquid cooled down, Bogda raised his right hand, closed his eyes, and tilted his head, gulping down the entire potion with the thought of not wasting £10. The stench of blood lingered in his mouth, almost making him vomit everything he had just drunk. That night, Bogda realized that he had eaten something bad. He went to the bathroom 6 times and only fell asleep when the crimson moon was about to disappear. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly woke up because he dreamed of being reprimanded by his boss. Thankfully, I applied for 3 days of annual leave. I don't have to rush to the office. Bogda heaved a sigh of relief. He suddenly realized that he was in high spirits. This was in stark contrast to the gloomy state he had been in for the past few weeks. Bogda subconsciously reached out his hand and pressed on the right side of his abdomen. He felt that the region, which would sting him to the point of unbearable exertion, had become normal. There was only ordinary pain from pressing on it. It can't really be effective, right? That apothecary is clearly fooling me. Bogda was surprised, delighted, and puzzled as he got out of bed. He stretched his body and felt his long-lost sense of health return. He pondered for a long time and muttered to himself, according to that apothecary's instructions, I still need to drink the medicine twice. After I'm done, I'll head to the hospital to find a physician to take a look. That apothecary didn't mention how many times I need to drink the medicine a day. I still feel that he's a little like a cheat. In the office of the Blackthorn Security Company's clerical staff, Klein had requested ahead of time to obtain an undisturbed environment. He held a carving knife and expressed his spirituality as he seriously carved incantations and symbols on 2 pieces of silver accessories. They were Hermes, which prayed to avoid calamity. They were 2 mysticism symbols that represented the Evernite goddess and the empress of calamity and horror. Apart from that, Klein had also added the goddess's corresponding spirit number, 7, as well as the relevant magical labels. In addition, both sides of the charm and amulet had to be carved. As for the symbols, incantations, and labels on each side, their respective positions, and what special format they had, all of these belonged to the advanced category of mysticism. It was filled with falsehoods that were spread among ordinary people. At that moment, Klein's right-hand side had quite a number of scrap carving materials. After repeated practice and confirming that he had mastered it, he dared to create amulets for his brother, Barnson, and sister, Melissa. His psyche settled as spirituality surged out from the tip of his carving knife. He outlined the number 7 on the surface of the silver accessory. He had already finished carving the incantations and symbols on the other side of the silver accessory. All that was left was to finish this side. When the last carving was done, all the spirituality was strung together. Klein suddenly felt a strange, majestic, and terrifying power surge in the room. The surge quickly disappeared, and the incantations on both sides of the silver accessory formed a hole in Klein's spirit vision. They emitted a serene and peaceful black color. He put down his carving knife and rubbed the silver accessory that formed a circle and a vertical. He felt that it was warm to the touch with a hint of coolness. It's done. He happily put the amulet he had previously created and the newly completed piece into his pocket. He planned on giving it to his brother, Barnson, and sister, Melissa, when the opportunity arose. Such amulets created by Beyonders had certain effects. They could allow the wearer to avoid a certain degree of calamity without realizing it, but it wouldn't be too exaggerated. Furthermore, their spirituality would slowly dissipate. Unless they used high-level ritualistic magic and prayed for a complete solidification, a year was the limit. And high-level ritualistic magic had a terrifying requirement on spirituality. It wasn't something that Klein could afford at the moment. When the time comes, I'll use my spirituality to outline it again. Klein nodded thoughtfully and began cleaning up the messy table. He didn't make any items for himself for the time being, as amulets of this level had limited effects on him. Therefore, his goal was to further grasp the study of charms and combine it with ritualistic magic to create a few charms that could be activated with special syllables for self-defense. After finishing his work, just as Klein walked out of the clerk's office and was about to hand in the scrapped materials, he saw Captain Dunn walking over in a black trench coat. Dunn's deep grey eyes scanned him and the corners of his mouth curled up. "Klein, the Holy Cathedral has approved of you. You are now an official member of us." "Really? That's great." Klein expressed his surprise in a half-genuine manner. Dunn smiled and nodded. "You can now collect your salary of £3 for this week, and £5 for the next week until the advance is paid. By the way, did I mention the Nighthawk's ritual? Every official Nighthawk has to complete a mission independently. Only by doing so can they gain the recognition of their companions. Considering your previous outstanding performance, I believe you can replace it with an ordinary mission. When the time comes, I'll officially introduce you to all the Nighthawks in Tingen City." Klein answered without hesitation, "That's right." "All right. £3 and £7 from the reimbursement would be no problem for him to buy a suit of formal attire, and there was still a lot left. I wonder when I'll be able to wait for the mission." Klein waited until Sunday, until Selena's birthday banquet. After changing into his formal attire, he used a brush and handkerchief to clean his half-top hat. Klein looked in the mirror and walked down to the first floor with satisfaction. At this moment, Melissa was sizing up Barnson's clothes. "Is there a problem?" Barnson waved his cane, feeling a little guilty from his sister's gaze. He examined himself and felt that there was nothing wrong with him. He was dressed decently enough. Melissa retracted her gaze and said with a serious expression, "Barnson, this is a very old suit. There will be many outstanding young ladies and ladies attending tonight's birthday banquet. I think your dressing like this is disrespectful to them." Klein was originally full of questions, but after hearing Melissa's emphasis, he suddenly came to a realization. He smiled and went up to her. "I'm about the same size as Barnson. He can wear my other tuxedo." He had already told his brother and sister that he had bought a new suit. He said that the suit had been damaged by a thorn when he was inspecting some cultural relics. Therefore, The company had generously compensated him. Of course, he hid the fact that he had been promoted and given a raise. He was afraid that it would scare Melissa and Barnson, so he planned to tell them half a year later. Barnson and Melissa were very envious of this explanation. They felt that the Blackthorn Security Company was an employer that was hard to find fault with. There's no need for that, is there? Barnson still didn't understand the situation. No, it's very necessary. Klein nudged Barnson's shoulders and walked to the stairs. My tuxedo is hanging on the coat rack. After watching Barnson go upstairs with a blank look, Klein turned to Melissa and smiled. You hope that Barnson can use the opportunity of Selina's birthday banquet to start a beautiful relationship with a certain lady. He had read many newspapers and magazines recently, so he knew that the banquets of the nobles and the middle class often had the function of matchmaking. Melissa nodded seriously. Yes, Barnson has already missed out on too much for us. Chapter 84. Noticing his sister's puzzled look, Klein suddenly felt that this was an opportunity. He sized her up and said with a serious expression, "You're right." He sized her up and said with a serious expression, "Melissa, you aren't showing enough respect for tonight's banquet." What? Melissa wore a puzzled look. Klein pointed at her neck. As a lady, you're still lacking a necklace to adorn here. Without waiting for his sister to speak, he chuckled and took out a silver amulet surrounded by angel feathers from his pocket. Thankfully, I've prepared it for you. Melissa was first taken aback before she blurted out, "How much is it?" "Sis, your focus isn't right." Klein silently lampooned as he explained with a chuckle, "In fact, it's not expensive. As it was only a half-finished product, I imitated an artifact I've seen before and engraved blessings and beautiful patterns on it." "You engraved it?" As expected, Melissa's attention was diverted. "How is it? What do you think of my handiwork?" Klein handed the amulet to his sister. Melissa flipped it around and looked at it a few times before biting her lips. "I like the angel feathers around it. If you think the incantations and symbols I engraved are ugly, just say so. There's no need to hide it. An amulet is mainly about its effect." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to persuade his sister to accept it, he saw Melissa wear the silver necklace around her neck with a reluctant expression. Then, she carefully positioned the amulet. "Perfect." Klein sized it up and praised exaggeratedly. Melissa shot a glance at him and looked down at the amulet. She said in a muffled voice, "Klein, you weren't like this in the past. Perhaps it's because I have a good job and a good income that I've become more confident." Klein interrupted his sister and gave an explanation. "Sigh, even though I've received the original owner's memory fragments and there aren't any major problems, there are still some details that I'm used to showing my true personality. Especially after I've become more and more comfortable with Barnson and Melissa." He sighed inwardly. Melissa seemed to agree with his reasoning and pursed her lips. "You're fine like this, really fine." After the siblings chatted for a while, Barnson changed his clothes and went downstairs. He was wearing a white shirt, a black vest, a tuxedo, a black bow tie, and a pair of well-ironed pants. He looked like a new person, like a successful person who had his own business after working hard for many years. The hairline is similar as well. Klein chuckled inwardly. "Very good, Barnson. That's exactly what you should wear." He smiled brightly and spread his hands. Melissa nodded in agreement. "It turns out that clothes are more important than me." Barnson made fun of himself. Klein took the opportunity to take out the remaining amulet and repeated what he had said before. Finally, he said, "I made one for you too. It's not bad. I'll carry it with me." Barnson accepted it calmly and teased, "Klein, I wouldn't be surprised even if you suddenly know how to cut hair, make clothes, repair clocks, and feed curly-haired baboons." "Life is always full of surprises and surprises," Klein replied with a smile. Following that, the siblings cleaned themselves up and walked out the door. They took a trackless public carriage to North Borough's Fania Street. The Woods house was also a terraced house, but unlike Klein's, it had a porch and a small lawn in front of the house, making it look more elegant. When the doorbell was rung, Klein, Barnson, and Melissa waited for less than 20 seconds before they saw the star of the day, Selina Wood. The girl with long burgundy hair gave Melissa a joyful hug. I like this dress of yours. It makes you look especially beautiful. Beside Selina was her father, Mr. Wood Sr., a senior employee of the Beekland Bank's Tingen branch. Welcome, our esteemed elder brother. Welcome, our young historian. He deliberately greeted Barnson and Klein in an exaggerated manner. Young historian. Why didn't he add a description of a conscientious person? Klein lampooned inwardly, took off his hat, and replied with a smile, Mr. Wood, you are more spirited and younger than I imagined. His compliment had unknowingly leaned towards the foodie empire. Barnson extended his hand and shook old Wood's hand. I know quite a number of bank employees, but they are all equally arrogant and stiff, like the latest models of machines. None of them are as gentlemanly as you. If you had seen me at the bank, you might not have given me such an evaluation. Old Wood smiled happily. After exchanging pleasantries, Selina, who was wearing a new dress, led the siblings inside. At times, she would say in a normal voice, Elizabeth has arrived. At other times, she would say to Melissa in a suppressed voice, your two brothers are more handsome than I imagined. Hey, my hearing is very good. Even though you're complimenting me. Klein looked helplessly at the two 16-year-old girls walking side by side in front of him. That's not right. I'm still far from being handsome. Hey, Miss Selina, how ugly did you think of me and Barnson previously? One is reserved and gloomy, slovenly, pale, and listless. The other has sparse hair and looks prematurely old. Klein pinched his glabella and diligently practiced his spirit vision. Miss Selina is healthy, excited, and very happy. Mr. Wood Sr. has a small problem with his lungs. Yes, I saw his pipe. Klein scanned the crowd in a good mood. Elizabeth, Melissa is here. At that moment, Selina called out in a brisk tone. A girl in a blue lace dress walked over. She had naturally curly brown hair and cute baby fat. Klein was taken aback for a moment because he knew this girl. He had even helped her choose an amulet at the underground market. Elizabeth first greeted Melissa before looking at Barnson and Klein. She stood there in a daze, frowning slightly as though she was thinking about something. Soon, Elizabeth smiled and greeted them politely as though nothing had happened. Klein pretended not to recognize her. Under Old Wood's lead, he came to the sofa in the living room and was introduced to Selina's brother, Chris, and the other guests. Klein couldn't help but feel envious when he saw Barnson happily chatting with Chris and the other solicitors using his neighbor, Mr. Shord. I don't have such social skills. He picked up a glass of aperitif from the table in the corner and listened quietly. From time to time, he would nod and laugh in agreement. Not long after, all the guests arrived, and the banquet officially began. As there were too many guests, the Wood family's dining table couldn't handle it. Therefore, the banquet was a buffet. The maids served steaks, roast chicken, fried fish, mashed potatoes, and other food on different tables. The serving men were in charge of cutting them to fit the portions. When Klein saw the elegant glazed plates and silver knives and forks, he couldn't help but be speechless. He felt that the middle-class Wood family was too extravagant. Since they're so rich, why did Chris prepare for the wedding for a few more years? He thought of what his sister had once said. Perhaps it's to accumulate such cutlery that they had to prepare for a few more years. For such a family, dignity is very important. Amidst his thoughts, Klein picked up a porcelain plate, came to the dining table, and forked a piece of roasted meat smeared with honey. At this moment, Elizabeth, who had cute baby fat on her face, came over and looked at the food. She looked at the food and whispered, "So you're Melissa's brother." "Thank you. Selina really likes the amulet I gave her. She said that she felt healthy the moment she put it on." Selina. Amulet. Klein suddenly recalled the reason the girl beside him had chosen the amulet. It was a birthday present for a friend who liked mysticism. That friend is Selina. Selina likes things in the mystical domain. Klein frowned slightly and smiled politely. That might just be a placebo effect. After saying that, he waited for her to praise Roselle the Great. However, Elizabeth's reaction was one of confusion. What's a placebo effect? It's a purely psychological effect. Sometimes, when we believe that we will become better, We will really become better, Klein roughly explained. No, she said that it's different from the amulets she bought in the past. It feels different, Elizabeth emphasized. She turned her head to glance at Klein and said curiously, I didn't expect Melissa's brother to be an expert in mysticism. As you know, I'm a history major, so I'm always exposed to such things. Klein changed the topic and asked, Are you also from Tingen City Technical School? No, I used to be classmates with Selena and Melissa. Later, they went to technical school, and I went to the nearby Evo's public school, Elizabeth explained seriously. Public schools weren't public schools, but schools that accepted students from the public. They had evolved from good grammar schools, and their goal was to nurture graduates who could enter university. The tuition fees were rather expensive, and they would consider the student's family background. Even the typical middle class couldn't afford it. She didn't chat further. After choosing her food, she returned to Selena's side. After congratulating the main character on her birthday, the banquet gradually came to an end. Klein and Barnson were invited to join the ranks of Texas Hold'em. The small blind bet was half a penny, and the big blind bet was 1 penny. As for Melissa, Elizabeth, Selena, and the other friends, they went to the second floor. It was unknown if they were chatting or playing other games. Klein's luck wasn't good today. He played more than 20 rounds, but he didn't get a good hand. All he could do was watch and discard his cards, acting as a spectator. He flipped the corner of his card again and realized that it was a 2 of hearts and a 5 of spades. Should I try to bluff him? Klein considered it for a moment, but he still couldn't muster the courage to do so. He resisted the urge to cheat with divination. He covered his cards and knocked on the table, indicating that he wasn't calling. Then, he got up and left the long table for the bathroom. Roselle is also a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder. He actually found a strange reason to continue naming the game Texas. Klein shook his head as he walked forward. At that moment, he suddenly stopped, and his pupils constricted. Chapter 85. A strange, distorted, and faint fluctuation flashed past. It was so fast that Klein almost suspected that he was hallucinating. If it wasn't for his proficient grasp of spiritual perception, he might have overlooked this anomaly. Thinking of his sister upstairs, Klein frowned. He gripped his cane tightly, circled around the washroom, and turned towards the stairs of the wood house. He quickly walked up, and based on his spiritual perception's grasp of the remnant traces, he arrived outside the living room near the balcony. It should be here, Klein muttered as he raised his hand to tap his glabella twice. Auras penetrated the walls and the wooden door and entered his eyes. Most of them had normal colors, but their outlines were blurry. However, one of them was rippling with a sinister black-green color that was slowly corroding inwards. There's indeed a problem. Klein's expression turned abnormally serious as he reached out with his right hand to remove the silver chain around his left wrist. He held the silver chain with his left hand and let the topaz pendant hang down naturally in front of him. When the pendant stopped swaying, he outlined the ball of light and chanted inwardly. The room in front of me contains danger caused by a beyonder. Typically speaking, spirit dowsing was only suitable for divination on matters related to oneself, as well as a small-scale objective situation. Therefore, Klein was rather particular in his description. Danger would cause him to be affected, and the room would be right in front of him. The room in front of me contains danger caused by a beyonder. After repeating this a total of 7 times, Klein opened his eyes and saw that the topaz pendant was spinning clockwise at a rather fast speed. This meant that there was danger caused by a beyonder in the room, and the level of danger wasn't low. Selena was a mysticism enthusiast. She had brought her friends to play a certain ritual, and something had gone wrong. What should I do? Klein rubbed his brows, wrapped the topaz pendant around himself, and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked 3 times rhythmically, a friendly smile plastered on his face. With a creak, the door opened, and Melissa appeared in front of Klein in a new dress. Klein, what's the matter? The girl didn't expect her brother to come over and was rather surprised. Klein smiled without a hint of gloom in his voice. I heard that you were having fun, so I was a little curious. Sorry for disturbing you. Melissa lowered her head in embarrassment and apologized. We were playing magic mirror divination. Selina knows a lot. It's fun. Magic mirror divination. Sis, why don't you go play pen spirit and disc spirit? Klein shook his head in exasperation and amusement. He looked past Melissa and into the living room, where he saw Selina with a bright smile and deep dimples. However, in his spirit vision, the girl with long wine-red hair who was holding a silver-plated mirror was being corroded by the sinister blackish-green. As his thoughts raced, Klein deliberated over his words. Hee, I won't disturb your game anymore. Oh right, where's Elizabeth? I was chatting with her about ancient Fasak grammar, and she said that she had questions for me. Elizabeth? Melissa looked her brother up and down and emphasized in a strange tone, she's only 16. Hey, what are you thinking? Klein immediately explained, this is a normal academic discussion. Elizabeth is very interested in history and ancient languages. Melissa gave her brother a deep look before saying, she's inside. I'll get her to come out. All right. Klein took a step back and left the door. As he watched his sister turn around, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was glad that the person in danger wasn't Melissa. He only waited for about 20 seconds before a confused Elizabeth walked out. She asked in puzzlement, Mr. Moretti, what's the matter? I never said that I'm interested in history and ancient languages. At that moment, her words were interrupted by Klein's stern and solemn expression. Her entire body tensed up, as though she had smelled something ominous. Klein took a few steps to the side and gestured for Elizabeth to come over from behind the half-closed door. The girl with cute baby fat on her cheeks was affected by the sudden heavy atmosphere and subconsciously followed. As you know, I'm a mysticism enthusiast. Klein stopped in his tracks, turned around, and said directly. Elizabeth nodded slightly in response. Yes, I even believe that you're an expert in mysticism. No, I'm just an enthusiast, but that doesn't stop me from discovering that there's a problem with your magic mirror divination, Klein said with a heavy tone. A problem? Elizabeth nearly raised her voice as she hurriedly covered her mouth. Klein thought for a moment and said, I know it's hard to convince you with words alone. Return to the activity room now, and when Selina isn't paying attention, take a peek at the front of the mirror that she hasn't shown you. How do you know that she won't show us the front of the mirror? Elizabeth blurted out. According to the records of the Nighthawks, more than 90% of the cases involving magic mirror divination that involve evil will have similar situations. Klein smiled. It's common sense. When the puzzled and fearful Elizabeth re-entered the room, his calm smile vanished, and worry was written all over his face. Although it's all in Northborough, it's at least a 15-minute public carriage ride from Fania Street to Zootland Street. By the time the captain and the others arrive, the situation will probably be out of control. If only Barnson and Melissa weren't here. But I can't deal with those hidden and unknown existences. Is there a way to temporarily contain it? Right, Selina is a mysticism enthusiast. Her room shouldn't be lacking in extract, essential oils, herbs, and other items. Just as Klein was trying his best to come up with a solution, Elizabeth found an excuse to discuss something and sat beside Selina. Help me divine when I'll meet a romantic, handsome gentleman this time. A girl opposite her drank a mouthful of wine. Under everyone's teasing gazes, she mustered her courage and said with a blushing face. Selina coughed lightly and rubbed the back of the mirror in all seriousness. Mirror, mirror, tell me, when will the gentleman in Unina's heart appear? After repeating herself thrice, she picked up the mirror and brought it in front of herself. Seizing this opportunity, Elizabeth suddenly turned her head to the side and took a glance. According to her expectations, she felt that she would see Selina's face in the mirror. She would see half of her face. However, what she saw was only Selina. There was only Selina in the small mirror, and it was a full-body Selina. It was pitch black in the mirror, and in the middle was a cold-looking Selina. Elizabeth trembled as she suddenly leaned against the back of the sofa, momentarily forgetting to breathe. She couldn't help but tremble. Without bothering to find an excuse, she got up abruptly and stumbled to the door. She didn't dare turn back to look at the beaming Selina. Unina's gentleman will appear on the second Sunday in half a year's time. Amidst the giggles, Elizabeth opened the door and saw Klein in his tuxedo and half-top hat standing in the shadows of the wall lamps. "Mr. Moretti, I. She stuttered, unable to say a word. Klein calmly laughed. "Don't disturb the young ladies inside." Infected by his smile, Elizabeth calmed down a little. She reached out to close the door and quickly walked to the wall lamp. "I saw it. I saw only Selina in the mirror, the demonic Selina," she said in a low voice. "Indeed." Klein's expression turned solemn as he asked in a deep voice, "Do you know where Selina's bedroom is? Do you know where her mysticism items are?" "It's there." "The mysticism item is there too." Elizabeth pointed at the room diagonally opposite without hesitation. With his cane in hand, Klein walked over and opened the unlocked wooden door. Under the light of the street lamps and the crimson moonlight in the sky, he opened the valve and lit the gas lamp. In the dim yellow light, he swept his eyes over it. He saw bottles of pure dew, flower essences, boxes of medicinal powders, candles, and talismans. These items were either placed on the desk or neatly arranged on the shelves. They were all labeled with their names. After confirming it, Klein said to Elizabeth, who was behind him, "Don't worry. Do you want to save Selina?" "Yes." Elizabeth subconsciously nodded before asking in a daze, "Is it dangerous?" "There's a certain level of danger. After all, I'm only a mysticism enthusiast," Klein answered frankly. "A certain level of danger." Elizabeth pursed her lips for a few seconds. "What do you need me to do?" Klein smiled warmly and consoled her, "There's no need to be nervous. All you need to do is pretend that nothing has happened and return to the activity room. Return to Selina's side. 5 minutes later, remember, 5 minutes later, use the excuse of giving Selina a surprise and bring her here. Knock on the door gently, 1 long knock and 2 short knocks. After that, yes, leave it to me." Elizabeth silently recalled and nodded solemnly. "All right." As he watched her return to the activity room, Klein glanced at his pocket watch and closed the door to Selina's bedroom. Then, he quickly cleared the desk and placed the items he needed on the chair. Right on the heels of that, he picked up 2 candles with a faint fragrance and placed them on the top left and right corner of the desk. This was the symbol of the Lady of Crimson, the Empress of Calamity and Horror. Klein wanted to hold a ritual here and use the Evernight goddess's power to resist the mysterious and unknown existence that was affecting Selina. As he was only a sequence 9, the ritualistic magic he knew wasn't powerful enough. To succeed, he had to get Elizabeth to lure Selina into the seal circle and into the vicinity of the altar. Therefore, he had to consider the possibility of her noticing and resisting. Chapter 86. So-called interruptive ritualistic magic meant that when a Beyonder was performing a ritual, they could interrupt it according to the situation and complete other matters first. When they were done, they could return to continue and still achieve the desired effect. This was a technique derived from the development of ritualistic magic over 1,000 years. After all, many high-level rituals required many steps. It could take an hour, 2 hours, or even half a day to complete. It was difficult to guarantee that there would be no disturbances or accidents during the process. After the lessons learned through the blood and tears of the ancestors and the feedback of repeated failures, the ability to interrupt ritualistic magic became mainstream at the higher levels. It also indirectly affected the lower levels. However, being able to interrupt didn't mean that it could be interrupted at any time or however one wanted to. One had to follow the mysticism theory and master the corresponding technique. Otherwise, the failure of the ritual was an unavoidable outcome. It might even lead to a terrifying backlash. According to Klein's understanding, when you successfully obtained the attention of a certain deity, and he was waiting for you to say the contents of your prayer, and you suddenly said, "Wait, I'm going to the bathroom," then, congratulations, you would never need to go to the bathroom again. Phew. Klein exhaled and forced himself to remain calm. Although he had held many luck enhancement rituals and had designed the corresponding procedures for justice and the hanging man to attempt, this was the first time he was using real ritualistic magic that conformed to the rules. Looking at the silver-inlaid cane leaning against the side of the bed, Klein picked up the 3rd candle and placed it in the middle of the desk to symbolize himself. Then, He placed Selina's ritual silver bowl in front of the third candle, replacing the cauldron with the sacred emblem. On the left was the extract and essential oil from the moonflower, slumber flower, and other plants. On the right was a plate of salt, a small silver dagger, a piece of fake parchment, and a quill dipped in water. Thankfully, Selina's things were more complete. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to complete the setup. And old Neil's fast ritual isn't something a seer can do. From the looks of it, Selina is a rather experienced mysticism enthusiast. Yes, if she wasn't, she wouldn't have caused such a disaster. She's only 16, and she's been in this for at least a year. Who introduced her? As Klein's thoughts raced, he picked up Selina's cup from the bedside table, poured some water into it, and placed it beside the coarse salt. He took out his pocket watch, opened it, and glanced at it. Without further delay, he outlined layers of light spheres in his mind and quickly entered meditation. An invisible wind suddenly swirled in the room filled with the fragrance of flowers. Klein, who had already put away his pocket watch, suddenly turned his eyes deep, from brown to black, as if he could see the souls of everyone who was staring at him. He stretched out his palm and pressed it against the candle in the upper right corner. Ebonite goddess, you are the Lady of Crimson. As he chanted, Klein extended his spirituality and rubbed the candle wick. After a few times, the candle was ignited, and the dim yellow light had a hint of tranquil blue. Ebonite goddess, you are also the Empress of Misfortune and Horror. Following the same method, Klein successfully lit the second candle in the upper left corner. I am your loyal guard, your shield against danger in the dark, and your spear against evil in the silence. Ting. The third candle that symbolized Klein began to burn. Under the flickering candlelight, he picked up the silver knife and imitated old Neil's actions. He used the incantation, coarse salt, and water to complete the consecration. Then, he allowed the spirituality he had accumulated to gush out from the tip of the silver dagger, fusing with nature. With the silver knife in hand, Klein walked around the bedroom. He used his knees in place of his feet where the bed was, sealing the area with an invisible barrier. The light from the street lamps outside the window instantly disappeared, but the crimson continued to shine quietly. Klein returned to the desk, picked up a quill, and used his spirituality and ink to draw the incantation and symbols to avert disaster. After doing all of this, he put down the things in his hands and dripped a drop of the bottles of extract, flower essence, and essential oil onto the 3 candles. Sizzle. A faint fog filled the air, adding a sense of mystery to the room. After burning a few more herbs, Klein took a step back amidst the mixed fragrance and chanted the corresponding incantation for interrupted ritualistic magic. Nobler than the starry sky, more eternal than eternity, the Ebonite goddess, I pray for your grace, I pray for your grace, a faithful believer of yours. I pray for the power of crimson, I pray for the power of misfortune and fear, I pray for your faithful believer, Selina Wood, to be free from the taint of evil, to be free from the clutches of misfortune. I pray for you to wait for a moment, for that unfortunate girl. Moonflower, an herb belonging to the crimson moon, please transmit your power to my incantation. Slumber flower, an herb belonging to the crimson moon, please transmit your power to my incantation. After chanting the incantation, Klein closed his eyes and repeated it 7 times in his heart. Seeing that there were no abnormalities on the altar, he gripped the silver dagger again and retreated step by step until he reached the door of Selina's bedroom. He tapped his chest 4 times and drew the crimson moon. Then, he turned around and raised the silver dagger. Spirituality spewed out from the tip of the dagger once again, cutting out the shape of a door on the invisible wall. Klein knew that even if he opened the door now, it wouldn't affect the tranquility and holiness of the altar. He took out the silver vine-patterned pocket watch, checked the time, and rehearsed the subsequent process. In the activity room on the 2nd floor, Elizabeth, who was trembling slightly, looked up at the wall clock from time to time, silently counting the time under the glow of the 2 gas lamps. It's about time. As she muttered silently, she turned to look at the lively girl with long burgundy hair. She had deep dimples, a bright smile, and was able to converse well with every friend around her. But the more she was like that, the more terrified Elizabeth felt. The cold and terrifying Selina in the mirror seemed to always exist in her mind, and she couldn't forget it. I can't wait any longer. I have to take action. Elizabeth suddenly stood up. Under everyone's astonished gaze, she stammered with a smile, Selina, I have a surprise for you. Come out with me for a while. Really? Didn't you give me a birthday present? Selina held the mirror upside down and stood up with Elizabeth in astonishment. There won't be any surprise. There won't be any sign. Elizabeth felt that she had no talent for acting. She didn't say anything else and walked to the door of the living room. Selina followed behind her with a puzzled smile. Melissa watched her two friends leave, and she could not help but frown. Elizabeth is acting weird today. After she met Klein, she found it even stranger. She suddenly ran out just now, saying that she was in a hurry to go to the bathroom, but why did she look so flustered? In front of Selina's bedroom. Elizabeth took a deep breath and said to the girl in front of her, "Let's go into your room." "Elizabeth, I feel that you're very nervous and scared." "Why?" Selina looked at her friend in confusion and realized that her body was trembling uncontrollably. "Excited, yes, excited." Glancing at the mirror in Selina's hand, Elizabeth turned around and knocked on the door. One long knock and two short knocks. "Why did you knock on the door?" Selina was even more confused. Her bedroom door creaked open, and Klein, who was wearing a black tuxedo and half-top hat, appeared in front of the two girls. "Surprise. This is the surprise." Selina's mouth was agape, her mind in a daze. At that moment, Klein suddenly reached out, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her into the room. Elizabeth was stunned on the spot. At the same time, Klein pointed his silver dagger and surged with spirituality, quickly mending the door-shaped passageway that he had sliced open. An invisible wall of spirituality sealed the room once again, hiding Selina's screams inside. Bang! Klein slammed the door shut and rushed back to the desk without even looking at Selina. The girl with long burgundy hair stopped screaming, raised her head, and surveyed the room. Her gaze quickly turned cold, and her skin turned pale. Her 10 fingers quickly grew sharp, white fingernails. At that moment, Klein had already returned to his cogitation state. As he dripped a drop of essential oil extracted from moonflower on each of the 3 candles, he chanted loudly, "The exalted Lady of Crimson, the great Empress of misfortune and horror, I pray for your favor. Bless your lost lamb, Selina Wood." Amidst the chanting, he picked up the fake goatskin parchment and placed it near the candle that symbolized the supplicant. Whoosh! He felt the cold wind behind him, and he felt a heavy force coming at him. The goatskin was ignited, and Klein threw it into the silver bowl. He was already prepared to crouch down and avoid the fatal claw. Whoosh! The sound of the wind became abnormally intense, and Klein felt his spirituality surge out like a tidal wave. He couldn't contain it at all. He saw the goatskin in the silver bowl burn into a serene black color, and he heard a heavy object fall to the ground behind him. Thump! Bang! There was almost no gap between the two sounds. Wisps of black and green invisible gas entered the small silver bowl and disappeared into the illusory darkness. Klein rolled to the side, got up, and pulled out the revolver from under his armpit. But when he focused his gaze, all he saw was the cute girl with wine-red hair, Selina, collapsing to the ground. The silver-plated mirror had shattered into countless pieces on the carpet. The shards didn't reflect Selina anymore. They were displayed on the ceiling, showing Klein's silhouette. At that moment, Klein, who hadn't deactivated his spirit vision, saw that the sinister black and green in Selina's aura had completely disappeared. Everything had returned to normal, but it appeared much weaker. Phew! Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, he felt a stabbing pain in his glabella and in his head. The stabbing pain spread through his entire body, making him want to roll on the ground. Klein clenched his fists tightly, and the veins on the back of his hands protruded. They were completely black, like living maggots. At the same time, he heard a soundless scream, a murmur that tore at his mind. It took him more than 10 seconds to recover, and his forehead and back were covered in cold sweat. The ritualistic magic just now drained my spirituality and nearly caused me to lose control of my beyonder powers. Klein made a rough judgment of the situation. And this matter also made him realize that he seemed to have digested quite a bit of the remnant psyche from the potion. This was because if he were to estimate the initial strength after consuming the potion, he felt that he wouldn't have been able to hold on and would have directly collapsed into a monster. The acting method is quite useful after all. Klein tapped his glabella and wiped his sweat. He turned to face the altar, tapped his chest 4 times, and said loudly, "Praise the Lady." Following that, he extinguished the candles and quickly tidied up the altar. After casually placing the items back on the desk, he used his silver dagger to remove the sealed wall of spirituality. Whoosh! The sound of the wind reverberated as the silence receded. Klein heaved a long sigh of relief, feeling a lingering fear from what had just happened. If I hadn't rehearsed the process and successfully completed the ritual, things would have been troublesome. Furthermore, I still don't know who my opponent is or who my enemy is. Fortunately, the room is carpeted, and my rolling didn't damage my clothes. He shook his head and reached out to pull open the wooden door to Selina's bedroom. "How is it?" Elizabeth took 2 steps back and asked nervously. Seeing her fear, Klein took off his half-top hat and smiled warmly. Chapter 87. "Is it really over?" Elizabeth asked in disbelief. Klein smiled and nodded calmly. "Yes. It's not that difficult." That was a lie, he added silently in his heart. Perhaps it was because Klein had been very calm, or perhaps it was because he was the only hoverboard. Elizabeth no longer had any doubts. She patted her chest and heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you. You are a trustworthy gentleman. I was so scared. How's Selina? Is she all right?" "She may fall asleep for a few minutes, but there are no other problems." "Well, it's normal for her to be weak for 2 to 3 days. At this point, Klein suddenly straightened his face and said solemnly, "Who is her mysticism studies teacher? Didn't you tell her about the basic taboos?" Elizabeth immediately stood up straight, like a student who had been scolded by a teacher. She pondered. Selina mentioned before that her mysticism teacher is Hannas Vincent. A year ago, she went to the divination club on House Street for a divination and got to know this gentleman. Hannas Vincent. On the surface, he's guiding the magic mirror divination, but in secret, he's teaching black divination. If I had known, I would have reported it to the captain earlier and checked his gas meter. Klein felt a little vexed as he asked in a deep voice, "Selina's magic mirror divination was also taught by him?" To Klein, the thing that scared him the most was that it almost affected his sister, Melissa. Elizabeth nodded cautiously. "Yes, but Selina's previous attempts with the magic mirror didn't succeed. She told me today that she peeked at her teacher's secret incantation. There's definitely no problem. Little expert at courting death." Klein pinched the sun acupoint with a headache. "Do you remember the spell she chanted?" Although Hannas Vincent didn't take the initiative to teach Selina about the dangers, it was obvious that he was trying to do so. It was only a matter of time before something happened to provoke an unknown, hidden existence. It had to be dealt with as soon as possible to prevent the situation from worsening and affecting others. "I remember part of it," Elizabeth recalled. "She used Hermes in mysticism. As you know, I've only been in contact with it for a short period of time. I only remember the words wandering, heroic spirit, creator, and kin." Creator. The true creator. Many underground mysticism enthusiasts did indeed believe in this ancient existence that was revered by many secret organizations. Yes, an ancient existence that appeared more than 1,000 years ago in the early 5th epoch. Klein nodded thoughtfully. "When Selina wakes up, remember to ask her about the complete incantation and find a chance to tell me." "All right," Elizabeth answered readily. But soon after, she asked doubtfully, "Mr. Moretti, why don't you ask her directly? I don't want Melissa to know that I'm interested in mysticism. Can you keep it a secret for me?" Klein replied with a question. Elizabeth bit her lower lip and her eyes lit up. "No problem. Melissa does prefer machinery over mystery, and rationality over intuition." Klein pressed the hand holding his hat to his left chest and bowed like a gentleman. "Thank you for your understanding. As for Selina, you know that she's not a person who keeps secrets. A more accurate description would be that she likes to share secrets with others," Elizabeth agreed. Klein wore his hat and thought for a moment. "When Selina wakes up, Remember to tell her that she suddenly fainted and smashed the mirror. I believe that her memories must have stopped at the time when she first started the magic mirror divination. Seeing Elizabeth nod, he turned serious again. Remember, be it divination or attempting other mysticism knowledge, do not pray to existences other than the 7 deities. If you see any incantation that doesn't belong to that type, immediately burn it and stay away from the provider. If I hadn't discovered it in time today, Selina would have become a monster or an evil spirit in 10 minutes. And no one here would have survived, including me. Thinking of the cold Selina in the mirror, Elizabeth didn't doubt Klein's words at all. She sighed with lingering fear and said, I know. I'll remember that. I'll also monitor Selina. All right, go in and take care of Selina. Klein waved his silver-inlaid black cane and walked towards the staircase. As he walked, his eyes darkened and he looked inward. He took out a penny with his right hand and flicked it into the air. There's no problem with Selina anymore. There's no problem with Selina anymore. Klein quickly repeated the statement and reached out to catch the falling copper coin. He saw that it was George III head facing up. This wasn't a simplification of spirit dowsing, but a simplification of dream divination. In that instant, Klein had used cogitation to force himself to sleep and spiritually wander the spirit world. The front and back of the coin were symbolic symbols. The head was correct, but the numbers were wrong. Very good, there's no problem. Klein spun the brass coin happily on his fingertips. It was a simplification that only a seer could complete. Elizabeth stared at Klein's back. She saw the flying penny and how he caught it. Only when Klein disappeared down the staircase did she turn around and enter the bedroom. She saw Selina sleeping on the floor with glass shards all around her. She held her breath and tiptoed to look at the mirror shards. She confirmed that there was no longer a cold Selina in it and that it reflected the ceiling. Phew! Elizabeth was completely relieved as she heaved a long sigh of relief. However, she failed to help Selina onto the bed despite trying a few times. Instead, she woke her up. Elizabeth! What happened to me? Am I drunk? Selina asked weakly. Her bright eyes had dimmed and were filled with confusion. Elizabeth thought for a few seconds and replied in an abnormally serious manner, No, Selina. No, Selina, there's a problem with you. Your magic mirror divination has attracted a bad existence. Is that so? With Elizabeth's help, Selina weakly sat on the edge of the bed and massaged Sun's acupoint. I only remember that I just started using the magic mirror divination. Elizabeth said half-truthfully, You seem to have changed into a different person. You were like a completely different person just now. The you in the mirror was even a little different from the real you. I was so scared, so I used the excuse of giving you a surprise, took you into the bedroom, snatched your mirror, and smashed it on the carpet. Then, you fainted. Goddess bless you. You're normal now. I don't remember. Selina muttered with a pale face. The more she thought about it, the more her mind went blank and the more afraid she felt. Subconsciously, she looked up at the desk and realized that the arrangement was clearly different from before. What exactly happened? Selina thought hard, but she could only vaguely remember a person wearing a black tuxedo and a half-top hat. He wasn't strong or tall, but he had a rather straight back. Selina, Elizabeth said solemnly. The last time I went to the underground market to buy an amulet, I met a mysticism expert. He told me that no matter what, I should never pray to an existence other than the 7 deities. Otherwise, I would definitely attract a calamity. Promise me, don't try again. I didn't even know if I could save you just now. Selina was also frightened out of her wits as she hurriedly nodded. No, I'll never try again. Oh, what did the incantation you used during the magic mirror divination mean? If I have the chance to meet that mysticism expert again, I'll help you consult him, Elizabeth said, feigning casualness. Selina rubbed her Sun acupoint and thought for a moment. The heroic spirit that lingers, the true creator's kin, the eyes that stares into fate. Tap, tap, tap. As Klein walked down the stairs, he carefully adjusted the creases on his clothes and patted off the dust on them. Then, he took off his half-top hat and slowly returned to the long dining table with his silver-inlaid black cane. Where did you go? It's almost been 10 minutes. Selena's brother, Chris, happened to fold his cards as he turned his head and asked. Klein smiled. The bathroom, then I went to the second floor to meet a few ladies and ladies. I admire your directness, Chris praised. He had red hair and a short stature that had been passed down in his family. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and had a rather capable bearing. He was an outstanding solicitor. If you knew that I knocked out your sister on the second floor, you definitely wouldn't say that. Klein humbly said, we were just discussing some academic issues. In the field of mysticism, he put down his hat, returned to his seat, and waited for the next round to begin. He had 2 cards up his sleeves. Tilting the corner, he saw a king of spades and an ace of diamonds. My luck has turned for the better. Is this my reward for doing a good deed? Klein took out a copper coin and prepared to place his bet. Since the incantation wasn't revealed to Selena by Hannas, there's no need to be in a rush to inform Captain, he thought. In the subsequent rounds, he maintained a tight hand and only bet when he had a good hand. He didn't try to bluff someone he wasn't confident in. Overall, he didn't win much. By the time it ended at 10:30, he had won 6 pence. I won 2 soli and 8 pence. Barnson played with the notes and pence in his hand. I didn't expect you to be an expert at poker, Klein praised with a smile. No, I don't really play cards, but I know that this is the same as negotiating. I have to hide my cards and see through the other party's cards. Then, I have to use all sorts of methods to scare or lure them. Before Barnson could finish his sentence, he saw Melissa and the others come down from the second floor. It's time to go home. Klein glanced at his sister and her friends as he massaged Sun's acupoint. The throbbing pain in his head was still present. Following that, Klein went to the bathroom and, by brushing past her, learned the complete incantation from her. When he returned to his brother and sister, he smiled. Chapter 88. What's the matter? Barnson asked in passing. Melissa looked at her brother seriously because she felt that Klein's behavior tonight was equally odd. He was only slightly better than Elizabeth and Selena. Klein had already thought of an excuse as he chuckled. There's a mistake in a certain description of a document, and I've already instructed my colleagues to submit it the moment they arrive at the company tomorrow morning. Therefore, I'll either head over to make changes now, or wake up at least half an hour early tomorrow. Without a doubt, I'll choose the former. I always felt that you weren't focused enough while playing cards. So you were thinking about work. Barnson was enlightened as he smiled. No, I apologize. I should have said that playing cards helps me think. All right, we'll wait for you. Melissa retracted her gaze and adjusted the ruffled edges of her goatskin sleeve. As it was long past the operating hours of the public carriages, the siblings had no choice but to hire a rental carriage nearby after bidding farewell. It cost 2 soli for 45 minutes. I heard that every carriage driver will randomly increase the price, Benson grumbled in a low voice after he paid most of the money he had won with his heart aching. Klein smiled and said, I think it's acceptable. It's almost 11 o'clock. I was just joking. What I'm thinking now is that we can actually do joint hiring. Together with other customers, we can reach many places in 45 minutes, Barnson said as he looked out the window at the people who were hiring carriages. I get it. It's carpooling. Klein rubbed the silver-inlaid patterns on the tip of his cane. We don't have a problem, but the other customers do. Barnson, haven't you noticed? They are very concerned about their image and are very concerned about decency. I think this might be a common trait among the middle class. Yes. Barnson nodded seriously. The Wood family is more extravagant than I imagined. However, Old Wood's salary is only £4 a week. Decency might be the biggest difference between some middle-class people and curly-haired baboons. Did the curly-haired baboon provoke you? Klein almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Melissa did not join in their discussion. She sat in her seat and glanced at Klein from time to time, making his hair stand on end. The light two-wheeled carriage sped through the quiet and dark streets, arriving at Zoutland Street in 12 minutes. Wait for me here for 5 minutes. I'll be back in less than 5 minutes, Klein emphasized. He put on his hat, took his cane, and got out of the carriage. The coachman had no problem with waiting, because it was time and not the distance. Walking up the stairs, Klein arrived outside the Blackthorn Security Company and knocked on the door. In less than 10 seconds, the door opened, and Leonard Mitchell, in a vest and shirt, appeared before him. "You don't have to be on duty tonight," Leonard emphasized in surprise. Klein only needed to be on duty at Channy's gate for 1 day a week. The rest of the time, he could still maintain his normal schedule. As for sudden incidents at night, they would be handled by the sleepless who liked the night. But sleeping only 2 to 3 hours a day would cause hair loss and memory loss. Every time he thought of this, Klein could not help but mock Captain Dunn Smith. "I have something to report," he said simply. "A mission." Leonard gave up his spot at the door and asked casually. Klein had just entered the reception hall when he saw Dunn walk out in a black trench coat. His grey eyes were as deep as ever. "Captain, I encountered a transcendent incident." "What's the specific situation?" Dunn asked directly. Klein told him everything that had happened and how he handled it. "So, I think there's a need to investigate Hannas Vincent." Back then, he believed that since the evil being invited by the magic mirror divination hadn't caused a tragedy and hadn't given him any warnings of extreme danger, it meant that the other party still needed time and wasn't willing to awaken or control Selena ahead of time. Therefore, as long as he didn't directly expose his motives, the evil being would definitely choose to wait and see. Under such circumstances, it wasn't too difficult for Elizabeth to lure Selena to the bedroom door. "You handled it well. You seized the moment before the evil spirit completely descended and possessed you." Dunn nodded slightly. "Leave the rest of the investigation to us. You can go back and rest." Klein heaved a sigh of relief and chuckled. "I thought you would make this a mission for me to join the team and let me complete it alone, Captain." From the incantation provided by Elizabeth, Hannas Vincent was definitely dangerous. "That's because you already have a mission to join the team." The casual Leonard chuckled. "What?" Klein jumped in fright. The corners of Dunn's mouth curled up as he explained in a mellow voice. "Around 7 in the evening, we received a case from the police station. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, we received a case from the police station. Initially, it was confirmed that the case was not dangerous or urgent, so we planned to let you complete it alone tomorrow." "All right, don't ask what the case is. Have a good sleep tonight. Move your rest day to Tuesday or Wednesday." "Captain, I won't be able to sleep if you do this. Besides, Monday afternoon is the date of the tarot gathering. Do I have to delay the news for justice and the hanging man?" Klein shook his head with a wry smile and bade farewell. When he reached the stairwell, he suddenly sensed something and looked up at the carriage he had hired. He saw Melissa quietly sizing him up through the window. When their eyes met, Melissa turned her head and sat up straight. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he walked into the carriage as though nothing had happened. Under the crimson moon and pure night sky, the two-wheeled carriage sped through one street after another. Back home, Klein got Barnson to take a shower while he went to Melissa's bedroom door and knocked twice. Melissa, who was about to go to the bathroom, opened the door and looked at her brother in confusion. "Melissa, do you have anything to ask?" "I know you do," Klein said directly. "Don't always observe in the dark." Melissa's lips quivered as she furrowed her brows. "Klein, what did you do to Elizabeth? I feel like something's wrong with her. Also, Selena became very strange after that." Klein, who was prepared, returned with a question. "Do you know that Elizabeth and Selena are mysticism enthusiasts?" "I know, but I don't like it. I don't think there's anything in this world that's incomprehensible." Melissa was taken aback as she replied seriously, "Everything we don't understand is because we don't have enough knowledge." "Yes, I think so too," Klein echoed guiltily. "I did think so in the past, until I succeeded in courting death." He coughed lightly and continued, "Mysticism includes Hermes. Mysticism includes Hermes, which is the language used for ancient sacrifices and prayers. Elizabeth knows that I'm good in this field. This is the field of historians, after all, so she asked me about the corresponding pronunciations and their specific meanings." Melissa nodded slightly, accepting her brother's explanation because it matched her understanding of both parties. As for why Elizabeth and Selina became strange later on, I'm not sure of the exact reason. Klein cleared his name and said, but I can guess. You can guess? Melissa blurted out in surprise. Klein stroked his mouth and said, that's right. I'm guessing from what Elizabeth asked me. The Hermes words she mentioned are related to divination and some evil sacrificial targets. Did Selina recite the Hermes words when she did the magic mirror divination? He took the initiative to mention this matter so that his sister would be wary of similar things in the future. It would be even better if she could stay away from Selina and Elizabeth. Yes. Melissa replied hesitantly. I think I understand why Elizabeth and Selina are so weird. At this moment, Klein deliberately asked, because Selina's magic mirror divination involves evil and illegal beliefs. After Elizabeth figured out the meaning of Hermes from me, she found an opportunity to rebuke her and correct her mistake? I think so. Melissa had no doubt about this conclusion because she had deduced it herself. Seeing that his persuasion was effective, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. You have to warn Selina more in the future and get her to return to the right path of faith. As he said this, he tapped his breast 4 times in a clerical manner. Yes, I will. Melissa answered firmly. Also, don't tell Elizabeth and Selina about our deductions and what I said. I promised Elizabeth I wouldn't tell you, Klein emphasized. Okay. Melissa nodded lightly. 8 a.m. Monday, Blackthorn Security Company. Klein took off his hat and greeted Roshan and Bright. After chatting about the weather, he entered Captain Dunn Smith's office. He pushed open the door and looked up. He was shocked because Dunn's face was rather pale. His grey eyes were slightly turbid and had lost their usual depth. Did something happen, Hannas Vincent? Hannas Vincent? Klein asked in surprise and concern. Dunn rubbed his forehead, took a sip of coffee, and smiled wryly. He smiled bitterly and said, Hannas Vincent is dead. Killed by who? Klein held his cane and sat opposite Dunn. Dunn did not answer directly. He sighed and said, Leonard and I went to look for Hannas Vincent last night. As he didn't show any signs of abnormality, and there wasn't anything strange at home, I decided to enter his dream to search for clues. In his dream, Dunn repeated it twice. His eyes unconsciously revealed fear as he said, in his dream, I saw a cross, a huge cross that filled the sky. On this cross, there was a naked man nailed by black iron nails. His arms were spread out, and his feet were on them. His head was hanging down like a pendant, and his body was covered in bloodstains. When I saw this scene, I fainted and left Hannas Vincent's dream. When I woke up, Leonard told me that Hannas had died in his sleep. A huge cross, hanging upside down, a man covered in blood. This is similar to the true creator that a few secret organizations believe in, but it's also very different. Klein speculated in puzzlement. The secret organizations that believed in the true creator had only appeared in the past 2 to 3 centuries, such as the Aurora Order and the Iron and Blood Cross. But in the past 1,000 years, similar images had never disappeared. Dunn rubbed his forehead again. Chapter 89. Klein nodded and said, all right, but I still don't know what my mission is. A mission that isn't dangerous. At least, there aren't any signs of danger yet. A mission that isn't dangerous. At least, there aren't any signs of danger yet. Dunn emphasized the main point before saying, this is a case that was transferred from the Golden Indus District Police Station. The famous philanthropist, Sir Dewaville, has been subjected to strange harassment for a month. But be it his bodyguards, the security personnel he hired, or the police, none of them have been able to find the culprit. Inspector Tolley, who is in charge of this matter, suspects that it has something to do with Beyonder powers, so he handed it over to us. I saw Sir Dewaville in the library and noticed that he was in a bad mood and was mentally weak. So it's because he was harassed. Klein frowned. What kind of harassment? This matter hadn't caused any actual harm, so it couldn't be considered dangerous. Sir Dewaville hears cries and moans every night, no matter where he sleeps. Regardless of whether he's in Tingen or not, it makes his sleep quality very poor. Dunn flipped through the information in his hand and said, he visited a psychiatrist and asked his butler and servants to confirm that it wasn't a hallucination. Therefore, he suspects that someone was harassing him. Closing the document, Dunn looked up at Klein. Change into your probationary inspector uniform in the break room and meet up with Inspector Tolley at the shooting club. He will give you more details. Probationary inspector uniform? Klein subconsciously asked. Dunn rubbed his forehead and smiled. Half of our salary is paid by the police department. The title of probationary inspector doesn't only exist in the files. When you first met me and Leonard, we were also wearing uniforms. This is a perk that every official team member has. Yes, the perk that Roselle the Great mentioned. It's a pity I can't wear it normally. Otherwise, I would have an extra set of clothes to change into. Klein picked up his cane, bowed, and bade farewell before leaving the captain's office. He went to the lounge diagonally opposite and saw a white checkered uniform with a black background and leather boots. The soft hat was inlaid with the coat of arms of 2 crossed swords and a crown, and on the shoulder was an insignia of black and white interlaced with a silver star. This is a probationary inspector. Klein glanced at it and found a string of inconspicuous numbers below the silver stars on the epaulette, 06-254. At present, he had a preliminary understanding of the police hierarchy in the Kingdom of Ruin. He understood that at the top were the Minister of Police and the Chief Police Secretary. Below them were the superintendents, deputy superintendents, and assistant superintendents of the various police departments. In the middle were the superintendents and inspectors, and at the bottom were the sergeants and constables. After closing the door, Klein took off his formal attire and hat and changed into the uniform. After hanging up his clothes, he pushed the door open and entered the office of the clerical staff. He looked at the full-length mirror that Roshan had fought for. The young man in the mirror had black hair and gentle brown eyes. His uniform made him look more heroic than usual. Not bad. Klein happily praised himself. He left his cane in the office, turned around, and walked out of the Blackthorn Security Company. In his pocket, he had plenty of police badges and weapons permits. In the lobby of the shooting club, Klein saw Inspector Tolley because he was the only one wearing a police uniform. Of course, I have to count myself in now, Klein added silently. Inspector Tolley had 2 silver stars on his epaulette. His clothes were propped up by his stomach, and he had a thick brownish-yellow beard. He was tall but not imposing, or perhaps he had been imposing in the past. Moretti. Klein Moretti. Tolley sized him up and greeted him with a smile. Nice to meet you, Inspector Tolley. I don't think you've mistaken me for someone else, Klein replied humorously. He raised his right hand, clasped his fingers, and bowed. Tolley chuckled. I can tell that you're an easygoing young man. I'm relieved. Shall we go to Sir Dewaville's house now? Although his rank was higher than Klein's, there was an obvious hint of inquiry in his tone. No problem. Klein thought for a moment. You can give me the details in the carriage. All right. Tolley stroked his thick brownish-yellow beard and led Klein out of the shooting club. They boarded a carriage parked opposite. The carriage had a coat of arms of 2 crossed swords clustered around a crown. It was driven by a dedicated coachman. Sir Dewaville is a believer of the goddess, so we transferred the case to you, Tolley impatiently informed them the moment he sat down. I know. Sir Dewaville is a frequent guest on the cover of newspapers and magazines, Klein said with a warm smile. Tolley picked up the folder beside him, untied it, and pulled out the documents. As he flipped through them, he said, regardless of whether you understand, I need to give you a detailed introduction. Sir Dewaville is one of the wealthiest people in Tingen. His business started with a lead and porcelain factory, and now it has expanded into steel, coal, shipping, banking, and securities. He's also a great philanthropist praised by the king. He established the Dewaville Charity Foundation, the Dewaville Trust Company, and the Dewaville Library. He was conferred the title of a lord 5 years ago. If he were to run for mayor, I don't think anyone in Tingen would be his match. However, his goal is in Beekland. He wants to become a member of the House of Lords. We once suspected that his harassment had something to do with this matter, but we couldn't find any clues. Klein nodded slightly. I can't rule out that possibility, but I can't be sure of anything at the moment. Tolley didn't dwell on the question and continued. Since the 6th of last month, Sir Dueville has been hearing scalp-numbing moans of pain every night when he sleeps. It's like the struggles of a dying patient. He checked the surrounding rooms and didn't find anything out of the ordinary. The butler and servants also confirmed that there were indeed similar sounds, but the movements they heard were very soft. In the beginning, Sir Dueville thought that the matter would pass quickly and didn't pay much attention to it. However, the moans of pain became more and more frequent. They would even appear during the day, and there were also heart-wrenching sobs. This caused Sir Dueville to suffer from insomnia again and again. He had no choice but to leave Tingen and head to his villa in the countryside. However, it was to no avail. The moans and sobs continued to haunt him. Similarly, even when he headed to Beekland, the matter didn't subside, but it wasn't as serious as before. He hired security personnel to investigate the surroundings, but they didn't find any clues. Our preliminary investigations were also fruitless. The torture that lasted more than a month pushed Sir Dueville to the brink of a mental breakdown. He visited a psychiatrist again and again, but to no avail. He told us that if the problem couldn't be resolved within a week, he would move out of Tingen and head to Beekland. He believed that there would definitely be someone there who could help him. After listening to Tolly's description, Klein quickly analyzed the various possibilities. Did he offend a beyonder and get cursed? That's not right. If it was a curse, the butler and servants wouldn't have heard it. There's a beyonder with an unknown motive hidden among the servants and bodyguards. But the problem is that no one has made any requests of Sir Dueville in the past month. Perhaps Sir Dueville was accidentally tainted by a foul thing like a vengeful spirit. I can't rule out that possibility. As Klein's thoughts ran wild, the carriage entered Golden Indus Borough and stopped at Sir Dueville's door. There was a flourishing garden surrounded by iron railings, a hollowed-out iron door with 2 statues erected on it, a fountain that constantly gushed out and bathed the marble statues, a 2-story house that occupied a huge area, and a road that could fit 3 carriages side by side. Sir Dueville's house only has 2 stories. The newspaper said that Beekland is trying to build 10-story apartment buildings. Klein got off the carriage and saw a policeman with 3 VS on his shoulder walk over quickly. He glanced at Klein, raised his hand, and bowed. "Good morning, sir." "Good morning." Klein nodded with a smile. Tolly smiled and said, "This is Sergeant Gate." "This is Sergeant Gate. You can order him if you need anything. This is Probationary Inspector Moretti, a history and psychology expert from the county police." Tolly introduced him to Gate. "I can't afford it." Klein felt ashamed. After exchanging pleasantries, Gate pointed to the 2-story house behind the fountain. "Sir Dueville is waiting for us." "All right." Klein reached out to touch the revolver by his waist. This was what he could rely on to deal with his enemies at the moment. As he had changed into his police uniform, he could openly place his gun holster by his waist, making it easier for him to draw his weapon. As they spoke, the trio walked along the wide path, circled around the fountain, and arrived outside the main door. At that moment, a servant had already opened the door and was waiting respectfully. Before they entered the house, Klein pretended to adjust his hat, pinched his glabella, and activated his spirit vision. In the bright living room, the square-faced Sir Dueville was rubbing his forehead. He appeared to be in low spirits. His dark blonde hair and blue eyes were either dry or dim. He looked as though he had aged a full 5 years. "Good morning, Sir Dueville." Klein, Tolly, and Gate bowed in unison. Sir Dueville stood up and forced a smile in response. "Good morning, officers. I hope you can resolve my troubles." At that moment, Klein narrowed his eyes and frowned. Apart from being in low spirits, he didn't notice anything wrong with Sir Dueville. "That's strange." He thought for a moment and said, "Sir, which room did you first hear the moaning in?" "My bedroom." Sir Dueville shook his head. "Can we take a look?" Klein asked. "Haven't you checked it a few times already?" The middle-aged butler beside him asked with a frown. Clearly, he didn't recognize Klein as the companion of the kind-hearted person who had returned the money he picked up. Klein smiled warmly. "That's my colleague, not me. Sir, this is an expert sent by the police." Tolly seized the opportunity to introduce him. Dueville gave the young expert a deep look. All right, Cullen. Bring them to my bedroom. Sir, I hope you can come with us, Klein said seriously. Dewaville hesitated for a few seconds. If this can help solve the problem, as he spoke, he picked up his cane and walked towards the stairs with light steps. Cullen and a few bodyguards crowded around him, ready to support him at any moment. Klein surveyed the area and followed silently but calmly. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. They arrived on the 2nd floor and entered the master bedroom. Before he could observe his surroundings, Klein's hair stood on end. Chapter 90. Sir Dewaville's bedroom was bigger than Klein's living room and dining room. It was made up of a bed, a living area, a changing area, a bathroom area, a bookshelf, and a desk. The furnishings were exquisite and extravagant. However, Klein felt that the room was dark and the temperature was at least 50% lower than outside. At the same time, he seemed to hear sobs and moans that sounded like they were on their deathbed. Klein was in a daze, but everything returned to normal. Bright sunlight shone through the window, illuminating the entire bedroom. The temperature was neither too high nor too low. The surrounding policemen, bodyguards, and butler were silent. He turned his head to look at the classical and gorgeous bed. He saw pairs of blurry eyes hovering in the shadows, like fearless moths beside a gas lamp. After taking a few steps closer, Klein's spirit vision lost the scene he had just seen. It's not a standard vengeful spirit, much less an evil spirit. What could it be? Klein frowned as he recalled the mysticism knowledge he had recently gained. From his point of view, it wouldn't be difficult to hand the mission to a corpse collector, a gravedigger, or a spirit medium. However, this was clearly not his area of expertise. Resisting the urge to divine the direction of the investigation, Klein slowly looked around, searching for other clues to confirm his guesses. Sir, Inspector, Sir Dewaville hesitated, did you discover anything? If it were that easy, I don't think my colleagues would have waited until now, Klein said as he subconsciously glanced at the philanthropist. Just as he was about to retract his gaze, he suddenly saw a pale figure reflected in the mirror behind Sir Dewaville. No, it was more like overlapping, twisting white silhouettes. The figure disappeared in a flash, and Klein seemed to hear faint sobs again. Phew! He exhaled, relieving the fear that had nearly made him pull out his gun. With my spiritual perception enhanced and my spirit vision activated, it's only a matter of time before I go crazy from fright. Klein lampooned himself to relieve the tension in his body before casting his gaze back at Sir Dewaville. This time, he saw something different. Pale, distorted shadows flashed around Sir Dewaville from time to time, causing the light in that area to dim slightly. And every time it appeared, it would be accompanied by illusory cries and moans that normal people would find hard to hear. Normal people find it hard to hear? Was it because it was daytime? Klein nodded thoughtfully. He had formed a preliminary judgment of the case. What haunted Sir Dewaville was resentment. It was a remnant of spirituality formed from the most unforgettable emotions a human could have before death. If this kind of resentment and remnant were to accumulate for a period of time and become several times stronger, it would become a terrifying evil spirit. However, Sir Dewaville was a famous philanthropist. Even a person as picky as Barnson treated him with great respect. Why would he be plagued by so many death resentment? Duplicity? The means of a beyonder with ill intentions? Klein was puzzled as he speculated about the possibilities. He thought for a moment and looked at Dewaville. Sir, I have a few questions. Please speak. Dewaville sat down, exhausted and weak. Klein organized his words. When you leave this place and go to a new place, such as the countryside or Beekland, do you get at least a short period of peace for the middle of the night? Then, the situation slowly gets worse and worse until you can still hear moaning and crying when you sleep during the day? Dewaville's half-closed eyes widened in an instant. His blue eyes glowed brightly. Yes, have you found the root of the matter? Only then did he realize that due to his long-term insomnia and poor mental state, he had forgotten to tell the police such an important clue. Inspector Tolley secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Klein's question had been answered. He knew that the Nighthawks had found a clue. Officer Gate, on the other hand, was surprised and curious. He couldn't help but scrutinize the psychologist, Klein. This is in line with the characteristic of resentment gradually entangling and gathering bit by bit. Klein basically confirmed his answer after receiving the feedback. And now, he had two ways to help Sir Dewaville get rid of his problems. One was to set up an altar around him and use ritualistic magic to completely remove the resentment of death. The other was to use other mysticism methods to find the root of the problem and solve the problem at its root. Considering the rule of not letting ordinary people know of the existence of beyonder powers, Klein decided to try the second method first. If it didn't work, he would pray to the goddess. "Sir, you are suffering from a mental illness, a mental problem." He looked at Dewaville and spoke nonsense in a serious manner. Sir Dewaville frowned and countered with a question. "Are you implying that I'm a mental patient and need to go to a mental asylum?" "No, it's not that serious. In fact, most people have some sort of mental problem." Klein comforted him. "Please allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm a psychologist from the Awar County Police Department." A psychologist? Dewaville and his butler looked at the familiar face, Inspector Tolley. Tolley nodded solemnly, indicating that it was indeed the case. "Okay, then what do I need to do to cooperate with the treatment? Besides, I don't understand why my butler, bodyguard, and servant could hear the cries and moans." Deva gripped his cane with both hands, looking puzzled. Klein answered in a professional manner, "That's right. I'll explain it to you afterwards. Please ask your butler, your servants, and your bodyguards to leave. Inspector Tolley, Sergeant Gate, please leave as well. I need a quiet environment for the initial treatment. Heal him with magic." Inspector Tolley silently added as he nodded at Sir Dewaville. Dewaville was silent for a dozen seconds. "Cullen, take them to the living room on the second floor." "Yes, sir." Butler Cullen did not argue, because the person who made the request was a regular police officer, a probationary inspector, and a psychologist. After watching them leave and close the door, Klein looked at the dark blonde, blue-eyed Dewaville. "Sir, please lie on the bed, relax, and try to fall asleep." "All right." Dewaville hung his coat and hat on the rack, walked slowly to the bed, and lay down. Klein drew all the curtains, turning the room dark. He took off the pendant and quickly used a spirit pendulum to make a simple judgment. Then, he sat on a rocking chair near the end of the bed, outlined the light sphere, and entered cogitation, allowing the spirituality of the world to appear before him. Right on the heels of that, he leaned back into the chair and fell into a deep sleep, allowing his astral projection to make contact with the outside world. He was using the technique of dream divination, allowing himself to communicate with the vengeful thoughts that plagued Sir Dewaville in a spiritual environment that resembled a dream. Only by communicating could he obtain an answer and resolve the problem. Sob, sob, sob. Sorrowful cries reverberated in Klein's ears as he saw transparent white figures appear around him. Groan. 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 Painful groans sounded as Klein, who had barely regained his ability to think, reached out his right hand and touched one of them. Suddenly, the figures turned into moths flying into a flame as they threw themselves at him one after another. Klein's vision turned blurry as his head felt like it had been split into two. Half of it was calmly examining itself, while the other half saw a mirror. In the mirror was a strong young girl dressed like a worker. She was walking in a dusty factory, her head throbbing with pain. Her vision turned blurry at times, and her body became thinner by the day. She fancied she heard someone calling her Charlotte, and saying that she was suffering from general hysteria. Hysteria? She looked into the mirror and saw a faint blue line on her gums. The camera turned, and Klein seemed to see a girl named Mary again. She was also walking in a lead factory, young and lively. Suddenly, one side of her face began to twitch, followed by her arm and leg on the same side. "You're suffering from epilepsy," she heard someone say as her body convulsed. She convulsed and collapsed, becoming more and more intense until she lost consciousness. It was another girl. She was sulking and wandering around the streets like an idiot. She even had a language barrier. Her headache was very bad, her gums had blue lines, and she would twitch from time to time. She met a doctor, who said, "Lafferty, you're affected by lead." The doctor looked at her pitifully, watching her convulse again, several times in a row, watching her eyes lose all light. Images appeared in Klein's mind. Half of him was immersed in them, and the other half was observing calmly. Suddenly, he understood what had happened to these girls. They were female workers who had been exposed to lead, white and dust for a long time. They died of lead poisoning. Coincidentally, Sir Dewaville owned a lead factory and 2 ceramic factories. All of them employed relatively cheap female workers. Klein watched everything in silence. He felt that there was only one thing that he had not figured out. Such death vengeance was negligible. Even if it accumulated, it was impossible for it to affect reality or Dewaville. Unless there was a stronger and more persistent resentment that turned them into one. Just then, he saw another girl. The girl was no more than 18 years old and was glazing porcelain in the factory. "Hayley, how have you been recently? Do you feel any headaches? If it's serious, remember to tell me. Sir Dewaville has stipulated that people with severe headaches are not allowed to come into contact with lead. They have to leave the factory," an elderly lady said with concern. Hayley touched her forehead and replied with a smile, "That's right. A little bit. It's okay. Then tell me tomorrow if it's serious," the older woman urged. Hayley agreed. When she got home, she pressed her forehead from time to time. She saw her parents and brothers coming back from outside, and saw their faces full of sorrow. "Your father and brother lost their jobs," her mother said, wiping away her tears. Her father and brother lowered their heads and whispered, "We'll find something to do at the docks. But we don't even have money for bread the day after tomorrow. Maybe we have to move to the innermost part of Lower Street." Hayley's mother looked at her with red eyes. "When can you get your salary? It's 10 solely, right?" Hayley pinched her forehead again. "Yes, Saturday. Saturday." She didn't say anything else and was as quiet as usual. The next day, she returned to the factory and told her supervisor that her headache was gone. She smiled. Every day, she walked 5 kilometers to work and another 5 kilometers home. She rubbed her head more and more frequently. "Haven't you found a job yet?" Hayley looked at the black bread boiling in the soup and couldn't help but ask her father and brother. Her father said in distress, "The economy has been bad recently. Many places are retrenching. Even the docks are working one day and resting the next. They only get 3 solely and 7 pence a week." Hayley sighed and didn't say anything else. She was as quiet as ever, but she hid her suddenly convulsing left hand behind her back. The next day, she walked to work again. The sun was shining brightly, and the number of people on the streets gradually increased. Suddenly, she convulsed. Her entire body was convulsing. She collapsed to the side of the road, foaming at the mouth. She looked at the sky, and her vision began to blur. She saw people coming and going, people approaching, a carriage passing by, and the white dove coat of arms of the Dewaville family spreading its wings. She tried her best to open her mouth, but no sound came out. Therefore, she didn't say anything and was as quiet as usual. Chapter 91. The scene began to distort, turn illusory, and disappear. Klein left the dreamlike experience as his vision adjusted to the darkness of the bedroom. He knew that his brother, Barnson, earned £1 for 10 solely, which was equivalent to 30 solely a week. According to the standards of a normal commoner, it was tough for him and Melissa to raise them. He believed that most workers earned 20 solely a week. He had heard Melissa mention before that in the lower streets of Iron Cross Street, there were families of 5, 7, or even 10 people living in the same room. He learned from Barnson that in the past few months, the kingdom's economy had been in a slump due to the situation in the southern continent. He also learned that maids who did chores, including food and lodging, earned 3 solely, 6 pence, to 6 solely a week. Klein reached out and pinched his glabella. He didn't speak for a long time until Sir Dewaville, who was lying in bed, spoke. "Officer, aren't you going to say something? The psychiatrist I hired in the past would chat with me in such an environment and ask me questions. However, I do feel peaceful. I was about to fall asleep, but I didn't hear any moans or cries. How did you do it?" Klein leaned against the back of the rocking chair and answered with a question instead of an answer. "Sir, do you know about lead poisoning? Do you know about the dangers of lead?" Dewaville, who was lying on the bed, was silent for a few seconds before he said, I didn't know in the past, but I found out later. Are you saying that my psychological problem, or rather my mental illness, is due to guilt? Guilt towards those female lead workers and glaze workers? Without waiting for Klein's reply, he continued like how he always did when he had the initiative in a negotiation. Yes, I did feel guilty in the past, but I have long compensated them. In my lead factory and porcelain factory, every worker's salary is much higher than in similar places. In Beekland, the female lead workers and glaze workers don't earn more than 8 solely a week, but I pay them 10 solely, or even more. Many people blame me for making them lose their morals and making it difficult for them to recruit workers. If it weren't for the repeal of the Corn Act, many farmers would have gone bankrupt and moved to the city. They would have had to follow my lead and raise their salaries. I also told the supervisor of the factory to tell the workers who have multiple headaches and blurred vision to leave the places where they can come into contact with lead. If they are seriously ill, they can also apply for help from my charity fund. I think I've done enough. Klein's tone didn't change at all. Sometimes, sir, you can never imagine the importance of a wage to a poor man. Even a week or two of unemployment can cause irreversible and tragic damage to his family. He paused for a moment before asking, I'm very curious. Since you're so kind, why didn't you add anti-dust and lead poisoning equipment to the factory? Deweyville looked at the ceiling and laughed bitterly. That will make my cost unacceptably high, and I can't compete with other lead and porcelain factories at all. I don't care too much about the income in this aspect anymore, and I'm even willing to subsidize some of the money. But what's the point of always doing this? This can only help a small number of workers. It can't become the standard of the industry and drive them to make changes. This will turn into me purely spending money to support people. I've heard that some factories even secretly use slaves in order to save costs. Klein crossed his hands and remained silent for a moment. Sir, your psychological problems stem from the accumulation of guilt, even though you think that it has already faded and disappeared. Originally, this shouldn't have had any obvious effects, but something triggered you, igniting all the problems in an instant, all of them. Something triggered me? I didn't know of such a thing, Deweyville said with doubt and certainty. Klein allowed his body to sway gently with the rocking chair as he calmly explained, you just slept for a few minutes. You actually fell asleep for a few minutes just now, and you told me something. Hypnosis treatment. Deweyville habitually made guesses and came to a conclusion. Klein didn't give a direct answer. He directly said, you once saw a female worker who died on the way to work in a carriage. She passed away due to lead poisoning, and she was glazing your porcelain. Deweyville rubbed his son acupoints and muttered with uncertainty, there seems to be such a thing. But I can't remember it clearly. Prolonged insomnia had left him in a poor mental state. He could vaguely recall seeing such a scene. He thought for a moment and stopped squeezing his poor brain. Instead, he asked, what's the female worker's name? What I mean is, what should I do to treat my psychological problems? Klein answered in a low and concise manner. 2 things. First, the female worker's name is Haley Walker. That's what you told me. She was the most direct trigger, so you need to find her parents and give them more compensation. Second, publicize the dangers of lead in newspapers and magazines. Let your charity fund help more workers who have been harmed. If you can become a member of the House of Lords, push for legislation in this regard. Deweyville slowly sat up and laughed self-deprecatingly. I'll do the other things, but legislation? I don't think it's possible because there are still foreign competitors. Legislation will only cause the kingdom's industries to fall into an overall crisis. They will go bankrupt one after another, and a large number of workers will lose their jobs. The Poor Relief Association won't be able to save that many people. He unhurriedly got off the bed and adjusted his collar. He looked at Klein. Haley Walker, right? I'll immediately get Cullen to get her information from the porcelain factory and get her parents here. Officer, please wait with me and constantly assess my mental state. All right. Klein slowly stood up and patted his black and white checkered police uniform. 11 in the morning, in the living room on the first floor of Deweyville's house. Klein, who had been silent all this while, sat on a single-seater sofa as he silently watched a man and a woman being led in by butler Cullen. The two guests had rough skin and wrinkles on their faces. The man's back was slightly hunched, while the woman had a mole on her eyelid. They basically matched what Klein had seen through Haley, but they were older and more haggard. They were so thin that one could almost see their bones. Their clothes were old and tattered. It was said that they couldn't even live in Lower Street of Iron Cross Street. Woo, in Klein's spiritual perception, a cold wind began to swirl. He pinched his glabella and turned his gaze to Sir Dewaville. He saw that a pale, transparent, and distorted figure had appeared behind him at some point in time. Good morning, Honourable Sir," Haley's parents said in an abnormally reserved manner as they bowed. Dewaville rubbed his forehead and asked, "Are you Haley Walker's parents? Doesn't she have a brother and a 2-year-old sister?" Haley's mother answered fearfully, "Her brother broke his leg at the harbour some time ago. We got him to stay at home to take care of his sister." Dewaville fell silent for a few seconds before sighing. "I express my deep sympathy for Haley's misfortune." Upon hearing this, the eyes of Haley's parents reddened. They opened their mouths and said in a jumble of words, "Thank you. Thank you for your kind intentions. The police told us that Haley died from lead poisoning. That should be the word, right? Oh, my poor child. She was only 17. She was always very quiet and stubborn. You sent someone to visit her and paid for her burial. She was buried in Raphael Cemetery." Dewaville glanced at Klein and changed his sitting posture. He leaned forward and said with a heavy tone, "This is our negligence. This is actually our negligence. I need to apologize. I've considered it. I need to compensate you and Haley. Her weekly salary is 10 soldi, right? That's 540 soldi a year. Yes, £27. Let's assume that she can work for at least another 10 years. Cullen, give £300 to Haley's parents, £3,300? Haley's father and mother were stunned. They didn't even have more than £1 when they were at their most prosperous. It wasn't only them. The bodyguards and servants in the living room had looks of shock and envy. Even Sheriff Gate couldn't help but let his breathing turn heavy. His weekly salary was only £2, while a constable with only a V under him was only £1. Amidst an indescribable silence, butler Cullen came out of the study with a bulging cloth bag in his hand. He opened the cloth bag, revealing stacks of notes inside. There were notes of £1 and £5, but most of them were notes of 1 soldi and 5 soldi. It was obvious that Dewaville had gotten someone to exchange for change from the bank ahead of time. This is a token of Sir's goodwill. After receiving his master's approval, Cullen handed the cloth bag to Haley's parents. Haley's parents took it, rubbed their eyes, and read it over and over again. "No, this is too generous. We shouldn't accept it," they said as they gripped the cloth bag tightly. Dewaville said in a deep voice, "This is for Haley. This is what Haley should have gotten. Why, you are truly a noble and benevolent sir." Haley's parents bowed repeatedly in excitement. A smile appeared on their faces, a smile that they couldn't contain. They praised Sir Dewaville over and over again, they repeated the few adjectives they knew, and they said again and again that Haley would be grateful to him in heaven. "Cullen, get someone to send them back." "Yes, send them to the bank first." Dewaville heaved a sigh of relief and instructed his butler. Haley's parents hugged the cloth bag tightly and quickly walked to the door, not daring to stay any longer. Klein saw the white, translucent figure behind Sir Dewaville attempt to reach out to them, attempting to leave with them, but they smiled abnormally brightly and didn't turn back. The figure became fainter and fainter, and soon, it completely disappeared. And from Klein's senses, the coldness in the living room returned to normal. From beginning to end, he only watched in silence without giving any opinion. "Officer, I feel much better. Can you tell me now why my butler, servants, and bodyguards can also hear crying and moaning? Shouldn't this be a psychological problem unique to me?" Dewaville looked over curiously. Inspector Tolley, who knew what was going on, instantly turned nervous. Klein answered without any expression, "In psychology, it's a case of hysteria. In psychology, we call this phenomenon mass hysteria." Chapter 92. Mass hysteria. Sir Dewaville, who had interacted with many psychiatrists recently, ruminated over the term Klein had given him. His butler, bodyguards, and servants didn't make a sound without his permission, no matter how curious they were. Instead, it was Sergeant Gate who looked at Klein with a puzzled expression, as though he had never heard of such a concept before. Klein controlled his habit of tapping the sofa's armrest and explained in a soothing voice, "Humans are creatures that are easily deceived by their own senses. Humans are creatures that are easily deceived by their own senses. Group hysteria is a psychological problem caused by mental tension and other factors affecting each other in the same group." His string of professional terms left Sir Dewaville, Sergeant Gate, and the others confused. They subconsciously chose to believe him. Let me give you a simple example. This is a case I once handled. A gentleman held a banquet and invited a total of 35 guests. During the banquet, he suddenly felt nauseous and vomited on the spot. It was followed by severe diarrhea. Once, twice, thrice. He began to believe that he was suffering from food poisoning. As he headed to the hospital, he shared his guess with his guests. In the next 2 hours, more than 30 of the 35 guests had diarrhea and 26 vomited. They filled the emergency ward of the hospital. The doctors conducted a detailed examination and comparison and concluded that the gentleman wasn't poisoned. The cause was gastrointestinal inflammation caused by the change in the weather and the ice-cold alcohol. What was most surprising was that none of the guests who came to the hospital were poisoned. In fact, none of them were really sick. This is mass hysteria. Dewaville nodded slightly and exclaimed, "I understand now. Humans are indeed prone to deceiving themselves. It's no wonder Roselle the Great said that a lie repeated 100 times would become the truth." "Sergeant, how should I address you? You are the most professional psychiatrist I've ever seen." "Inspector Moretti." Klein pointed at his epaulette. "Sir, your problem has been resolved. You can try to sleep now and let me confirm if there are any other problems. If you can have a good dream, please allow us to bid you farewell and not wait for you to wake up." "All right." Dewaville rubbed his forehead, picked up his cane, and walked up the stairs to his bedroom. Half an hour later, the carriage with the police coat of arms left the fountain in front of Lord Dewaville's door. When Sergeant Gate got out of the car and returned to his station, Inspector Tolley looked at Klein and said half-jokingly and half-complimented, "Mr. I actually thought you were a real psychologist." He didn't finish his sentence because he saw that the young man in the black and white checkered uniform didn't show any expression. His eyes were dark and deep, and the corners of his mouth barely curled up. "I've only come into contact with some before." Inspector Toller was silent until the carriage stopped outside 36, Zoutland Street. "Thank you for helping Sir Dewaville get rid of his troubles and regain his sleep." He extended his hand and shook Klein's. "Thank done for me." Klein nodded slightly. "All right." He walked up the stairs and returned to the Blackthorn Security Company. He knocked on the door and entered the captain's office. "Is it done?" Dunn was waiting for his lunch. "It's done." Klein rubbed his forehead and said simply and truthfully, "The root of the problem lies in the lead and porcelain factories under Sir Dewaville's name. Ever since they were established, there have been too many deaths from lead poisoning. And every incident would result in Sir Dewaville receiving a bit of lingering spirituality that turned into resentment. Typically speaking, this wouldn't cause too much of a problem. At most, it would cause people to have nightmares." Dunn had dealt with similar cases before and was rather experienced. Klein nodded slightly. Yes, that was how things were supposed to go, but unfortunately, Sir Dewaville met a female worker with lead poisoning on the streets. She happened to collapse by the side of the road and happened to see the Dewaville family coat of arms. At the same time, she felt a strong sense of indignation, worry, and desire. Only when Sir Dewaville gave her parents, brother, and sister a sum of £300 did these emotions dissipate. This is a societal problem. In this era of steam and machinery, it's not uncommon. Dunn took out his pipe and took a whiff. He sighed and said, "Because the workers who make the flax will wet the materials and themselves, they will generally suffer from bronchitis and joint diseases. In a factory with heavy dust, even if there isn't any poisoning, it will still accumulate into lung problems. Phew, we don't have to talk about this. With the development of the kingdom, I believe that these problems will be solved. Klein, tonight, let's find a restaurant to celebrate you becoming an official member. Klein thought for a moment and said, tomorrow night. Captain. Tomorrow night. Captain, I've used my spirit vision for too long today, and I've also used dream divination to directly communicate with those vengeful spirits. I feel very tired. I wish to go home in the afternoon and have a good rest. Is that okay? Yes, I'll go to the divination club at 4 or 5 to observe the members' reactions to Hannes Vincent's sudden death. No problem. That's only right. Dunn chuckled. Then let's do it tomorrow night at the Old Wayville restaurant. I'll get Roshan to reserve a table. Klein stood up with his police cap and bowed. Thank you, Captain. See you tomorrow. Dunn raised his hand and said, wait a minute. Did you just say that Sir Dewaville gave that female worker's parents a sum of £300 as compensation? Yes. Klein nodded and understood why the captain stopped him. You're worried that they'll meet with misfortune because of this sum of money? Dunn sighed. I've seen such things happen many times. Give me their addresses. I'll get Kenley to arrange for them to leave Tingen and move to another city to start a new life. All right, Klein replied in a deep voice. After doing all this, he left Dunn's room and entered the lounge diagonally opposite. He changed into his formal attire and left his police uniform in his wardrobe. Riding the public carriage, Klein silently returned to Daffodil Street. He took off his coat and hat, found the leftovers from the previous night, heated them up, and ate the last piece of oatmeal bread to fill his stomach. Then, he climbed up to the second floor, hung up his clothes, and collapsed onto the bed. When he woke up, his pocket watch showed that it was already 2:10 in the afternoon. The sun was high in the sky, its rays shining through the clouds. In the brilliant golden light, Klein stood beside the study table and looked out the oriel window. He watched the pedestrians in old and tattered clothes as they entered or left Iron Cross Street. Phew! He slowly exhaled, finally shaking off his gloominess. One had to take things one step at a time. One had to advance through the sequence. Everything had to be like this. He shook his head and sat down. He began to summarize and sort out his encounters from last week. He repeated the key points he had memorized so as to prevent himself from forgetting or missing anything. 2:55 p.m. Above the blurry, boundless, grayish-white, and empty mist, a majestic temple stood tall, and an ancient, mottled bronze table was quietly placed on it. On the high-back chair at the head of the long table, there was already a man shrouded in a thick grey fog. Klein leaned back in his chair and silently pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he extended his hand and tapped the crimson star that symbolized justice and the hanging man. Beekland, Empress Borough. Audrey lifted the hem of her dress and walked lightly to her bedroom. Suddenly, she sensed something. She turned her head and looked into the shadows of the balcony. As expected, she saw the golden retriever, Susie, quietly sitting and watching. Audrey sighed silently and drew a crimson moon on her chest. Then, she leaned over and looked down at the golden retriever. Susie, that's not right. You're peeping. A spectator should watch openly from their own position. The golden retriever looked up at her master and wagged her tail cooperatively. After a few nagging words, Audrey did not dare to delay any further. She returned to her bedroom. In the few seconds between opening and closing the door, she suddenly had a strange thought. I wonder if Mr. Fool can let Susie enter that mysterious space. That way, we'll have 4 members in the tarot, and they'll all be beyond us. No, Susie doesn't even know how to speak. If she were to express her opinions and exchange ideas, what would happen? Woof woof woof. A woo. A woo. Pooey, why am I barking like a dog here? Just imagining such a scene is very strange. A dog suddenly barking in a mysterious and serious gathering. Mr. Fool will definitely kick us out of the tarot. Audrey locked the door and sat on the edge of the bed. She took out an old yellowish-brown piece of paper from under her pillow. She read it a few times and began to enter the state of a spectator. Somewhere in the Sonia Sea, the ancient sailboat that was pursuing the listener had already left the Rorsted archipelago. Navigator Alger Wilson was worried that there would be an error with the mechanical wall clock, so he entered the captain's cabin half an hour ahead of time to prevent his subordinates from seeing anything unexpected. In front of him was a glass of almost transparent liquor, and the rich fragrance seeped into his nostrils. Thinking of the gathering that was about to begin, the endless grey fog that appeared in front of him in the hotel corridor, and the mysterious fool sitting in the middle of the fog, Alger trembled slightly again. He picked up the glass and drank it in one gulp, using the burning sensation in his throat to ease the feelings in his heart. Soon, he regained his composure. He was still as calm and steady as ever. Chapter 93. Above the grey fog, huge stone pillars propped up a magnificent temple. Two dark red blobs suddenly appeared beside the ancient and mottled bronze table. They stretched into illusory figures. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Audrey, who seemed to have a hazy effect, bowed and smiled. "It's a pity that there's no good wine here. Otherwise, I would be able to toast to your successful attempt." She was referring to the matter of ritualistic magic. "Your strength far exceeds our imagination," Alger Wilson praised as well. Klein's body was still shrouded in an extremely thick grey fog. He pressed his right hand down and spoke as though he was answering an ordinary question. "Very good. This shows that we are on a fruitful path. In the future, if you have something on and can't leave on Monday afternoon, hold the ritual ahead of time and inform me. Yes, you just need to change the contents of the incantation, such as pray for a sweet dream, to a specific reason." "All right." Audrey nodded her head briskly. "Mr. Fool, I've obtained another page of Roselle the Great's diary. I should still be missing a page. This week, I've been far from land, so I haven't been able to find a new one." Alger pressed his right hand to his chest and bent forward to express his apology. "Don't worry about it. This matter is destined to take a long time." Klein leaned back in his chair and tapped his index finger on the armrest. He looked at Miss Justice and said, "You can express the diary now." Audrey bowed slightly. "By your will." She picked up the fountain pen that suddenly appeared on the table and carefully recalled the runes that she had forcefully memorized and expressed the will she wanted to express. In just a few seconds, she saw that the goatskin in front of her was filled with dense, neat, and orderly content. After checking it, she put down the fountain pen and said, "It's done." Klein gently raised his hand, and the goatskin suddenly appeared in his palm. His gaze moved down and he began reading without any emotions. 90th July. "I suddenly thought of an interesting question. Since the sequence pathways are also known as the grace of God, the pathway of God, why is the slate that records the complete 22 sequence pathways called the blasphemy slate?" Blasphemy, what a loaded term. Who exactly has it blasphemed? And who created the blasphemy slate? Why can they grasp all the sequence pathways? What else is recorded on it? I really want to take a look. The 12th of July. Today, I learned a fact. Sealed artifacts are an important part of the Church's strength, even if some of them are extremely dangerous. Among the 7 churches, the Church of the God of Craftsmanship has the fewest sealed artifacts, so the relative danger is also the lowest. Did I join an organization with no future? No, I should think of it this way. Only a piece of paper is good for drawing. A weak organization is best. The 14th of July. I saw that mysterious Mr. Zaratul again. He's actually the leader of an ancient organization, the Secret Order. Upon reading this, Klein's pupils constricted, and he nearly had an abnormal reaction. In the information of the Church of the Evernite Goddess, the Zaratul family only had a certain relationship with the Secret Order. But when it came to Roselle the Great, the mysterious Mr. Zaratul was further proven to be the leader of the Secret Order. From the looks of it, the Secret Order's grasp of the seer sequence pathway is unquestionable. As Klein was reading the diary, Audrey looked up and habitually began observing. However, her line of sight, her gaze, was completely blocked by the thick grey fog. After a moment of shock, Audrey suddenly snapped out of her daze and turned her head in panic, looking at the illusory crimson stars. "I was too rash, too bold, and too foolish to actually want to observe Mr. Fool. Thankfully, he isn't angry." Audrey secretly stuck out her tongue and pretended to be enjoying the scenery leisurely. All she was missing was a lively tune. Alger sat there in silence, staring straight at the surface of the long bronze table, as though he was facing a real deity. Klein reined in his thoughts and swept his gaze to the end of the diary. After learning that I became a savant, Mr. Zaratil said that I had chosen a path that was destined to be dangerous but relatively safe in the early stages. When I asked why, he only smiled and said that the secrets hidden in the sequence pathways were much more than I imagined. I couldn't help but ask him which sequence pathway it was, and he told me that his sequence was sequence 9. It's a seer. I deliberately said sarcastically, don't tell me that every seer hides half of what they say and never explains things clearly. Furthermore, he's clearly a high sequence beyonder, so there's no need for him to act as a seer. That Mr. Zaratil said that this was a habit he had developed since he was a seer, and that it was the only way to pique my curiosity and get me to cooperate with him. He hoped that I could help him steal a dangerous sealed artifact from the Church of the God of Craftsmanship. It was a relic of the Antigonus family. Clearly, this matter would only be possible after I became a core member of the Church of the God of Craftsmanship. I also asked Mr. Zaratil how long it would take to digest the potion using the acting method, and what criteria he used to measure it. He told me that at low sequence beyondus, as long as one acts strictly, it wouldn't take more than half a year to digest the potion. The fastest would even take a month. And the criteria for measuring it was very simple. Once it was completely digested, every beyonder would immediately experience it. If it was, then it was. If it wasn't, then it wasn't. I continued to ask for details and specifics, but he smiled without saying a word. K smiling without saying a word. When I become a high sequence beyonder, I'll beat up every seer I see. Emperor, rest in peace. Klein read it a few times before casting his gaze back at Justice and the hanging man. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's our honor. Audrey was still in a state of shock. How could she still remember that she was a spectator? She looked at the hanging man and organized her words. Where can I find psychological alchemy? Psychological alchemy. Klein suddenly recalled the gentleman who had bought the supplementary ingredients for the spectator potion in Tingen City's underground market. Perhaps he's a member of psychological alchemy? Just as Klein was considering how to approach him, the hanging man, Alger Wilson, shook his head and said, Miss Justice, firstly, I don't know any clues. Secondly, I don't think there's a need for you to be in such a hurry to find psychological alchemy. Your current focus should be on digesting the spectator potion. Audrey quickly glanced at the fool. Seeing that he had no intention of adding anything, she nodded in disappointment. I only wish to have ample time to prepare and interact with them more naturally. All right, then when can I digest the spectator potion and end my acting? Is there any standard for judgment? I don't experience any irritability or hearing ravings anymore. The hanging man, Alger, glanced at the fool in the grey fog. Seeing that he didn't say anything, he deliberated and said, if you don't use the acting method, the general principle is to wait for at least 3 years. If I don't use the acting method, the general principle is to wait for at least 3 years. After confirming that there are no symptoms of mania, auditory hallucinations, or visual hallucinations, I'll use a simple method to determine it, which is to exhaust myself to the limit. In this state, if I still don't hear any crazy whispers or see anything strange, it means that I can advance. As for the acting method, I've only just come into contact with it. It feels good, so it shouldn't take 3 years. That's as good as not saying anything. 3 years is too long. Audrey lampooned inwardly. Just as she had that thought, she suddenly heard a light knocking sound. Audrey was stunned at first, but she was immediately delighted. She turned her head and saw the fool tapping on the edge of the long table. Alger sat even more upright, waiting for the fool to speak. Klein's tone was normal as he said, for low sequence beyondus, as long as you act strictly, you can completely digest it in half a year. It's not impossible for you to do it in a month. He looked at Justice and added, it's a sign of complete digestion. When the time comes, you will naturally understand without needing anyone to teach you. A month. That's great. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Audrey's joy was beyond words. Miss Justice, don't think that you're the chosen one. The point is that it'll take half a year. Klein raised his right hand and placed it by his mouth. Half a year. Alger repeated softly. From his tone, Audrey acutely sensed joy, relief, and strong doubts. What's he doubting? Audrey said thoughtfully, Mr. Fool, do you have any plans to add new members? Klein relaxed and leaned back. He had already prepared a reply. In the beginning, it was just an experiment. There weren't many considerations. But now, as a regular gathering, the members have to be strictly selected. Secrecy is our aim. Audrey nodded slightly. In other words, there needs to be observation, recommendation, and assessment procedures. Yes, procedures. You're not wrong to understand it that way. Klein gave an affirmative answer. He was thinking about how to ask the secret order about the clown potion and the secret order. How should I ask in a way that matches my identity? Klein fell into a dilemma. At this moment, seeing that Justice didn't have anything else to do, Alger took the initiative to speak. I heard that a listener from the Aurora Order is searching for traces of the true Creator, which is also the holy sanctuary that they promote. The true Creator? Audrey asked in puzzlement. That's an ancient existence that many mysterious organizations and sects believe in. They believe that the Creator isn't completely dead, and that his remnant core is the true Creator. Alger gave a rough explanation. Since the Fifth Epoch, the true Creator has appeared in many forms, such as the Hanging Giant, the eye behind the shadow curtain. Many people believe that when Roselle the Great invented the tarot cards, he referred to the image of the true Creator, which resulted in the card the Hanging Man. Having said that, he looked at Klein. There's nothing wrong with what I said, right, Mr. Fool? Is this a test of my opinion of the true Creator? Klein recalled the bloody naked man nailed to a cross in Captain Hannas Vincent's dream, and he immediately had an idea. Be it hanging upside down or shadows, don't they all have an evil aura? Hence, he chuckled. I prefer to call him the Fallen Creator. Chapter 94. The Fallen Creator. Fallen. The Hanging Man. Alger ruminated over the fool's words as if he was deep in thought. But in his heart, what echoed was the other party's relaxed, natural, and nonchalant attitude. That was a kind of equal attitude. If not for the previous ritual, Alger might have thought that the fool was just bluffing, using the means of elevating himself to shock himself and Justice. But now, he would rather believe that even if the fool wasn't as good as the true Creator, he was at least close to that level. It's dangerous, but also an opportunity. Alger muttered silently before saying with a smile, Mr. Fool, your description is indeed more appropriate. Mr. Fool, your description is indeed more appropriate. According to our observations, any Beyonder who believes in the true Creator, no, the Fallen Creator, has a higher percentage of people losing control than normal. The rest are mostly lunatics. This is also mentioned in the Nighthawk's internal information. And the so-called lunatics don't mean that they've lost their rationality, but that their worldview has become abnormally distorted. Klein maintained his sitting posture and didn't respond to the Hanging Man's words. He was still considering how to ask the secret order and the clown potion, but he couldn't find a way that matched his identity. Unfortunately, this place is still fundamentally different from online dating platforms. Otherwise, I could create a Smurf account to join and be in charge of asking questions that are inconvenient for me to ask. Maybe one day, I'll learn something similar to mirror magic, and I can give it a try. For example, making half of the members be my Smurf account. There are 22 chairs here, and 22 tarot cards. It corresponds perfectly, but when I wanted a temple, I didn't call myself the Fool, nor did I think of building a tarot. This symbolizes the 22 sequence pathways. I wanted a shrine, so a shrine appeared. I wanted a Smurf, so would a Smurf appear. Seeing that the Fool, who was shrouded in a thick grey fog, didn't speak again, Audrey sighed and said curiously, it sounds terrifying. That sounds terrifying. Well, Mr. Hanged Man, can you tell me in detail about the various mysterious organizations and sects? It's difficult for me to come into contact with these things in my daily life, so I can only learn about them through you. I'll pay you. What do you want? Good question. Miss Justice, you've taken on the responsibility of my Smurf account to a certain extent. This way, the Hanging Man will definitely mention the secret order. You're the best sidekick. Klein perked up when he heard that, but he didn't let his emotions show through his expression or actions. Alger thought and said, I need a sum of money. I need a sum of money, £1,000. It's best if it's unnumbered banknotes or freshly mined gems. I'll calculate it according to the monthly average price of the Backland jewelry market. £1,000? That's a huge sum of money, and it's enough to buy a house in Tingen. It's not just anyone, but it captain is captain is captain. Lady or single, £1,000 is captain, thousand captain, man, and captain, man, also, captain is could even if, captain, is captain Dusn also, captain, means, and captain of har captain, of captain, even captain is, captain's only hay hells, in captain is of captain. For a single lady or lady, £2,000 is enough for her to live a decent life for the rest of her life. A stable annual income of £2,000 would be around £100, £1,000? Audrey blurted out in surprise before replying in a light and cheerful tone, no problem. Should I send it to the previous address? From Miss Justice's tone, she seems to think it's very cheap. Klein didn't let his gaze shift over. Alger remained silent for more than 20 seconds before saying, yes. Send it to the Warrior and the Sea Bar, Pelican Street, Pritz Harbour's White Rose Borough. Give it to the boss, Williams. Tell him that the captain wants it. All right. Audrey leaned back slightly and posed as a spectator. Mr. the Hanging Man, you may begin. Alger glanced at the fool, deliberated for a moment, and slowly said, let's start with the Moses Ascetic Order. It's the earliest secret organization. Of course, many people believe that the earliest secret organizations should be the Church of the Evernite Goddess, the Church of Mother Earth, and the Church of the God of Combat. These people must be members of the Church of the Lord of Storms, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, or the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, Audrey retorted sullenly. The Church of the Goddess is the earliest secret organization. This was the first time Klein had heard of such a theory. What exactly happened in the Fourth Epoch or the Third Epoch? Alger smiled and said, these truths have long been buried in ancient history. The only thing that can be confirmed is that no one has ever said that the Church of the Lord of Storms, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom were once secret organizations. All right, let's save time and get back to the topic at hand. The Moses Ascetic Order was first established by a few humans who saw the blasphemy slate. They believed in an impersonal deity known as the Hidden Sage. This is described as a deity, but it's closer to a concept, a natural law. For example, all things are numeric, and the Hidden Sage is the embodiment of numeric. For example, knowledge is supreme, and the Hidden Sage is knowledge itself. Therefore, in the early days, the Moses Ascetic Order was a very respected organization. They had a good relationship with the various churches. The members of this organization use ascetic cultivation to resist losing control and resolve the remnant effects of the potion. They also strictly keep it a secret and adhere to morality and precepts. They believe that people will constantly reincarnate after death. The sequence 9 they control is called Mystery Prior. The term warlock also came from this organization. Audrey savored the description of the Hanging Man and asked sharply, you said that the Moses Ascetic Order was a very respected organization in the early days. Are they not now? Alger nodded indiscernibly. Yes, they have already degenerated into an evil organization. Why? I think their concept is very good. It's very normal. Audrey expressed her puzzlement. This was also what puzzled Klein. The information he had access to with his security clearance did not record the reason for the Moses Ascetic Order's degeneration. Alger looked at the unfathomable and silent fool and tersely acknowledged, I'm not sure of the true reason. It might have been completely covered by the dust of history, but I know a shocking explanation. In that explanation, the main reason for the Moses Ascetic Order's degeneration is that the god they believe in, which is the Hidden Sage, came alive. He became a personified evil god. Came alive? How? How did he come back to life? Audrey asked in an inconceivable and incomprehensible tone. She had unknowingly exited her spectator state. It's just like a ghost story. Furthermore, that ghost is a deity. Klein's heart stirred up a storm. I'm sorry, but no one knows the answer. Alger had wanted to casually say, perhaps Mr. Fool knows, but he resisted the urge. This was because he had already been on the brink of danger once today. Chapter 5, verse 7 of the Book of Storms had a sentence that was still fresh in Alger's memory. Do not test God. Audrey restrained her emotions and did not pursue the matter. She gestured for him to continue. Klein maintained his sitting posture and maintained his silence. He verified the contents of the hanged man's description with what he knew. In the end, he realized that there were 4 points that he needed to pay attention to. First, the Demonis sect was also known as the Demonis family in the 4th epoch. Back then, they had few members and relied on bloodline reproduction to maintain themselves. Furthermore, they would kill the fathers of their children and abandon the baby boys. Therefore, all the members were women. Of course, this is what Alger said. There's no way to verify whether it's true or not. Second, the charismatic order, which believes in death, and the Rose School, which likes bloody sacrifices, both originated from the southern continent. After the colonial era, they were nearly wiped out by the Seven Gods Church, but as a result, they spread to the northern continent. Third, the psychological alchemy is similar to the early Moses ascetic order. They believe in an impersonal existence and believe that the human spirit can transform everything. Fourth, the secret order is the organization with the lowest activity frequency among all the secret organizations. Therefore, they are the least understood by others. Every time they appear, they seem to be pursuing something or searching for something. Pursuing what? Searching for what? Klein suddenly thought of the diary he had just read. The leader of the secret order, Zaratul, was working with Roselle in order to obtain a relic of the Antigonus family. And their appearance this time is to retrieve the lost notebook, the Antigonus family's notebook. Klein narrowed his eyes, feeling as though he had grasped the core of the secret order's actions. They are after the relic of the Antigonus family. Klein resisted the urge to tap the edge of the table as thoughts ran through his mind. They are searching for traces of the Antigonus family? If I want to obtain the clown potion formula from the secret order, this is where I need to start. After exchanging information, Klein announced the end of the gathering. By your will. Audrey and Alger stood up at the same time. After severing the connection and seeing their figures shatter and vanish, Klein rubbed his glabella and attempted to imagine a Smurf account. Just as he had this thought, he saw a figure appear at the bottom of the long bronze table. The figure was wearing a black tuxedo and a half-top hat. Its expression was blank, and its actions were stiff. Even with the illusory grey fog enveloping it, it was obvious that something was wrong with it. This won't do. Klein experimented a few more times before sighing and giving up on the idea of creating a Smurf account. He tried other things before continuing to sit above the grey fog, at the head of the long bronze table. He considered what Audrey had said before casting his gaze curiously at the illusory, crimson stars. After a moment of silence, Klein began to respond to the prayers instead of establishing a connection to the stars. Amidst the silence and tranquility, he didn't obtain any information from the dozen or so crimson stars nearby. Only by establishing a connection and pulling the person above the grey fog can I respond. Klein nodded in thought, feeling a little disappointed. He didn't wish to go against the wishes of others and forcefully pull them into this mysterious space. Klein began preparing to leave, but out of habit, he came into contact with a nearby illusory star. At that moment, he suddenly felt a weak and inconspicuous prayer in the crimson. Chapter 95. Prayer. Klein's mind jolted. Using the method he had used to spy on the hanging man, he allowed his spirituality to spread out and touch the crimson blob. A blurry and distorted scene immediately appeared in front of him. He could vaguely see a brownish-haired youth kneeling on the ground, facing a pure crystal ball. The youth was wearing tight black clothes that were completely different from the fashion trends in the Kingdom of Ruin. It was also very different from the traditional clothes of the Faesac Empire, the Republic of Intis, and other foreign countries that Klein had seen in magazines. His surroundings were dark, and the tables and chairs were old. From time to time, they would be illuminated by light, but Klein couldn't hear the rumbling of thunder or the dripping of rain. In the scene, The youth's hands were clasped against his forehead. His body was bowed forward, and he was constantly praying for something. His thick voice buzzed in Klein's ears. Klein listened attentively, but he discovered an awkward fact. He couldn't understand what the youth was saying. It was a language he had never come into contact with before. As the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, I actually don't know a foreign language. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. Indignantly, he carefully tried to distinguish it for a while. He was even more serious than when he was taking an English listening test. As he listened, he gradually realized a problem. Although the youth's language wasn't one of the languages he had learned, it was very close to ancient Fasak. There were signs of similarities. Father. Mother. These two words should mean this, right? It's very similar to ancient Fasak, but there are certain differences. Klein frowned and fell into deep thought. Ancient Fasak is the common language of humans in the Fourth Epoch. It's the source of all modern languages, and it's also gradually changing. I have no way of confirming it now. He listened again and again, and from the grammatical structure, he eliminated contemporary languages like Ruan, Fasak, and Intis. Is it a variation of ancient Fasak in its long history? Like the words written in the Antigonus family's notebook? Klein wrapped his fingers on the edge of the long bronze table and nodded indiscernibly. There's another possibility. Ancient Fasak didn't appear out of thin air. It evolved from the language of the giants. The Fasak Empire in the north has always claimed that its citizens have the blood of the giants. This might be the language of the giants from ancient times. At this point, Klein, who lacked knowledge, could only pause and retract his spirituality. He no longer watched or listened. He didn't plan on immediately pulling the praying youth up above the grey fog. He wanted to figure out what he was talking about first. Of course, before that, he would often observe and perform basic tests. Phew. Klein exhaled and leaned back in the magnificent temple of grey mist. He wrapped his spirituality around himself and simulated the feeling of falling. After reviewing Roselle's diary, Klein changed into his formal attire and headed for the divination club. He still chose to take the public carriage despite having his salary doubled. However, he extravagantly attended to Mrs. Wendy's business and spent 1.5 pence to buy a cup of sweet iced tea to ward off the afternoon heat. When he arrived at House Street, Klein threw the paper cup into the trash can and walked to the second floor. Before entering, he pinched his glabella and activated his spirit vision ahead of time. Just as he stepped into the reception hall, Klein immediately felt a faint sense of sorrow. The beautiful receptionist, Angelica, sat there. Her gaze was unfocused and there was a hint of redness in her eyes. Sorrow will eventually pass. Klein came in front of Angelica and said gently and calmly. Angelica suddenly looked up and muttered in a daze, "Mr. Moretti, soon." She snapped out of her daze and asked in surprise, "Why you know about Mr. Vincent?" "Ah, right. I forgot that you're an outstanding fortune teller." "Ah, right. I forgot that you're an outstanding fortune teller." Klein went along with her and sighed. "I can only divine a vague situation. What exactly happened to Mr. Vincent?" "Boss told us that Mr. Vincent suffered a heart attack in his sleep and passed away peacefully." As Angelica spoke, she sounded like she was on the verge of tears. "He was a kind, polite, and true gentleman. He was the spiritual mentor of many members. He was still so young. I'm sorry for making you even sadder." Klein didn't console her further as he slowly walked to the meeting room. Angelica took out a handkerchief and wiped her eyes and nose. Then, she looked at Klein's back and raised her voice. "Mr. Moretti, what would you like to drink?" "Black tea." Compared to coffee, Klein preferred it, even though he didn't think much of it. In comparison, he preferred ginger beer and sweet iced tea. However, as a gentleman, he shouldn't act like a child in a formal setting. Because it was Monday, there were only 5 or 6 members in the meeting room. In Klein's spirit vision, they all had different emotions. Some were truly sad, some were slightly gloomy, and some seemed to be unaffected. It's all very normal, a normal reaction. Klein nodded indiscernibly. He held his cane and found a random spot. Just as he was about to deactivate his spirit vision, he saw Angelica enter and walk towards him. "Mr. Moretti, there's a customer looking for you." "Oh, it's the one from last time," the beautiful lady said with a suppressed voice. "You still remember him?" Klein asked with a smile. "Yes, I wonder if that man bought the magical medicine according to my instructions. I wonder if he still needs surgery." Angelica pursed her lips. "He's the only person who's willing to wait an afternoon at the club." Klein held his cane, stood up, and walked out without a word. In the reception hall, he saw the man who had come for his divination previously. He also saw that the aura around his liver had returned to normal. His overall coordination was the same. "Congratulations. The taste of health is wonderful." Klein smiled as he extended his hand. Bogda was taken aback at first before he reached out with both hands and grabbed Klein's right palm. "Mr. Moretti, you can indeed see my condition." "Yes, I've recovered. The doctor has asked me again and again, checked me again and again, but he still can't believe that I've recovered just like that." As he listened to Bogda's ecstatic recount, Klein calmly confirmed one thing. The apothecary from Lawson Folk Herb Store was definitely a beyonder. He had seen the severity of the man's liver disease with his own eyes. For him to be cured in a few days had already exceeded the limits of herbal medicine and medical skills. Only a beyonder could explain it. Coupled with Glacé's matter, there was only one answer left. "I want to repent to God. I actually doubted you, doubted that magical apothecary." Bogda refused to let go of Klein's hand as he nagged on to express his shame and gratitude. "That £10 was well spent. It bought my life back." "What? £10? You spent £10 for the magical medicine? And the divination fee you gave me was only 8 pence. Only 8 pence, 8 pence. Klein nearly froze when he heard that. At that moment, Bogda released his hands and took a step back with a beaming smile. He bowed respectfully. "I'm here today to express my gratitude. Thank you, Master Moretti. You pointed me in the right direction and saved my life. This is the result you paid for the divination. There's no need to thank anyone." Klein raised his head slightly and looked at the boundary between the wall and the ceiling in a melancholy manner. He answered in the manner of a charlatan. "You are a true seer," Bogda praised. "I'll be heading to Vlad Street to thank that apothecary and buy the medicine he recommended." "Haven't you already recovered?" Klein hid his surprise very well. Bogda surveyed his surroundings. Seeing that the beautiful receptionist wasn't paying attention to him, he chuckled. "That's an herb with mummy powder added. It can be brewed into medicine that both men and women will be satisfied with. I didn't believe that apothecary in the past, but now I have no doubts. There's such a medicine." For a moment, Klein felt that the apothecary was a cheat. He suspected that he had pushed the gentleman in front of him into a pit of fire. He scrutinized Bogda a few times and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the color of his aura. "Mummy powder?" Klein cautiously grabbed onto a word and asked. "Yes, mummy powder. I've asked a friend. He said that the nobles of Beekland have been frantically pursuing this item. This powder ground from mummies allows a man to perform perfectly in bed. Although it's disgusting and sounds filthy, it's truly made for nobles." Bogda explained in detail, his eyes filled with urgency. "Mummies? Mummies made from corpses? Powder ground from them?" Klein was flabbergasted and nearly vomited at Bogda. "Those nobles sure know how to play." Just as he was about to dissuade him, Glacé, who had a lung disease, happened to enter the shop and heard the rest of Bogda's description. "Yes, it's very effective. I recommend you to go to Lawson's Folk Herb Pharmacy on Vlad Street. Mr. Lawson's secret formula is very effective." Glacé took off his monocle and leaned over with interest. He lowered his voice and recommended, "My experience was very, very, very perfect. You know about it too?" "I was just about to go to Mr. Lawson's Folk Herb Pharmacy." Bogda was completely relieved. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he eagerly left the divination club. As for Klein, he was still in a daze. At 5:20 in the afternoon, he put on his half-top hat, picked up his silver-inlaid black cane, and took a car to Vlad Street. He planned to secretly observe the apothecary named Lawson Darkwade before deciding if he should report it to the captain. 18 Vlad Street. Klein stood outside the herb shop and saw that the door was tightly shut and that there was a sale notice pasted on it. Very vigilant. He muttered to himself. This way, he wouldn't need to be placed in a difficult position or observe. Chapter 96. The next morning, a fully recovered Klein walked into the Blackthorn Security Company with steady steps. Good morning, Klein. The weather today is very cool. I'm looking forward to the feast tonight. Roshan, who was wearing a light green dress, stood behind the reception desk and greeted him with a smile. Klein deliberately rubbed his belly. Miss Roshan, you shouldn't be discussing such topics at this time. I'm starting to get tired of today's pending mission. I only wish that night would come earlier. Me too. Roshan chuckled. She looked around and gestured for Klein to come closer. Then, she suppressed her voice and said she lowered her voice and said, I saw Madame Daly just now. Spirit medium Daly? Klein asked in surprise. The most famous spirit medium in Awar County had always lived in Enmat Harbor, which wasn't too close to Tingen. Yes. Roshan nodded vigorously. But she has already left. Ah, she is the ideal beyonder in my heart. If I could become a spirit medium, I would leave Tingen and travel the world alone. I would go to Intis, Faisak, Fainapota, the southern continent, the plains, the Primeval forests, and the snowy plains. Miss, understand the rules and regulations of the Nighthawks. Klein shook his head in amusement. Even if it's Madame Daly, if she wants to leave Enmat Port, she needs to apply and get permission. I know, but you can't remind me at this time and shatter my fantasies. Roseanne said angrily. In fact, it's impossible for me to become a beyonder. It's too dangerous. I don't know when I'll die. In my opinion, the so-called beyonders turn themselves into monsters in order to fight them. Archbishop Channies once said that we are guardians, but also a bunch of pitiful wretches who are constantly fighting against danger and madness. Klein sighed as he answered the words that left a deep impression on him. In order to fight against the abyss, we have to endure the corruption of the abyss. The two fell silent for a moment. Roshan was the first to recover. She gestured towards the partition. Captain wants you to look for him as soon as you arrive. Okay. Klein took his hat and cane, passed through the partition, knocked on the door, and entered Dunn's office. The middle-aged gentleman with deep grey eyes and a high hairline put down his coffee cup and smiled. Daly was here. It's not surprising because Roshan told me about it in advance, Klein replied with a smile. Dunn didn't mind his humour. He sighed and said, Daly has been transferred to the Beekland Diocese. That's the most prosperous and crowded city in the world. It also has the most beyonders and opportunities. She has a higher chance of becoming an archbishop or a high-ranking deacon than me. Why? Klein sat up straight and asked in confusion. Dunn pondered for more than 10 seconds. She has a unique talent when it comes to grasping and excavating sequence potions. I previously told you that the internal rules of the Nighthawks are that if you want to consume the potion of the next sequence, you have to wait 3 years and undergo a strict examination to prevent losing control. But normally, 3 years isn't enough. I used 3 years to go from sleepless to midnight poet, and 9 years to go from midnight poet to nightmare. A total of 9 years. And from nightmare to sequence 6, I've already spent 3 years. I have no idea how many more years I'll need. When our bodies grow old and our spirits begin to decline, even if we manage to overcome the hidden dangers, we shouldn't attempt to advance anymore, because the risk of losing control is so high that no one is willing to take the risk. As for Daly and I, we are different from most beyonders. After she became a corpse collector, she submitted a special application a year later, hoping to immediately consume the subsequent potion. To everyone's surprise, she successfully passed the more stringent examination and obtained the Gravedigger potion. She only took a year to go from Gravedigger to Spirit Medium. This is only her 5th year as a Beyonder. She's only 24 years old. She's still young enough and has plenty of opportunities. On the surface, she's the most famous spirit medium in Awar County, but in fact, she's a real spirit medium. Isn't this acting? Old Neil seems to have mentioned that Madame Daly has similar tendencies. Klein felt that he had grasped the core factor behind Daly's rapid advancement as a spirit medium. Captain, you're still young enough. You're only in your 30s. Klein consoled Dunn and added inwardly, it's just that your memory is a little bad. Dunn drank a mouthful of coffee and shook his head with a wry smile. Why don't you ask Maram Daly for advice on how to grasp and excavate the sequence potion? Klein deliberately asked. Dunn put down his coffee cup and rubbed his eyebrows. She wants me to become a real nightmare. I don't know what that means. Acting as a nightmare. Man, a nightmare makes me feel evil. Klein frowned slightly and fell silent for a moment. At this moment, Dunn took out his pipe and took a whiff. I discussed with Daly that the seer potion's follow-up is clown. Without considering the possibility of the secret order deliberately deceiving you, she raised an interesting guess. What guess? Klein's eyes lit up as he asked anxiously. He had once used divination to verify if clown was the follow-up potion for seer, and he had obtained a vague answer that was closer to a definite direction. Dunn's deep grey eyes glanced at him as he said in thought, normal sequence pathways have a progressive relationship. Normal sequence pathways have a progressive relationship. They follow a common point and advance in a domain. For example, sleepless, midnight poet, and nightmare. Clearly, they are related to the Evernight, as well as the sleep and tranquility derived from the Evernight. I can imagine that it will be the same in the future, but it will be more powerful and involve a wider range of factors. There might be elements like concealment, disaster, horror, and the crimson moon. Some sequence pathways don't appear to be like that on the surface, but upon careful analysis, one can still discover similarities. For example, assassin and instigator. The similarities they share are that they bring calamity, pain, sorrow, and despair to others. The later sequences should also conform to this pattern. Klein listened attentively and took the initiative to ask, but the seer and clown don't have such a relationship. Yes. Dunn nodded slightly and said, Daly believes that there might be another sequence pathway that has a relationship. After all, we don't know enough. He paused for a moment before continuing. Daly said that in a similar pathway, the low and mid-sequence potions will provide the Beyonder with a brand new ability that doesn't seem to have anything to do with the one before. At a certain stage of qualitative change, these abilities will mix together and evolve into an abnormally powerful job that includes them. In other words, it's not progressive, but a relationship of decomposition and combination. Seeing that Klein was a little confused, Dunn raised his right hand and said, normal sequence pathways are progressive. The normal sequence pathway is progressive, just like everyone's body. Starting from a young age, they grow taller bit by bit, becoming stronger, heavier, and more mature. And special sequence pathways are like this. Upon saying this, Dunn curled his thumb. This is sequence 9. Then, he curled his index finger. This is sequence 8. Following that, he slowly curled his remaining fingers one by one. Each finger is independent of each other. It doesn't seem to be related, but in the end. When he said the word in the end, Dunn's 5 fingers were all curled into a hard fist. I understand. Klein was enlightened, agreeing with Maram Daly's guess and the captain's analogy. Maybe that's really the case. He nodded thoughtfully. Sequence 8 Clown is completely different from Sequence 9 Seer. It has a brand new ability, and according to the Nighthawk's internal information, the corresponding Sequence 7 and Sequence 8 Clown don't have any similarities. After a moment of silence, Klein pressed curiously. At what stage will different abilities combine and undergo a qualitative change? Dunn took a sip of his coffee and chuckled. Daly and I guessed that it's Sequence 4. Why? Klein blurted out. Because according to the Church's classification of sequence pathways, Sequence 4 is the starting point for a high sequence. It is said that it will bring about a qualitative change in one's life and mind. In ancient times, in the 4th epoch, Sequence 4 Beyonders were qualified to be called demigods. Unfortunately, in modern times, such Beyonders are very, very rare, Dunn said wistfully. Sequence 4 to Sequence 1 are high sequence Beyonders, then what are the low sequences? Klein asked with interest. Sequence 9, Sequence 8, and Sequence 7 were low sequences 1,000 years ago, but in recent centuries, the scarcity of Beyonders has caused the various churches to view Sequence 7 as a medium sequence. Dunn gave a self-deprecating laugh. Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 are low sequences, sequence 7, sequence 6, and sequence 5 are medium sequences, and sequence 4 and above are high sequences. Klein repeated it in his heart, unable to help but feel a little yearning. Roselle the Great is a high sequence beyonder. However, the higher the sequence, the greater the risk of losing control. Klein thought with fear. He pretended to ask another question casually. What's the name of the sequence 4 potion of the Church of the Goddess? In fact, I'm not sure. My security clearance doesn't allow me to access the corresponding information. I'll only be able to read it when I become a diocese bishop or a Nighthawk deacon. Dunn shook his head and said with a smile, in fact, at least half of the 13 archbishops and 9 high-ranking deacons at the top of the church are below sequence 4. Yes, what I said is more optimistic. The previously wanted archbishop, Ince Zangwill, lost control after failing to advance to sequence 4. The one who took away sealed artifact 0-08? His potion's name seems to be Gatekeeper. Klein thought for a moment and probed, is sequence 5 of the Sleepless Pathway Gatekeeper? No, that's the Spirit Medium Pathway. When you reach sequence 7 and become a bishop or a captain of a Nighthawk team, you'll be able to see the corresponding information. Gatekeeper is a sequence 5 of the Spirit Medium Pathway? Does it mean that he's guarding the gates to hell? Or is he guarding the gates to the spirit world? Klein thought with some guesses. All right, go look for old Neil and continue your studies. Dunn smiled and said, don't forget about the feast tonight. It's at Old Will Restaurant. I've already made a reservation. This time, I'll officially introduce you to the other Nighthawks. All right, I've already prepared the cash. Klein forced the corners of his mouth to curl up. No, there's no need. Have you forgotten that we have an additional allowance? It's for you to complete the mission, Dunn said with a wave of his hand. Klein was taken aback for a moment before he said with a beaming smile, all right, Captain. He turned around and walked to the door as he began to count in his heart. 3, 2, 1. Hey, Captain didn't stop me. Klein counted one for a long time and was surprised to find that Captain Dunn Smith hadn't forgotten something that needed to be added. Miracle, he silently evaluated in his heart. In the armory, old Neil glanced at the happy Klein and said, don't think about the feast tonight. Don't think about tonight's feast. You still have many things to learn, such as more ritualistic magic, ancient Hermes, draconic, elvish, and so on. By the way, you have to practice combat with teacher for at least 2 hours every afternoon, apart from your rest days. Combat. Captain didn't mention it just now. Klein was shocked. Old Neil nodded and answered without hesitation. Chapter 97. 2:00 in the afternoon, in the suburbs of Northborough, outside a quaint 2-story house that had been in disrepair for years. Klein, who was dressed in a probationary inspector's uniform, looked at the overgrown garden and the walls that were covered in plants. He turned his head in surprise and said, my martial arts teacher lives here? A Grandmaster of Combat chosen by the Nighthawks must be outstanding. Leonard Mitchell, who had led him over, chuckled and said, don't underestimate Mr. Garwin because of his living environment. Don't underestimate Mr. Garwin just because of his living environment. Although he didn't get a title in the end, he was still a real knight. Having said that, the Nighthawk, who was casually dressed in a white shirt, black trousers, and buttonless leather boots, suddenly felt melancholy. He was active in the last glorious era of the knights. Those warriors wearing chest armor would charge at the guns and cannons in a frenzy, destroying their opponents and flattening the front lines. Unfortunately, they soon ushered in the invention and production of high-pressure steam rifles and 6-barreled machine guns. From then on, knights gradually retired from the stage. Mr. Garwin was the same. More than 20 years ago, the Awar Knights he was in encountered the most advanced army of the Republic of Intes. Sigh, every time I think of this, I feel like I've touched the dust of history. I'm shocked by the vicissitudes and fate that can't be reversed. There's a poem brewing in my heart, but I don't know how to write poetry. Then why are you saying so much? Klein pretended not to hear Leonard's self-deprecation and suggested in a serious manner, he suggested seriously, my university classmate told me that writing poetry is something that requires a lot of talent. It's best to start by reading Ruan's early classical poems. Leonard's mood changed on a whim as he replied in a relaxed and cheerful manner, "I've already bought this poetry collection, as well as other books like Roselle's selected poems. I will work hard to become a midnight poet, Mr. Sear." "Is he hinting at acting?" Klein replied as if he didn't understand. "Then you still need books on grammar. All right, let's go in." Leonard reached out and pushed open the half-closed iron gate. He walked along a path wide enough for two people to walk side by side towards the house. Before he got close, Klein saw the front door open, and a tall man walked out. His blonde hair was very short, and there were already signs of white at his temples. The skin on his face had traces of weathering, and the wrinkles on his forehead, crow's feet, and wrinkles on his forehead were deep and obvious. "What are you doing here?" the middle-aged man asked in a deep voice. "Mr. Garwan, according to the contract you signed with the police department, this probationary inspector will learn combat from you," explained Leonard with a smile. "Combat? There is no need to learn how to fight in this era." Garwan looked at Klein with his slightly cloudy eyes and said lifelessly, "You should practice drawing and shooting and master the most advanced weapons." Was he traumatized by the six-barreled machine gun and the high-pressure steam rifle? Klein did not respond rashly. He turned his head to look at Leonard, amused. For the police, fighting is still a subject that must be mastered. Most of the criminals we face aren't demons that must be executed immediately. They might not even have weapons. At times like this, fighting skills are needed, Leonard said as if he was prepared. Garwan was silent for more than 10 seconds with a gloomy face. "Try throwing a punch." He was talking to Klein. Without his cane, Klein recalled the boxing matches he had watched in his previous life. He raised his arm and swung it forward. The corner of Garwan's mouth twitched indiscernibly. He thought for a moment and said, "Kick." Turning his body sideways, Klein tightened his thigh and lashed out with his right leg. "Ahem." Garwan covered his mouth with his hand and coughed lightly. He looked at Leonard and said, "I will abide by the contract. But with his situation, he only needs to come 4 times a week for 3 hours for the first month. You're the combat expert. You decide." Leonard nodded without hesitation and said to Klein with a smile, "See you at dinner." After he walked out of the metal fence, Klein asked curiously, "Teacher, where should I start?" "Teacher, where should I start?" As a qualified keyboard warrior, he knew that footwork in combat was also very important. Garwan's hands hung by his sides as he shook his head lethargically. "What you need most right now is strength training. Do you see that? There are 2 iron dumbbells. They will be your companions for today. In addition, you also need to practice squats, running, and rope skipping. We'll do it in groups." While Klein was in a daze, he suddenly raised his voice and asked majestically, "Understood?" "Understood." At this moment, Klein felt as if he had returned to military training, facing an unreasonable instructor. "Go change your clothes first. There's a knight's training suit on the couch." Garwan suddenly sighed. He turned around with his hands behind his back and walked toward the pair of black dumbbells. 6 o'clock in the evening, a corner of the Old Will restaurant. Other than Fry, who was on duty at Channy's Gate, all the members of the Blackthorn Security Company were present. There were 6 Nighthawks and 5 civilian staff. A white tablecloth was spread quietly on the long table. The waiters brought in plate after plate of food. They cut the food before serving it to each guest. Klein saw a steak with black pepper sauce, bacon, sausage with mashed potatoes, custard, aloe vera, specialty cheese, and amber champagne. However, he had no appetite. He nearly vomited from the afternoon's training. Glancing at the pale and unfocused new Nighthawk, Dunn raised the glass of red wine in front of him and smiled. "Let us welcome our new official member, Klein Moretti." "Cheers." The cold and reserved black-haired lady, Royal Redine, the short and capable Sleepless Kenley White, the unkempt man, Leonard Mitchell, and the white-haired, black-eyed midnight poet, Seeker Tron, all raised their glasses and looked at their new teammate. Klein endured the lingering discomfort from the training, picked up the amber-colored champagne, and stood up. He stood up and said, "Thank you." He clinked glasses with each Nighthawk and downed the remaining champagne. "Isn't our Miss Author going to say something at a time like this?" Dunn looked at Seeker Tron with a smile. Seeker Tron was a lady in her 30s. Her looks were rather ordinary, but she had an outstanding temperament. She was quiet and serene, and with her rare long white hair, she had a unique charm. Klein had heard from old Neil that this midnight poet was an amateur fiction enthusiast. She had attempted to submit articles to newspapers and magazines, but only a few of them had been accepted. Seeker smiled and glanced at Dunn. In order for you to address me as Miss Author to become a reality, Captain, I think you should give me a special fee so that I can publish my own novels. Dunn spread his hands and smiled. You should learn from old Neil and find a more suitable reason. In this aspect, I'm most impressed by Mr. Neil. Roshan swallowed a piece of roasted lamb and chimed in. As the group chatted, Leonard glanced at Klein and chuckled. You're too tired and have no appetite. Can't eat? Yes. Klein sighed. If you haven't touched it, I can help. Leonard looked as though he didn't want to waste food. Klein didn't mind at all and nodded. No problem. Just like that, most of the food in front of him was eaten by Leonard and company. At the end of dinner, the waiters served beef pudding and ice cream. Klein took a bite of the latter and found it cold and sweet. It was especially appetizing. Unknowingly, he finished his blueberry juice ice cream. And because of this, he began to feel hunger in his heart and stomach. It was the body's desire to replenish itself after expending a lot of energy. Swallowing his saliva, Klein looked in front of him and saw that the plates were a mess. There were almost no leftovers. At that moment, Dunn suggested, let's end it here. Let's have one last toast to Klein. Before he could finish his sentence, Klein blurted out, that's right. Captain, can I have another serving of dinner? Upon hearing this request, everyone fell silent for a moment before they laughed softly. Haha, you've finally recovered. No problem, even 2 more will do. Dunn shook his head and laughed. While waiting anxiously and impatiently, Klein heard his stomach growl. Finally, a piece of steak with black pepper sauce that had just been fried was served. The knife and fork danced in the air. Klein, who was on the verge of tears, only took a minute and a half to finish the medium-well food. The fragrance of meat and juice lingered in his mouth. After an unknown period of time, he looked at the empty plates and exhaled in satisfaction. He put down his knife and fork and drank a mouthful of champagne. Waiter, the bill. Dunn turned to the waiter beside him. The waiter first went to the front desk before returning with the bill. He explained in detail, that's right. He explained in detail, you've opened a total of 5 bottles of Desi champagne. Each bottle is 12 soli and 3 pence. A small glass of Southville red wine is 10 pence. Each black pepper steak is 1 soli and 2 pence. Each beef pudding is 6 pence, and each ice cream is 1 soli. That's a total of £5, 9 soli, and 6 pence. £5, 9 soli, and 6 pence. That's almost a week's salary. A restaurant is indeed much more expensive than eating at home. Klein was left speechless when he heard that. He was very glad that the captain had said that he didn't need to treat. He had a small treasury and additional funds. He did some careful calculations and realized that the most expensive part of the dinner was the alcohol. Just 5 bottles of champagne cost more than £3. This is no different from Earth. Klein secretly rubbed his stomach and forced himself to finish the last mouthful of champagne. The next morning, Klein groggily felt his lower abdomen bloating. He turned around in an attempt to get out of bed. Just as he exerted strength, he was immediately jolted awake by the soreness in his muscles. He felt as though his body no longer belonged to him. What a familiar feeling. It's just like the day after I was punished with frog jumping. Today's my day off, and I still have to visit my mentor to see if I can borrow the monograph on the main peak of the Hornaces from the university library. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he struggled to move outside. With every step he took, he felt like drawing a cold breath. Chapter 98. Faced with his sister's question, Klein could only smile bitterly. Muscle soreness. He originally believed that consuming the sequence potion and becoming a Beyonder would more or less improve his physique, but the cruel reality told him that the skills of a seer were all focused on spirituality, psyche, intuition, and interpretation. It didn't allow him to quickly adapt to combat training. As for the original Klein, he had been focused on his studies for many years and had suffered from malnutrition, causing his physique to always be below average. It was rather normal for him to have such a sequela today. Muscle soreness. I remember you came back after dinner last night and didn't do anything else. Could alcohol cause muscle soreness? Melissa inquired probingly. Could it be that alcohol causes muscle soreness? Sis, that question of yours really makes one's thoughts go astray. Klein laughed dryly and said, No, it has nothing to do with alcohol. No, it has nothing to do with alcohol. It happened yesterday afternoon. I joined the company's combat training. Combat. Melissa was even more surprised. Klein quickly organized his words and said, It's like this. I thought that, as a consultant of a security company's history and cultural relics, I can't stay in the office forever, staying in the warehouse at the dock. Perhaps there will be a day in the future when I need to go to the countryside with them, to the ancient castle, to the original location of the cultural relics. On the way, I will climb mountains, cross rivers, and walk many, many roads. I will have to undergo all kinds of tests from nature. This requires a healthy body. So you joined the combat training to improve your physique? Melissa understood what her brother meant. Yes. Klein gave an affirmative answer. Melissa frowned slightly. But that's not gentlemanly. Don't you always hold yourself to the standards of a professor? A professor only needs to read the literature, consider difficult problems, and be gentle and gentlemanly. Of course, I'm not saying that's not good. I like men who can solve problems by themselves, whether they use their muscles or their brains. Klein smiled and said, No, no, no. No, no, no. Melissa, you have misunderstood the definition of a professor. A real professor can communicate with people in a gentle and polite manner, and they can also use physics to persuade the other party when communication is blocked. The way of physics. Melissa didn't react for a moment, but she quickly understood what her brother was trying to say. She couldn't find the words to refute. Klein didn't say anything more. He moved his legs with difficulty and moved to the bathroom. Melissa stood there and watched for a few seconds. Suddenly, she shook her head and chased after him. Do you need my help? She made a gesture to support him. No, there's no need. I was just putting on a show. Klein felt insulted. He straightened his back and walked normally. Watching her brother walk into the bathroom with steady steps and close the door, Melissa pursed her lips and mumbled softly, Don't worry. Klein is getting more and more boastful. I thought his muscle soreness was really that serious. In the bathroom, Klein stood behind the closed door. His face suddenly contorted. Ouch, ouch, ouch. He held his breath and tensed his body for a full 7 to 8 seconds. It wasn't until he went downstairs with difficulty, finished his breakfast, and watched Barnson and Melissa leave that he felt less sore. After resting for a while, Klein picked up his cane, put on his top hat, and slowly walked out to the tracked public carriage stop. Koei University during the summer holidays was filled with trees, flowers, and birds. It was peaceful and quiet. After walking along the river for a while, Klein turned into the road that led to the history department. He found the old 3-story grey stone building and found his mentor, Cohen Quentin's office. He knocked on the door and was surprised to see Instructor Aztec sitting in his mentor's seat. Good morning, Mr. Aztec. Where's my mentor? We agreed to meet at 10 in the letter, Klein asked, puzzled. Cohen Quentin's good friend, Instructor Aztec, who often argued with him over academic issues, smiled and said, Cohen had a meeting at the last minute and went to Tingen University. Cohen has a meeting at the last minute. He went to Tingen University and asked me to wait for you here. He had bronze skin, a medium build, black hair, brown eyes, and soft facial features. There was an indescribable sense of vicissitudes in his eyes, and beneath his right ear was a tiny mole that would not be noticed if one did not look carefully. After explaining the reason, Aztec suddenly frowned and took a closer look at Klein. Is there anything inappropriate about me? Klein sized up his attire in a daze. A tuxedo, black vest, white shirt, black bow tie, dark-colored trousers, and unbuttoned leather boots. It's very normal. Aztec relaxed his brows and chuckled. Don't mind me. I just suddenly realized that you look a lot more spirited than before. You look more like a gentleman now. Thank you for your compliment. Klein accepted it calmly and asked, Mr. Aztec, did you find research on the Hornacis main peak's ancient ruins in the school library? Yes, with my help. Aztec smiled gently as he pulled open a drawer and took out a book with a grey cover. You are no longer a student of Koei University, so you can only read it here. You can't take it away. All right. Klein received the academic monograph with a tinge of trepidation amidst his joy. The design of the book was completely in line with the current trends. The front and back covers were made of hard paper, and the patterns were pictures. They formed an abstract image of the Hornacis main peak. Klein glanced at it and found a seat. He flipped open the book and read it line by line. He was engrossed in it when he suddenly realized that there was a cup of coffee beside him. The aroma was rich and mellow. Add your own sugar and milk. Aztec put down the silver tray and pointed at the milk jug and sugar box. Thank you. Klein nodded gratefully. He casually added 3 sugar cubes and a spoonful of milk before continuing to read without tasting the food. Research on the Hornacis main peak's ancient ruins wasn't a thick book. When it was close to noon, Klein finished reading it and grasped a few points that he needed to take note of. First, the settlements on the Hornacis main peak and the surrounding region have clearly formed a civilization. There is an ancient nation there. Second, from the murals, their appearances are no different from humans. They can be considered humans. Third, they respect and fear the Dark Knight. As such, they personify a deity and believe in it. They call this deity the ruler of the night, the mother of the heavens. Fourth, the strangest thing is that there are no tombs of this nation in the entire region. It gives people the strange illusion that their citizens don't need to be buried, and that they might not even die. This contradicts the contents of the murals. In the murals, the citizens of this nation believe that death isn't the end. They believe that their deceased relatives will protect them in the dark night. Therefore, they leave their deceased relatives at home, on their bed, by their pillow for 3 days. After that, the murals end here. It doesn't involve the part about burial. Klein drank a mouthful of coffee and continued writing his thoughts in his notebook. Mother of the Heavens, Mother of the Heavens. That's a very lofty title. And the ruler of the night clearly overlaps with the Evernight goddess. Is this the source of the contradiction? In the ancient ruins on the Hornacis main peak and the surrounding region, all the displays and decorations are perfectly preserved. The murals don't show any signs of damage. Before it was discovered, this place didn't seem to have been disturbed at all. There are dining plates on the table, and there are signs of rotting. In some of the rooms, there are half-filled bottles of wine that have almost turned to water. What about the citizens of this nation? They seem to have left their homes in a hurry. They didn't pack anything and didn't return after that. Thinking back to the fact that there are no tombs, it's even stranger. The author, Mr. Joseph, also mentioned that when he first discovered these ruins, he even believed that the citizens here had instantly evaporated. Klein stopped writing and cast his gaze at an illustration. It was a black-and-white photo taken by John Joseph with a new camera during his 3rd trip to the Hornacis main peak. In the photo, the palace was towering with collapsed walls and overgrown weeds. The style was majestic. When he flipped to the photo, Klein instantly recalled the palace he saw in his dream. The style of the two was similar, but the one he dreamed of was located at the peak. It was more majestic, and there was a gigantic chair that didn't seem to belong to a human sitting at the top. There were countless transparent maggots huddled together as they slowly squirmed. It can be confirmed that my dream is related to the ancient ruins on the Hornacis main peak. That should be the nation of the Evernight mentioned in the Antigonus family's notebook. Klein nodded indiscernibly and closed the book. At this moment, Aztec sat opposite him and touched the inconspicuous mole beneath his right ear. How was it? Did you find anything? Quite a lot. Look, I took many pages of notes. Klein pointed at the table and smiled. I don't understand why you're suddenly interested in this. Aztec sighed and said, Klein, when I was a university student in Beekland, I came into contact with some divination stuff. I've done some research in this area. Yes, I found that your fate is not in harmony. What? Divination? Talking to me about divination? As a seer, Klein looked at instructor Aztec in amusement. What's the incongruity? Aztec thought for a moment. Have you encountered many coincidences in the past 2 months? A coincidence? Because he had received a favor from Mr. Aztec, Klein did not reject the other party's question. He subconsciously began to recall. If we were to talk about coincidences, the most obvious one was when we were chasing the kidnappers. We actually found clues to the Antigonus family's notebook that had been missing for several days opposite the room they were hiding in. Also, Ray Bieber didn't escape Tingen, but he hurriedly found a place to digest the power bestowed by the notebook, allowing sealed artifact 2049 to easily track his whereabouts. This is a little illogical. Although Mr. Ayer Hassan's explanation is correct, I still feel that it's a coincidence. Yes, after Selena peeked at Hannes Vincent's secret incantation, she endured it all the way until the birthday banquet. I happened to discover it, which is also a bit of a coincidence. Otherwise, Hannes Vincent wouldn't have died so suddenly. Klein thought seriously for a few minutes and said, there are 3. Not too many, and not too often. Also, I can't find any signs of interference or guidance from others. Aztec nodded slightly. Roselle the Great once said that anyone can encounter a coincidence that only happens once. 2 is considered normal, but a third has to be considered as an internal factor guiding it. Can you tell anything? Klein probed. Aztec chuckled and shook his head. I can only tell that there's something incongruous. I can't tell anything else. You have to know that I'm not a real seer. Doesn't that mean I didn't say anything? Mr. Aztec is a little strange. He's acting like a charlatan in front of a charlatan like me. Klein exhaled. Taking the opportunity when Aztec got up, he pinched his glabella and activated his spirit vision. At a glance, Aztec's aura was reflected in his eyes. It was normal in every way. Chapter 99. In the afternoon, Klein returned home and drew the curtains, casting his bedroom in darkness. He took out a pen and paper, and after some thought, he finally wrote down a sentence. Elliot's kidnapping was guided by supernatural factors. As a seer, Klein had previously divined whether the few coincidences had unnatural developments, but it turned out that he had been overthinking things. This time, under the influence of instructor Aztec, he took this problem seriously. He learned from the suited clown's lesson and carefully designed the divination statement. From the beginning, he eliminated vague and confusing descriptions. I'll break down the 3 coincidences and divine each one. Klein nodded thoughtfully and slowly took out the topaz pendant from his sleeve. He held the spirit pendulum with his left hand and let the pendant dangle over the divination statement on the paper, nearly touching it. Focusing his mind and entering cogitation, Klein closed his eyes and began to recite the words. Elliot's kidnapping was guided by supernatural factors. Over and over again, he opened his eyes and looked at the spirit pendulum. He saw that the topaz pendant was spinning slightly counterclockwise. Still negative. Klein muttered. He redesigned the divination statement a few more times, but the outcome was still the same. There was no coincidence in the matter. He also divined the matter of Ray Bieber's stay in Tingen and the matter of Selena's magic mirror divination, but the answer he received was normal. As a real seer, I've been fooled by a fake charlatan like Mr. Aztec. Besides, Captain and the others didn't find anything strange. Klein shook his head in amusement, but he still remained cautious and prepared to use dream divination to make a final confirmation. After some thought, he changed the divination statement to suit a different method. The true cause of Elliot's kidnapping. As he wrote with his pen, Klein paused from time to time as he deliberated over his words. After reading it a few times, he tore off the piece of paper, got up, walked to his bed, and lay down. With the divination statement in hand, Klein quickly fell asleep with the help of cogitation. In a blurry, distorted, and fragmented world, he regained some of his senses and wandered around in a daze. Gradually, he saw the kidnappers. He saw them lose their last chip at the gambling table, saw them obtain guns from underground channels, saw them scout locations a few times, and temporarily rent the house opposite Ray Bieber's house as a hideout. All of this was incoherent. It was a flash of images, but Klein couldn't find anything amiss. Furthermore, it matched the confession of the kidnappers. After exiting the dream, he divined the other two matters, but the results were the same. The development was in line with the law. A coincidence was really just a coincidence. I was indeed overthinking things. Mr. Azik is just a divination enthusiast. Klein held the pendulum firmly as he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to open the curtains and let the afternoon sun shine into the bedroom, his fingertips suddenly stopped here. From the original owner's impression, Instructor Aztec is a steady, reliable, and trustworthy gentleman. He almost never says anything without basis. Even if he often argues with his tutor, it's limited to academic issues. Each has their own reasons. If he's just a pure divination enthusiast, he wouldn't communicate with me in this way. Furthermore, the original owner doesn't even remember that he likes divination. Of course, it could also be that the corresponding memory fragments are missing. Klein frowned. He still felt uneasy and wanted to find a way to confirm it. He suspected that Mr. Aztec had accidentally found out some insider information, so he used divination as an excuse to remind himself. What should I do to confirm it? Klein paced back and forth in the dark bedroom where he could barely see the words in the book as he recalled the other divination techniques he knew. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He suddenly stopped as he came up with an idea. Let's assume that there's a problem with the coincidence, that I can't divine it because my sequence isn't high enough and that I've been interfered with by external factors. Then, I can change the environment, one that's even more mysterious and incomprehensible than these matters. Klein perked up as he pulled open the drawer and took out a silver knife. Then, he gathered his psyche and allowed spirituality to flow out from the tip of the silver dagger, merging with the surrounding nature. As he walked, the wall of spirituality gradually sealed the entire bedroom. Klein's plan was to go above the grey fog for a divination, to the mysterious world. Above the boundless and hazy greyish-white fog, in the majestic ancient temple. Klein's figure sat at the end of the long bronze table. In front of him was a goatskin parchment that had just conjured. He picked up the fountain pen and wrote the divination statement according to his previous attempt. Elliot's kidnapping was guided by supernatural factors. With the spirit pendulum in hand and the pendant hanging low, Klein allowed his psyche to quickly settle down, making it quiet and ethereal. He half closed his eyes and silently recited the divination statement 7 times, allowing his spirituality to interact with the spirit world that stood above everything else. Feeling the silver chain tug gently, Klein opened his eyes and looked at the spirit pendulum. He was stunned when he saw it. The topaz pendant was spinning clockwise. This meant that Elliot's kidnapping was guided by supernatural factors, and this was the complete opposite of the results of Klein's divination in the outside world. There's no guidance at all. Such power, or rather means, is terrifying. What's the goal of the person behind the scenes? The Antigonus family's notebook is fated to be entangled with me. Klein was alarmed as he lost his calm, causing the spirit pendulum's spinning to become chaotic. He put away the topaz pendant and pinched his glabella, his expression abnormally solemn. After considering for a few seconds, he didn't attempt to divine the other 2 matters. Instead, he wrote a new divination statement. The true cause of Elliot's kidnapping. Holding the piece of paper and silently reciting it 7 times, Klein leaned back in his chair and fell asleep above the grey fog. Soon, he saw a boundless, illusory, greyish-white fog. The fog slowly parted, revealing colourful flowers and a green lawn. Behind the flowers and the lawn, space distorted and overlapped, as though it had turned into a living monster. Klein tried his best to look and barely saw a dark red chimney hidden there. At that moment, everything in front of him collapsed and shattered. The dream suddenly collapsed. In the magnificent temple, Klein suddenly straightened his back. He felt his heart pounding for no reason. Phew. I feel like I've seen something terrifying. He took 2 deep breaths and calmed his chaotic emotions. Tap. Tap. Moments later, Klein tapped the edge of the long table and fell into deep thought once again. Red chimney. Garden. Lawn. Are these places related to the person behind the scenes? But those coincidences don't reveal his motives. It can even be said that he has no ill intentions. Amidst his thoughts, Klein was alarmed. It was for himself, for Captain Fry, and his other companions. They were like puppets on strings, being manipulated to perform. What was even more terrifying was that they felt good about themselves. Sigh. I still don't know how to mention this to Captain. The results of old Neil's divination are identical to mine in the outside world. If I were to confirm it on the spot. There's no way to confirm it. Klein rubbed his son acupoint as though he had a headache. After more than 10 seconds of silence, he began to divine the matter of Ray Bieber's stay in Tingen. Similarly, he first used spirit dowsing. This time, Klein was surprised to see that his topaz pendant was frozen in place. It didn't move at all, neither confirming nor denying it. Something's strange, he muttered, his thoughts wandering as he tried to guess the reason. Did the person behind the scenes notice my divination and respond? Next, he tried dream divination, but all he saw was an incoherent, fragmented, and blurry grey fog. He discovered nothing else. The outcome of the Selena magic mirror incident was the same. Klein had almost confirmed his previous thoughts. Since he couldn't find a good opportunity to warn Captain Dunn Smith, he had an unprecedented urge to improve himself. I'll continue going to the divination club later and try to succeed in acting as soon as possible. I'll digest the seer potion. Also, I have to confirm if the clown potion is a follow-up to the seer potion and find clues about it. Also, I have to interact more with Mr. Aztec and see if I can dig out any insider information he knows. Klein held his forehead with his right hand and quickly came up with a plan to focus on. After some thought, he conjured a piece of goatskin paper in front of him and wrote Sequence 9 Seers corresponding Sequence 8 is Clown. With his previous experience, Klein was now completely confident that his divination skills would be augmented by the grey fog and be elevated. It's just like how I can always throw a great success. Is this what it means to wield good luck? He muttered silently as he picked up the spirit pendulum again. Not long after, Klein received an affirmative answer. Sequence 9 Seer corresponded to Sequence 8 Clown. Following that, he wrote Seer corresponds to Sequence 8, 7, 6, and 5. They will each obtain at least one brand new ability that is not related to each other. Phew. Letting out a turbid breath, Klein tried the spirit pendulum again. However, he saw that the topaz pendulum was still there without any movement. There isn't enough information to complete the divination and obtain a revelation. As he muttered to himself in thought, he put down the silver chain and began to consider the words needed for dream divination. After about 10 seconds, he raised his pen and wrote seriously. Chapter 100. Clues to the Clown Potion. At the seat of honor at the ancient and mottled bronze table, Klein read the divination statement a few times before leaning back and falling into a deep sleep. His surroundings quickly became peaceful and silent. What he saw in his eyes was ethereal and blurry. Countless distorted and indistinguishable scenes flashed past him like drops of dew on a tender flower petal in the morning. Gradually, Klein grasped his spirituality and regained a certain level of consciousness. He saw a fireplace in front of him, and in front of it was a rocking chair. Sitting on the rocking chair was an old woman in a black and white dress. Although she had her head lowered and he couldn't see her face, Klein felt that she was an old lady from the bottom of his heart. He was quite certain of it. Directly opposite the old lady was a table. On the table were newspapers and tin cans inlaid with silver. This is. Klein, who found the scene abnormally familiar, quickly recognized what he saw. This was the place where Ray Bieber and his mother live. This was the place where he had seen the Colossus view for the first time. There are clues to the clown potion here? Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, the scene around him changed. It was a grayish-white warehouse hidden in the innermost part of a similar building. There were white bones scattered inside, and a few lumps of flesh and blood that looked like they had been flattened by a boulder. In the middle of the warehouse was a grayish-white object the size of a fist. Its surface was covered in ravines, giving off a soft and viscous feeling, as though it was a brain that had been dug out alive. Just as Klein recognized the place and recalled what it was, the scene in front of him distorted and shattered like a reflection on water, turning into a new, hazy scene. A naked body was lying on a long table covered with a white cloth. In front of the body floated a ball of blood with a tinge of blue. Klein immediately frowned and mumbled, "That's right. Just now, it was Ray Bieber's hiding place and his remains. Now, it's the thing formed from the suited clown's wrist brand." Just as he was trying to guess what these scenes symbolized, the changes in the scene suddenly intensified. There was a marble coffee table, a leather sofa with one master and two assistant sofas, and a chandelier hanging from the ceiling. The black-haired, brown-eyed, scholarly Klein Moretti, a plump, fair-skinned, wealthy man, and a beautiful young lady wearing tulle gloves. There was a middle-aged man in a black robe with thick brown hair that stood on end. There was a fat man with a round body and fair skin. There was an old man in his 50s with messy eyebrows, sparse brown hair, and grayish-blue eyes. There was also a black notebook placed on the round table between them. It gave off an ancient and distant aura. The Antigonus family's notebook. Klein suddenly sat up straight, and there was no trace of the dream left. Looking at the boundless grey fog and crimson stars outside the magnificent temple, he thought in astonishment and puzzlement, I was divining for clues regarding the clown potion. Why would the Antigonus family's notebook appear? Let me think. That rotund fellow is Welsh. Right, Welsh, the unlucky bastard who bought the Antigonus family's notebook and triggered a series of events. The beautiful young lady wearing a gauze glove is Naya. I remember now. That marble coffee table and leather sofa is a symbol of Welsh's residence. I saw spirit medium daily there. In other words, I just saw the living room of Welsh's residence. I saw the scene of the original Klein discussing the notebook with his two classmates. Klein calmed down and regained his composure. His fingers rhythmically tapped on the edge of the long bronze table. Then, what does the last scene represent? The notebook and Welsh appeared. Could it be the scene when he bought the antique? One of the other two looked familiar. I think I've seen the middle-aged man in the classic black robe somewhere before. Brown hair like a porcupine, thick dark circles under his eyes. Yes, I know who he is. Hannas Vincent, the Divination Club's Hannas Vincent. Because Selena secretly learned the secret incantation, Captain sneaked into his dream and died peacefully. Man, he was the one who sold the notebook to Welsh. After going one big round, it's actually connected. The world is really small. No, Tingen is really small. Come to think of it, it's really possible. Hannas Vincent isn't an ordinary fortune teller. He's clearly in the realm of mysticism and gained the attention of an ancient evil god. He has the means, the ability, and the opportunity to obtain the notebook that the secret order accidentally leaked. It's no wonder Captain and the rest couldn't find out where Welsh bought the notebook. They were going in the wrong direction. They were trying to investigate the antique market. Later, when they found out the exact whereabouts of the notebook, they gave up on this attempt. It's a pity that Hannas Vincent died not long ago. Otherwise, I could definitely find something related to the notebook from him. As a person who had delved deep into the mysterious field, he should have studied the notebook. His death is really a coincidence. But there was another person present, an old man in his 50s. He might know a lot of things. Klein's fingers stopped tapping on the edge of the table. He went through all the scenes he had seen in the dream divination. Ray Bieber's home, Ray Bieber's hiding place, Ray Bieber's remains, the branded item on the tuxedo clown's wrist, Welsh's home, the scene of Welsh, Naya, and the original owner of the body, the group photo of Welsh, Hannas Vincent, and the Antigonus family's notebook. Hair, other than the branded item on the tuxedo clown, everything else is directly related to the Antigonus family's notebook. But what I divined was clues to the clown potion. This isn't scientific. No, this isn't mysticism. After becoming a seer, Klein had once tried to divine where Welsh had bought the Antigonus family's notebook. However, he hadn't considered the uniqueness of the world above the grey fog, so he hadn't received any revelations. But now, when he was divining another matter, he seemed to have accidentally brought out the truth. After calming down for more than 10 seconds, Klein combined the contents of Roselle's diary and began attempting to interpret the dream from before. The first possibility is that Zaratul, or the secret order, is searching for and pursuing the relics of the Antigonus family. Therefore, the symbolic meaning of this dream is to use matters related to the Antigonus family to lure the secret order to appear and obtain the clown potion formula. The second possibility is that the Antigonus family's notebook directly recorded the clown potion formula. The fact that the Zaratul family is searching for traces left behind by the Antigonus family means that they have a very deep relationship. Perhaps they are friends or enemies. Therefore, it's very normal for the Antigonus family to know a portion of their sequence. There's no need to talk about friends, but enemies know each other the best, but the second symbolic explanation can't be connected to the branded item on the suited clown. Sigh, I hope it's the second one. Once the Holy Cathedral finds an expert to interpret the notebook, I'll be able to obtain the clown potion without any risk. From the looks of it, the first explanation is the most likely, but as a seer, my intuition tells me that there's a deeper symbolic meaning. With this in mind, Klein rubbed his forehead. He suddenly had a deep understanding of the limitations of a seer. Unless it was a very simple and intuitive symbol, a seer's interpretation had to be very careful. It was like walking on the edge of an abyss or walking on the surface of a thin ice lake. The suited clown was a living, bloody example of the moment he made a mistake in his interpretation or failed to interpret the most crucial meaning. At that moment, Klein had the illusion that he had grasped the true meaning of a seer. It was as if he was just one step away from completely digesting the potion. "Thank you for using your life to guide me. Praise the lady," he whispered as he drew a crimson moon on his chest. Following that, he divined whether Aztec had good intentions or whether he was a powerful beyonder. He received positive answers. At that moment, the continuous divination and the exertion of being above the grey fog made Klein begin to feel exhausted. He had no choice but to stop his thoughts and decide on the key things that he had to do. I have to find the elder who appeared in the same scene as Welsh, Hannas Vincent, and the Antigonus family's notebook as soon as possible. I can start with the divination club. Run to Mr. Aztec more often. Yes, he might be a mid-sequence member of the Life School of Thought, but there's a lack of information that prevents divination. Phew. Klein exhaled, causing the portrait of an elder with messy eyebrows, sparse brown hair, and grayish-blue eyes to suddenly appear on the goatskin parchment in front of him. This was the third person present when Welsh and Hannas Vincent traded the Antigonus family's notebook. Looking at the portrait, Klein suddenly fell into a dilemma. I don't know how to draw. I've always been the target of criticism in primary school's art classes. Using ritualistic magic, like old Neil. But I'm praying to the goddess. I'm using the uniqueness of the world above the grey fog. If the deities find out, I won't be able to face the world. Wait, perhaps I can pray to myself. Transmitting a picture is about the same as transmitting a voice. Although I'm temporarily unable to stir the mysterious power above the grey fog, such a trivial matter shouldn't be a problem. With a train of thought, Klein immediately spread his spirituality and wrapped it around himself, simulating the feeling of falling. Returning to his bedroom, he casually lit the gas lamp and began praying softly. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the grey fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for you to give me a revelation. I pray that you will allow me to depict what I see. After chanting the incantation, Klein didn't sprinkle any essential oils or burn any herbs. He didn't use their powers. Praying to myself is just that easy. Suddenly, he heard a murmur. He saw the 4 black dots that formed a square appear on the back of his hand. After taking 4 steps counterclockwise and chanting the incantation, Klein once again passed through the madness and frenzy and returned above the grey fog. This time, he didn't discover any crimson stars contracting or expanding. However, he noticed that behind the high-back chair at the end of the long bronze table, there was a strange symbol formed by a portion of the pupilless eye and a portion of the contorted lines. It was flickering with a faint light as it produced an illusory prayer. Klein listened attentively. After confirming that there was no mistake, he conjured the portrait of the third person and threw it into the flowing light in the same manner as a response to the prayer. After doing all of this, he immediately left the mysterious world above the grey fog and returned to his bedroom. Just as he found his footing, the portrait immediately appeared in front of Klein's eyes. He felt an illusory and weak power imbue him. He picked up a fountain pen, found a piece of white paper, and gave his wishes. To Klein's surprise, his right hand moved uncontrollably as it quickly drew lines. Not long after, he saw the lifelike portrait of the third person. After writing down the hair color, pupil color, and other characteristics, Klein, whose right hand was twitching slightly, heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 101. House Street, Divination Club. Klein pressed down on the half-top hat on his head as he walked up the stairs to the door. He was no longer dressed in his usual formal attire. Instead, he wore a white shirt with a light vest and a thin black trench coat that reached his knees. It added a sense of vigor to his entire being. This set of clothes that was convenient for combat only cost him £1, including the small pockets that were sewn on the inside. Compared to a formal tuxedo, it was so cheap that it made him want to cry. Touching the revolver in his holster and the small metal bottles in the inner pocket, Klein took out the portrait and walked into the divination club. Without any surprise, he saw the beautiful lady in charge of reception, Angelica. "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. I thought you would only be here a few days later." Angelica was first taken aback before she revealed a radiant smile. Klein took off his hat and sighed. "Good afternoon, Miss Angelica. I had a dream this afternoon. I dreamed of Mr. Hannas Vincent and some matters related to him. As you know, as a fortune-teller, I cannot ignore every dream. It might be a revelation from the gods." Angelica was confused by his words that sounded like a charlatan. She nodded thoughtfully and asked curiously. She nodded in thought and asked curiously, "What did you dream of?" "I dreamed that Hannas Vincent was having an argument with this person." Klein handed over the folded piece of paper in his hand. While Angelica was engrossed in unfolding the portrait, he pinched his glabella and observed the color of her emotions. "This person." Angelica looked at the portrait that resembled a photograph and fell into deep thought. And in Klein's eyes, her emotional aura appeared to be thinking blue. It was a normal reaction. "This person." Angelica muttered again and slowly raised her head. "I've seen him before." Klein's mind jolted as he immediately asked, "When?" "I can't recall the exact date, but it should be about a month ago. Back then, I saw him sending Mr. Vincent to the door and they were discussing something softly. Because of his thick and messy eyebrows and Mr. Vincent's rare smile, I had a deep impression of it." Angelica recalled as she described. "Yes, he had a pair of grayish-blue eyes, and his hair was like that of most men of his age. There wasn't much left." "Did you see him again after, or before?" Klein asked gently. Angelica shook her head. "No, definitely not. I don't even know his name. To be honest, if it weren't for you, I would have suspected that the person who took out this portrait was a police officer investigating Mr. Vincent's death. I wouldn't be surprised if you received any revelations. You are a true seer." "I'm sorry, I'm just a police officer." Klein lampooned silently and sighed. "A true seer will understand their own insignificance and the greatness of fate. We will forever only be able to see a blurry corner of it. We will forever receive revelations but never answers. We have to constantly reflect on ourselves, maintain reverence, and be cautious in our interpretation. We cannot see ourselves as a wise man who has grasped fate." After summarizing what he had learned during this period of time, Klein suddenly realized that his spirit vision had become clearer. He could even vaguely distinguish the details of Angelica's aura's color. At that moment, he was like a nearsighted person who had put on the right glasses. My seer potion is beginning to show clear signs of digesting." Klein stood there in a daze, momentarily unable to believe it. "I never expected a seer like you to maintain the fear of fate. It's truly admirable," Angelica said sincerely. She had seen too many people in the club who claimed that they wanted to pry into the truth and change fate after learning a few divination methods. Klein retracted his gaze and chuckled softly. "The more you know, the more you will understand your own insignificance." As he spoke, he examined his own condition and past experiences. He roughly understood the essence of the acting method. It was to act in accordance with the potion's name, understand the hidden rules, and be strict with yourself. Only by doing so could he adjust the state of his body, mind, and soul, and get close to the remnant psyche within the potion, gradually digesting it. Other people's recognition of their identity as a seer was only a superficial factor. The reason why it could make one's spirituality feel lighter was that this feedback strengthened one's confirmation of certain divination actions. And these actions together formed the principles of a seer that allowed the potion to be digested. Helping others interpret the revelations and guiding them in a positive direction, but also having to constantly maintain a sense of reverence towards fate. I'm not inflated, arrogant, or blindly believing in my own interpretation. This is the rule that I've concluded, and it's also the essence of the acting that follows. If it continues to be effective, then I won't need half a year. Perhaps 2 or 3 months, or even 2 or 3 weeks, to completely digest the potion. The signs just now were very obvious. It's no wonder that mysterious Mr. Zaratal said that when the potion is completely digested, the Beyonder will be able to clearly sense it. There's no need for others to teach them. Yes is yes, and no is no. Just like now, although my spirit vision has improved a little, I know very well that this is only a node in the digestion process, and not the end. With this in mind, Klein couldn't help but thank the suited clown. He had used his life to educate him. If not for him, he might have needed to spend a few more months in the divination club before he could conclude the principles of a seer through various cases, good or bad, and begin his strict acting. Mr. Moretti, sometimes, I even feel that you are a philosopher, Angelica said with a sigh after hearing Klein's reply. In my circle, a philosopher is a curse word. Klein was in a good mood. With that said, he bowed, put on his hat, and bade her farewell. Although Angelica didn't know the name or identity of the man in the portrait, Klein wasn't disheartened at all. Such a gain was enough for him to carry out the next step of his plan. 36 Zootland Street, inside the Blackthorn Security Company. Dunn's grey eyes looked deeply at the portrait in his hand. You wish to find this person through an investigation? Yes. Klein had already organized his words. Captain, didn't I mention previously that I was going to the Divination Club to observe the members' reactions to Hannas Vincent's sudden death? I didn't discover anything yesterday, but today, I unexpectedly learned that the person in the portrait had appeared together with Hannas Vincent. They even had a secret conversation. I just flipped through the team's investigation records and didn't discover any records of such a person. There was nothing wrong with his description. Even if Dunn Smith were to bring the portrait to the Divination Club, he would receive confirmation from Angelica. Dunn shifted his gaze away from the portrait and smiled. It seems like the funds weren't wasted. Captain, I thought you had a bad memory. Why did you remember the funds at this time? Klein maintained his smile and didn't say a word. Did you draw this? Dunn asked casually. Yes, I drew it with the help of ritualistic magic, Klein answered with 100% truth. Of course, telling the truth and telling the whole truth were two different things. Dunn nodded slightly and said, Get old Neil to get a few more copies. Get old Neil to make a few more copies. I'll get Kenley and Royal to investigate later. I'll also get the police department's help. If this clue is indeed useful, you'll be credited again. May the goddess bless us. Klein tapped his chest 4 times, his attitude abnormally sincere. To him, it was enough that Dunn and Company could find the name and identity of the man in the portrait. He could divine his whereabouts above the grey fog. After leaving the Blackthorn Security Company, Klein, who was on his day off, didn't immediately return home. Instead, he took a public carriage to the harbour and arrived at the entrance of the Evil Dragon Bar. He had considered it. Although a seer lacked direct means to counter an enemy and didn't have any spells that could be cast quickly, there were many types of battles. Not all were encounters. As long as there was sufficient time to prepare, a seer could also use ritualistic magic to deal with an enemy, just like how he had resolved the magic mirror divination incident at Selina's place. And this meant that it was best for a seer to carry some herbs, essential oils, and small candles with him. This was to prevent himself from being unable to produce the materials when he needed them and could only wait for death. After all, not everyone was like Selina, who had a pile of mysticism items at home that just happened to be of use. As for the ones he had applied for, Klein had practiced too much and had used up most of them. The pockets on the inside of his clothes were filled with the remaining ones. He touched the notes in his pocket, pushed open the heavy door of the Evil Dragon bar, and walked in. It was afternoon, so there weren't many customers in the bar. There weren't any dog and mouse competitions or boxing matches. It was rather quiet and not lively enough. Klein looked at the 2 tables of customers drinking and playing cards, and he prepared to walk towards the billiard room that led to the underground market. At that moment, he saw a burly old man in a tattered navy officer's coat walk out. "Are you the friend old Neil brought over the last time?" The blue-eyed elder with messy brown hair and a strong smell of alcohol sized up Klein and chuckled. Klein vaguely guessed the other party's identity. He took off his hat and bowed. "Yes. How may I address you? Old Neil should have mentioned me to you. I'm the boss here, Swain." The blue-eyed elder had thick arms and firm muscles. He had the bearing of a military officer. Former captain of Tingen's mandated punishers. Rumor has it that he was once in the Royal Navy. Klein replied politely, "Yes. If you're short on money, feel free to look for me," Swain reminded him with a smile as he prepared to walk to the bar counter. At that moment, Klein's heart stirred as he hurriedly shouted, "Wait, Mr. Swain. Wait a minute, Mr. Swain. I have something to ask you." Swain stopped in his tracks, turned around, and chuckled. He chuckled and said, "You and your boss really resemble each other." "No, I don't have any memory problems." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he directly took out the portrait. "Have you seen this gentleman before?" It suddenly occurred to him that Selina must have been brought to this underground market by Hannas Vincent, which also led to Elizabeth finding out about the Evil Dragon bar. In that case, could the man in the portrait, who had a certain relationship with Hannas Vincent, have been here before? Swain took a careful look and answered with certainty, "I remember him. He came to ask me if there were any documents and items related to the main peak of the Hornacis." Documents and items related to the main peak of the Hornacis? Klein was taken aback as he suddenly thought of something else. Back when he was borrowing magazines related to the main peak of the Hornacis in Deweyville Library, the librarian had casually mentioned that someone had just returned it. Therefore, he remembered it very clearly and didn't need to flip the card to confirm its existence. Could it be that the person who borrowed those magazines before me was this gentleman in the portrait? Chapter 102. The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Otherwise, who would borrow those journals for no reason? Yes, the study of the ancient ruins on the main peak of the Hornacis is an unpopular field. Apart from the corresponding lecturers and associate professors, ordinary enthusiasts probably wouldn't have heard of it. Even the original Klein, a history graduate, only learned about it from the Antigonus family's notebook. Although Tingen is a university city, there shouldn't be too many people interested in it. Even if there is, it's mostly on the university campus. There's no need to specifically borrow it from Deweyville Library. The most important thing is that the time to borrow the books is during this period of time. Now that I think about it, there's really a problem. I wasn't sharp enough back then to not have thought of it. Sigh, it looks like I don't have the talent to be a detective or act as Sherlock Holmes. As his thoughts flashed, the boss of Evil Dragon Bar, Swain, asked curiously, "Is there a problem?" Is there a problem? As there were customers and bartenders around, he could only ask in general terms. "No problem, I'm just thinking about how to investigate this gentleman. As you know, Hannas Vincent died at home." Klein had already prepared an excuse. He didn't want the mandated punishers to be interested in the ancient ruins on the main peak of the Hornacis. Vincent is a rather famous fortune-teller in Tingen. He often comes here. Swain was indeed brushed off as he recalled. Thinking about it carefully, the gentleman in the portrait did come here with Vincent in the beginning. That's what I want to know. Do you remember his name? Klein pressed. Swain chuckled and shook his head. I don't ask for the name or identity of my customers, unless I already know them, such as old Neil. All right. Klein deliberately revealed a look of dejection. To him, it didn't matter if Swain knew or not, because he could investigate at Deweyville Library. Borrowing books from a privately donated library would definitely leave behind personal information, and it had to be trustworthy. After all, back then, Klein had relied on an introduction letter from a senior associate professor to apply for a library card. Even if that gentleman falsified the information, there's a high chance that he left behind clues that could help me with my divination. Klein watched Swain walk to the bar counter before he entered the billiard room in deep thought. He wasn't in a hurry to head to Deweyville's library to investigate. He wanted to complete his purchases first. After all, no one could say for sure if he would run into danger or if he would need to use ritualistic magic. After passing through a few rooms, Klein entered the underground market. At this time, there were very few stalls and customers. It was obvious that the market had not reached its peak yet. Just as he took a step forward, he suddenly saw the monster Aid Missile, who had previously said that he smelled like death, standing in the corner. The pale-faced young man with a terrifying madness in his unfocused eyes also sensed something and looked over. When their eyes met, Aid Missile suddenly covered his face with his hands. He panicked and leaned against the corner of the wall, moving step by step. Very quickly, he moved to the side door and staggered out. "Is this necessary? Didn't I nearly blind you last time? But I didn't do anything. Seriously, it's as if I'm a great devil." Klein's expression stiffened slightly. He shook his head with a smile and stopped thinking about the monster. He came to the stall that had been set up and began his selection and purchase. Half an hour later, Klein had used up most of his private stash of money, which amounted to a few pounds. Counting the remaining £3.17 solely on him, he touched the metal bottles in the inner pocket of his black trench coat with a pained and satisfied expression. "This is the amatha extract that Maram daily used. This is powder mixed with the bark and leaves of a dragon-patterned tree. Essential oil extracted from slumber flowers. Dried chamomile petals. This is the holy night powder that I concocted using my own ingredients." Klein repeatedly recalled the items in each pocket so that he wouldn't be flustered during an emergency and fail to find the ingredients he needed. With his uniqueness in mysticism, he quickly finished memorizing the items and walked towards the exit. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure from the corner of his eye. It was a young lady dressed in a light green dress. Her black hair was soft and glossy, and her face was rather round. Her eyes were slender, and she had a sweet appearance and a gentle bearing. "It's that lady whose body was trembling abnormally. She does look fine. I never expected her to be a mysticism enthusiast." Klein slowed down and thought for a few seconds before finally recalling who she was. He had to admit that other than Justice, whose looks he couldn't discern, this young lady was the prettiest lady he had seen ever since he transmigrated to this world. The sweet and gentle lady stood in front of a stall that sold mysticism books. In a slightly impolite manner, she half-squatted down and caressed an ancient book with her fingers. The ancient book had a cover made of dark black paper, and on it were the words Book of Witches in Hermes. There are records of witches' black magic inside. Although I didn't dare to try it, others have. It's indeed effective. The stall owner seized the opportunity to promote it. The sweet and gentle lady pondered for a few seconds. "What do witches look like to you?" "Witches? Evilders who bring disaster, disease, and pain," the stall owner replied after some thought. Klein didn't hear their conversation because he had already walked out the door. He was in a hurry to get to the Deweyville library. He was in a hurry to settle everything and return home to make dinner for his siblings, tomato oxtail soup. Beekland, Crown Racecourse. Audrey Hall was wearing a white dress with goat's leg sleeves, ruffled edges, and lace on her chest. She stood in the VIP box and looked at the galloping horses. She wore a gauze hat with blue ribbons and silk flowers, and her hands were covered with light-colored tulle gloves. Her eyes were cold and distant, as though she couldn't join the bustling scene. Just as the horses were crossing the finish line, her friend, Viscount Glaint, came over and lowered his voice. "Audrey, you have a different kind of beauty every time I see you. Is there something?" In the past, Audrey might have been briefly immersed in his praise, but now, she could tell from Glaint's words and demeanor that his friend had other motives. Glaint had inherited the title of Viscount at the age of 20 due to his father's early death. He was a thin and weak young man. He looked around and chuckled. "Audrey, I've met a true beyonder, one that doesn't belong to the royal family. You say that every time, and you disappoint me every time. Audrey looked straight ahead and smiled elegantly. Really? I swear on my father's honor that I've seen his beyonder powers, Glaint replied softly. Audrey wasn't as excited about this as she used to be, as she was already a beyonder. However, considering that she didn't want to arouse Glaint's suspicions, she widened her eyes and smiled in pleasant surprise. She asked with a trembling voice, "When can I see him?" It's good to meet other beyonders. I can't resolve every trivial matter on the tarot. Besides, I need my own resources that I can use to exchange with Mr. Fool and the Hanging Man. Not everything can be resolved with money. Phew, I'll have to be thrifty after sending that £1,000. Glaint was very satisfied with Audrey's reaction. He looked at the racecourse outside. Tomorrow afternoon, there will be a literature and music salon at my house. Deweyville Library. Klein took out his ID and badge from his pocket and placed them in front of the administrators. I'm a probationary inspector from the Special Operations Department of the Awar County Police Department. I need your cooperation in my investigation, he said in a deep voice as he recalled the police movies he had watched in the past. The administrators flipped through the documents and badges, looked at each other, and nodded. Officer, please feel free to ask. Klein read out the names of the journals, New Archaeology, and finally said, he said, I want the borrowing records of these journals and magazines for the past 2 months. He realized that one of the librarians was someone who had served him previously, but the person clearly didn't recognize him. All right, please wait a moment. The administrators began to get busy and quickly found the most recent borrowing records. Klein flipped through them seriously, searching for the names of the same journals that he had borrowed. There weren't many such names, only one. He had borrowed them a few times, and the journals he had borrowed basically contained the ones that Klein knew. The earliest borrowing record was at the end of May, and the most recent was last Saturday, the day before Hannes Vincent's death. Klein rubbed the borrower's information with his finger and memorized it. Chapter 103. He lives at 19, House Street. While memorizing the information, Klein acutely grasped a piece of information. Yes, Welsh lives in House Street. The Divination Club is in House Street. This cloth merchant named Sirius Arpis also lives in House Street. From the looks of it, it's not strange that Welsh knows Hannes Vincent. In fact, he might have gotten to know Hannes Vincent through Sirius Arpis. Suddenly, Klein felt the clues connect, and his thoughts became clear. He was originally filled with questions as to how Welsh knew Hannes Vincent. This was because the son of a banker wasn't someone who liked mysticism. To him, money was more useful than divination. But now, Klein felt that he could roughly deduce how the two of them got to know each other. According to the descriptions in various magazines, the middle class and the wealthy are very willing to visit neighbors of the same level to form a social circle that is beneficial to them. Welsh and the cloth merchant, Sirius, who also lived on House Street, had the motivation to become friends. It's not too difficult to understand why Sirius knew Hannes Vincent, who often visited the Divination Club on House Street. Perhaps it was a chance encounter, or perhaps a favor, allowing people who have been in the same area for a long time to become familiar with each other. Hannes Vincent wanted to sell the ancient books in his possession, so through Sirius's introduction, he found the history department student, Welsh. In Hannes's dream, there was an image of the suspected evil god, the true creator. He also had the correct incantation format. All of this means that he is very knowledgeable in mysticism. I can't eliminate the possibility that he is a member of a secret organization. I can't eliminate the possibility that he joined a secret organization because of Sirius's guidance. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, even without divination, Klein was almost certain that the information left behind by Welsh was reliable. Even if his name isn't Sirius Arpis, he isn't a cloth merchant, and he doesn't live at 19, he definitely belongs to House Street or a nearby area. As Klein thought, he re-examined Welsh's borrowing records. The last time he went to Deweyville's library was last Saturday, the day before Selina's birthday banquet. It was also the day before Hannes Vincent died. It's been a few days, but he still hasn't returned the magazines. According to the previous records, if he only borrowed 2 journals, he would usually come back the next day. Does this mean that Sirius knows about Hannes's death and is so frightened that he no longer dares to come to Deweyville Library? Yes, at first, He borrowed a lot of irrelevant history books and periodicals. Later, he gradually became clear about his target, and the books I borrowed overlapped on a large scale. This means that he didn't have anyone to guide him. He didn't have a senior associate professor from a university's history department to consult him. What would a frightened target normally do? There are two choices. 1. When the information is basically complete, he will head straight for the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range. 2. When the main conditions are lacking, he will first hide and observe the situation. After confirming that Hannes's death doesn't implicate him, he will appear again. Thinking of this, Klein closed the borrowing record and pushed it back to the librarians. He then took out the portrait and asked them if they had seen the target. Unfortunately, there were many people who came to borrow books every day, and it was difficult for the librarians to have an impression of someone with no obvious characteristics. All right, sorry for the trouble. Klein put away his identification and badge. He didn't plan on continuing the investigation alone. Not only was it dangerous, but it was also troublesome. He planned on heading to Zootland Street again and leaving the rest to his captain and teammates. He would then return home to make tomato oxtail soup for his siblings. He would also use the mysterious space above the grey fog to divine the target's situation and whereabouts. "Officer, is there anything else?" A librarian heaved a sigh of relief as he asked earnestly. Klein nodded slightly and said, "No. If there are any new clues, I'll come again." He held his black silver inlaid cane in his left hand and quickly walked to the door. At that moment, he saw a man wearing a black double-breasted suit with a high collar walk in with his head lowered. At the instant they brushed past each other, Klein caught a glimpse of the man's thick and messy eyebrows, as well as a pair of grayish-blue eyes. These were areas that a high collar couldn't hide. Ceres Apis. What a coincidence. Klein was taken aback. He never expected to meet the target directly. What kind of luck is this? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? He weighed his body and felt the soreness in his muscles. He pretended that nothing had happened and continued walking to the door. Yes, as a person, I have to follow my heart's wishes and be steady. As long as Ceres hasn't left Tingen, it doesn't matter if I miss this opportunity. At that moment, the man in the black double-breasted suit walked to the reception desk and handed the journal in his hand to one of the librarians. "Return it," he said vaguely with a suppressed voice. The librarian casually took the journal and glanced at it. Suddenly, he froze. He subconsciously raised his head and looked across as his body began to tremble uncontrollably. "Is there a problem?" the man with the high collar asked in a deep voice. His words were like a spark that ignited a barrel of explosives, causing the administrator to lose control in an instant. He ran to the side and shouted. As he ran to the side, he shouted, "Officer, that criminal is here." At that moment, Klein, who hadn't even stepped out of the door, only had the word F***CK reverberating in his heart. He instinctively reached his right hand into his armpit and took out his revolver. The man was stunned at first, but he immediately turned around and started running. However, he didn't run towards the door. Instead, he ran towards the oriel window at the side, as if he wanted to break through the glass and jump out. Klein, who was panicking, turned around and saw this scene. His heart suddenly calmed down. He realized that although he was afraid of the target was even more afraid of him. In such a hasty encounter, the other party definitely won't be able to determine my strength. He won't know what I'm good at. Therefore, the guilty him will definitely subconsciously avoid a direct confrontation and seek other means of escape. With his mind made up, Klein raised his revolver and pulled the trigger. At that moment, the man in the black double-breasted suit suddenly rolled in an attempt to avoid the bullet. Immediately after, he pressed his right hand and leaped into the air, pouncing towards the glass of the oriel window. Poof! Klein's first shot was a blank. However, this was something he had expected. Taking advantage of the fact that Ceres couldn't dodge in midair, he aimed at the most convenient part of his torso and pulled the trigger again. Bang! The silver demon hunting bullet pierced through the air and stabbed into Ceres's back. Clang! The glass shattered as Ceres flew out, leaving drops of crimson blood and crystalline shards on the windowsill. Seeing that the other party was injured, Klein was no longer afraid. He ran over, jumped onto the windowsill with the help of a chair, and leaped out. Behind the first floor of Deweyville Library, rows of tall trees separated a lush green lawn. Ceres, who had been shot, was running to the side in an attempt to enter the alley between two buildings. Klein hadn't practiced his accuracy when running, so he didn't dare to shoot blindly. He could only hold his cane in one hand and his gun in the other as he chased after the man in the black suit. Tap, tap, tap. He followed the blood on the ground, trying his best to shorten the distance between them. With the corner in sight and the injured Ceres slowing down, Klein, who was waiting for an opportunity, suddenly felt his heart palpitate. He felt that the person in front of him wasn't human, but a ferocious wolf, a tiger, and a terrifying danger lurked within. This was his instinct as a seer. This was a warning from his spirituality. Klein immediately slowed down, and from the corner of his eye, he saw the blood on the ground. Compared to before, the blood dripping from Ceres's body had turned black. At that moment, a strong gust of wind blew against him. Ceres's face was reflected in Klein's eyes. Those were thick and messy eyebrows, those were grayish-blue eyes, those were protruding sarcomas, those were cracked lips, those were white teeth. Ceres had actually launched a counterattack at that moment. This made the face in Klein's eyes clearer. It was as if he could smell a foul stench. Ceres had pounced 7 to 8 meters away, which was clearly beyond the range of a normal person. But because Klein had stopped his pursuit in time, the two of them were still separated by about 10 meters. At a distance of less than 2 meters, the mouth that drooped with sticky saliva and the extremely disgusting dense sarcomas formed a clear and horrifying scene. It made Klein tense up. Without thinking, he took advantage of the moment when the other party's pounce missed to raise his right hand and fire at the target's head. Bang! 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 At close range, the silver demon hunting bullets drilled into Ceres's head one after another. Blood splattered everywhere, and his face was a mess. He was hit so hard that he staggered backward. After emptying the bullets in his revolver, Klein subconsciously wanted to retreat to confirm the outcome of the battle. But at that moment, Ceres, who was trying his best to stand straight, gave him a huge fright. He suddenly swung the cane in his left hand. The sturdy black cane struck Ceres's neck, drawing out a deep red mark. Klein instinctively whipped his opponent until Ceres swayed and fell to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Klein used his cane to support himself as he panted. He stared at his target, afraid that the other party would suddenly come back to life. At that moment, Ceres's head was like a smashed ripe watermelon. The remaining sarcomas began to recede, and his body convulsed a few times before returning to normal. Klein was not in a hurry to examine the corpse. Instead, he threw down his cane, took out the demon-hunting bullets that he carried with him, and stuffed them into his revolver one by one. Chapter 104. 1 pocket, 2 pockets, 3 pockets. Klein quickly found a blood-stained wallet, a library card for Deweyville Library, 2 brass keys hanging together, an unstuffed pipe, a sheathed dagger, and a few neatly folded letters. After placing everything aside from the letters on the ground, he stood up and glanced at the wallet. He confirmed that there were only about 10 soldi and a few copper pennies in it. The workmanship of this wallet is quite exquisite. What a pity. Klein sighed silently as his thoughts wandered. If he hadn't spent so much of his private money today, buying a wallet would have been on his agenda. Shaking his head, Klein unfolded the letter and skimmed through it quickly. Dear Mr. Z, please allow me to defend myself. Hannas and I didn't sell the Antigonus family's notebook out of stupidity, nor was it a betrayal. When it was in our hands, it didn't appear special at all. I suspect that it's still alive. I suspect that it's an evil object with a certain level of life and intelligence. It's a dangerous object that needs to be sealed. At different stages and in front of different people, the content it presents is different. I've obtained confirmation from the lambs in the police station. Although the content presented in the notebook is sufficiently authentic and has plenty of supporting evidence, I believe that only in the hands of a descendant of the Antigonus family would it reveal its complete form. When Hannas and I obtained it, we could only see some trivial matters of the Antigonus family, the general situation of the nation of the Evernight on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain, and the 3 sequence potion formulas that we previously submitted to you. As you know, the Secret Order is in control of the seer pathway and has extremely powerful tracking abilities. Therefore, Hannas and I believed that it was an extremely risky move to continue keeping the notebook. And back then, the value it presented wasn't enough for us to take the risk. We didn't have time to wait for your reply. After some discussion, we sold the notebook to Welsh, who lived on the same street as us. He liked to collect cultural relics and ancient books, so he could afford to pay a high price. What happened next is what you know. This is the first thing I want to explain. When I wrote this, Hannas died. The cause of death was a heart attack in his sleep. This must have been a gift from the Lord, allowing him to avoid the fate of falling into the hands of the pagans. I had no choice but to move to a safe and secluded place. I didn't even dare to go out. Fortunately, that lamb told me that Hannas was targeted by the heretics not because of the Antigonus family's notebook, nor was it because he exposed his identity, but because he foolishly took in a female apprentice and wanted to slowly develop her into one of us. His female apprentice peeked at his secret incantation. Under the watchful eyes of the night watchman, she attempted a magic mirror divination. I believe you can guess what happened next. There's no need for me to describe it. Unfortunately, that lamb's status isn't high enough, so I can't figure out the details. From all the feedback, the heretics didn't suspect me. Their investigation was interrupted because of Hannas's timely death. Therefore, I returned to the streets. I planned on going to the Deweyville Library to borrow a few periodicals and search for more clues. As a faction that is also in control of the seer pathway, the Antigonus family should have expected its destruction. They must have left behind a secret treasure to revive. There's sufficient reason to believe that the treasure is at the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range, somewhere in the ruins of the nation of the Evernight. Upon reading this, Klein's pupils constricted. He nearly dropped the letter in his hand. The sequence that the Antigonus family has in control of is the seer pathway? What a coincidence. Claps of thunder boomed in Klein's mind, leaving him in a state of chaos. He once again felt a sense of destiny. The notebook that caused the death of the original Klein and indirectly helped me transmigrate came from the Antigonus family that has in control of the seer pathway. What made me ultimately choose the seer potion was Roselle the Great's diary. And Roselle the Great is leaning towards the seer sequence because of the mysterious Mr. Zaratul, the leader of the Secret Order who also has control of the seer pathway. It's like fate has weaved a suffocating net. What's hidden behind all of this? With the letter in hand, Klein paced back and forth a few times, attempting to find other evidence to support the content. Yes, the Secret Order controlled by the Zaratul family is pursuing and searching for the relics left behind by the Antigonus family. If both parties belong to the same Beyonder pathway, the reason and motive are sufficient. Perhaps it's to complete a sequence, perhaps it's to obtain rare ingredients for advancing to a high sequence Beyonder, or perhaps it's because they covet the experience that the other party has accumulated to avoid losing control. Thinking about it this way, it's rather reasonable that the Antigonus family has control over a portion of the sequence chain of the seer pathway. Right, when I divined for clues regarding the clown potion, the scenes that appeared were mostly related to the Antigonus family. The only exception was the suited clown from the Secret Order. Therefore, the true meaning of those symbols is that every scene represents a possibility of obtaining the clown potion. There's a clue hidden in each scene, but I didn't understand the crux of it. Regrettably, I missed it. With these 2 pieces of evidence, Klein almost believed what Sirius had mentioned in the letter. He also understood why he always heard the word Hornacis when he wasn't supposed to hear it. The first time something like this happened was when I just consumed the seer potion, he muttered to himself with a serious expression. At the same time, he guessed that being alive after coming into contact with the Antigonus family and becoming a Beyonder of the seer pathway were the 2 requirements to hear the whispers related to the Hornacis. Is there really a secret treasure left behind by the Antigonus family hidden in the ancient ruins on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain? No, I can't think about that. Just that notebook alone had killed a bunch of people. The complete treasure would only be more terrifying. Klein subconsciously shook his head and cast his gaze at the end of the 3rd and final piece of paper. Honorable Mr. Z, I hope to receive your help. I believe you should be sufficiently interested in that treasure. Before that, I will act like a normal person, a normal history enthusiast. Finally, when doomsday comes, I will offer all the lambs of Tingen City to the Lord. Lord, the lowly Sirius Arpis. After reading Sirius's letter, Klein suddenly felt like laughing. Why do I feel like I've saved Tingen City? What is this guy trying to do? Cultists are really unreasonable. Who is this Mr. Z? He seems to be of high status. At the very least, he's at the same sequence as Captain. Where is Sirius sending this letter to? He didn't write an address. It seems like this is the cautiousness of cultists. They wouldn't leave an address until the very last moment of mailing, right? Since the Antigonus family is in control of a portion of the seer pathway, do the 3 formulas that Sirius submitted from the Antigonus family's notebook contain the clown potion? It's very possible. In that instant, Klein seemed to have found a clue to the clown potion. Although Sirius didn't carry the formula with him, there might be records of it in his home or his hiding place. And in his mind, in his memories, there was definitely something. Klein cast his gaze at the corpse in front of him, thinking about how to make the dead speak. Without any further thought, a solution immediately appeared in his mind. Mediumship. A spirit medium could directly communicate with spirits that had yet to dissipate. Professions like seers and mystery priors could also use ritualistic magic to do so, albeit barely. Back when he was dealing with the suited clown's corpse, Klein was in a rush to save people. Secondly, he didn't bring any ingredients. Thirdly, he lacked confidence, so he didn't consider mediumship and missed the best opportunity. By the time he returned to the Blackthorn Security Company, the spirit had mostly dissipated. Even if a spirit medium came, they would only be able to obtain some superficial information. And now, Klein happened to have all the ingredients he needed. He also had the experience of using dream divination to communicate with the lingering resentment. I'm just afraid that the spirit of the cultist will be like Captain entering Hannes's dream, seeing a terrifying existence. However, Captain was only dispirited for 2 days. His injuries aren't too serious. I can give it a try. After hesitating for about 10 seconds, Klein made a decision. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. He looked up, turned around, and cast his gaze at the spot where the glass had shattered. He looked at the onlookers who were looking in his direction. Taking out his identification and badge, Klein returned to the spot. Through the jagged oriel window, he said to the onlookers, "I'm a probationary inspector from the Awar County Police Department's Special Operations Department. I'm a probationary inspector from the Special Operations Department of the Awar County Police Department. I've already killed the criminal. Please find someone to bring this badge to the nearest police station and ask them to send someone over to handle the aftermath. The rest of you, help me seal off this area. Don't let anyone come close and destroy the evidence at the scene." "Yes, officer." The administrator who had tricked Klein immediately took the badge. After the scene was sealed off and no one else entered the lawn, Klein returned to the corner and stood beside the corpse. While he was glad that the innocent onlookers couldn't see the corpse that looked like a monster, he put down his cane and revolver. He reached into the inner pocket of his black windbreaker and took out a small metal bottle. Chapter 105. Klein unscrewed the lid of the metal bottle and brought it to his nose. He caught a whiff of a slightly stimulating but invigorating scent. This was holy night powder concocted from herbs such as slumber flower, dragon bloodgrass, crimson sandalwood, and peppermint. As it was easy to make, Klein had found an opportunity to obtain a bottle after replenishing his ingredients at the underground market. Now, it came in handy. He poured a portion of the holy night powder into his palm, calmed his mind, and deepened his eyes. Then, Klein put away the metal bottle, picked up the powder, injected his spirituality into it, and sprinkled it on the ground. As he sprinkled it, he circled around Sirius's corpse. An invisible wall was erected, isolating the area from the outside world. Klein shook off the remaining holy night powder, took out another metal bottle, and dripped the amatha extract and other liquids around him. The sequence of the ritual he set up was different from the one old Neil used at Ray Bieber's house. This was because the matter he wished to pray for was different, and the goal he wished to achieve was also different. For example, Old Neil sprinkled the liquid first, followed by holy night powder. This could create a tranquility and holiness that was second only to a formal altar. As for Klein, he first used holy night powder before sprinkling the liquid. This was because his goal was to prevent Sirius's spirituality from being disturbed by the surrounding objects, and to create an environment that barely satisfied the requirements of the ritual. If he had used Old Neil's method, Sirius's spirituality would have been expelled, and there would be no way to communicate with him. After doing all of this, Klein put away the ingredients and maintained his cogitation state. He softly chanted the incantation written in Hermes. I pray for the power of the Evernight. I pray for the power of concealment. I pray for the goddess's blessings. I pray for you to allow me to communicate with the cultist spirituality within the altar. As the incantation echoed in the sealed environment, Klein suddenly felt a majestic, terrifying, and mysterious power descend upon him. His eyes turned completely black, as though he had lost his pupils and the whites of his eyes. Seizing this opportunity, Klein silently recited the divination statement. The Clown Potion Formula. The Clown Potion Formula. With the help of meditation, he allowed himself to enter a dream for a short period of time. He entered the dream standing. In the dusky world without sky or earth, Klein stared at a transparent, illusory figure with abnormal clarity. He reached out his right hand and touched the lingering spirit of Sirius. With a boom, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. It was a dark red lacquered desk, on which stood a silver candlestick with 3 candles, and on which was a blank sheet of paper. Sirius was holding a fountain pen and writing in the common Lun language. This is the second formula. The name recorded in the notebook is Clown, 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of datra juice, 7 grams of black edge sunflower powder, 10 grams of golden cloak grass powder, 3 drops of poison hemlock juice. These are the supplementary ingredients. The main Beyonder ingredients are an adult Hornacis grey goat's horn crystal and a complete human-faced rose. Sirius didn't seem to need to think about it as he finished writing down the clown potion formula. At this moment, he paused for a moment and drank a mouthful of coffee. Then, he untied the silver pendant around his wrist. He held the pendant, half-closed his eyes, and muttered to himself, Doomsday, tranquility of the heart, may the Lord bless me, I repent to you, and other words and phrases. After Sirius finished his prayer, Klein finally saw the pendant clearly. Beneath the silver bracelet was a thumb-sized sculpture of a human. The sculpture had the unique vertical eye of a giant. Its head was facing down, and its legs were bound by chains that connected it to the top. At this moment, the giant's vertical eye suddenly flashed with a faint blood-red light. Kacha. The scene Klein saw instantly shattered. His legs went limp, and he nearly knelt to the ground. A sharp pain came from his head as though he had been struck by a club. Klein's vision was filled with blood, and he couldn't help but place his hands on his knees. After a few seconds, he recovered and stood up straight again. He felt that his spirituality was abnormally weak, as though he had heard a whisper that pierced through his mind again. However, thanks to the progress of his digesting the potion, the abnormal reactions quickly calmed down. The Hanging Giant, the true creator. Sirius and Hannas are members of the Aurora Order. But, what the captain saw in Hannas Vincent's dream was a huge cross, a terrifying existence that was nailed to the cross. It's not the Hanging Giant of the Aurora Order. Klein took 2 deep breaths, waiting for his spirituality to slowly recover. The Aurora Order was a secret organization that had only appeared in the past 200 to 300 years. They worshipped the true creator, and they used the Hanging Giant as a symbol of that existence. They believed that everyone had divinity, and as long as one's mind was resilient enough to withstand repeated tests, one would be able to accumulate sufficient divinity to become an angel. According to the internal records of the Nighthawks, the sequence 9 of the Aurora Order was known as Secret Suppliant. These Beyonders could sense certain mysterious and terrifying existences, and they had a certain level of knowledge regarding sacrifices and a small amount of ritualistic magic. There was sufficient evidence to prove that senior secret suppliants would more or less have distorted views, and they would easily lose control. The sequence 7 of the Aurora Order was unknown, but the sequence 8 was Listener. This was a rather terrifying beyonder job. Every listener could directly hear the whispers of the corresponding hidden existence, so they could often obtain powerful, distorted, and unique abilities. But correspondingly, if a listener was unable to advance, it would be difficult for them to survive for more than 5 years. In addition, the evaluation given by the Nighthawks was that all listeners were lunatics. Even if they appeared normal, they were definitely a hidden lunatic. Klein quickly went through the information on the Aurora Order in his mind, and his preliminary judgment was that Sirius was a secret suppliant. From the description, secret suppliant and seers were equally bad at encounters. This does match Sirius's performance. Did he lose control due to his severe injuries? Fry said before that every Beyonder would have some strange changes after death. Klein thought as he tapped his chest 4 times. Praise the lady. Following that, his spirituality recovered a little, and he ended the ritual according to the sequence, releasing the sealed wall of spirituality. As the wind whistled, Klein forced himself to look at Sirius's corpse again. He noticed that there was an obvious sarcoma on Sirius's bloody face. It was dark purple, and there seemed to be liquid and light moving within it. What kind of change is this? Klein rubbed his sun acupoint, not daring to touch it. He bent down to pick up his cane, allowing it to bear part of his weight. After the backlash, he knew that Sirius's remaining spirituality had been completely destroyed. Even spirit medium Daly was unable to communicate with him. After waiting for a while, Klein waited for Captain Dunn and his teammates, Leonard and Kenley. I feel that you have a predestined connection with Beyonders and evil powers. The number of Beyonder incidents you've encountered recently is more than what we've seen in the past quarter. Leonard looked at the corpse on the ground and made a casual joke. Perhaps it's not a coincidence. Klein suddenly thought of the red chimney he saw in his dream divination, as well as the majestic palace on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range and the invisible gaze. Hence, he took the opportunity to point it out. Dunn surveyed the area and looked at Klein with his deep grey eyes. You've tried mediumship. The smell of holy night powder and essential oil still lingered at the scene. Yes. Klein answered frankly. I was worried that you guys would arrive too late and that the remaining spirituality would show signs of dissipating. You don't seem to be in a good condition. The short Kenley asked out of concern. As Klein handed the letter that Sirius had yet to send out to the captain, he began from the beginning. When I went to the underground market to purchase the materials for the ritual, I suddenly recalled that Selena had been to the Evil Dragon Bar before. Furthermore, it was Hannas Vincent who led her there. This meant that Hannas was a frequent customer there. Hence, I suspect that the man in the portrait, the man who has a certain relationship with Hannas, might have been to the underground market before. I took the portrait and asked the boss, Swain, and he gave me a positive answer. He told me that this man had tried to purchase cultural relics and ancient books related to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. This made me think of this place, and that someone had just returned the corresponding magazines I borrowed. Leonard listened with a smile and suddenly interjected. He suddenly interrupted, hence, you brought your probationary inspector ID and the badge of the Special Operations Department here to investigate the borrowing records of those magazines? Actually, I'm very curious. Why did you have a conflict with this man? Even if you encountered him directly, with your style of doing things, you should have pretended not to know him and quickly left the library to seek our help at Zootland Street. Yes, you didn't have to take the risk. As long as you confirmed the target, as long as he hasn't left Tingen, there would always be a way to find him, added Dunn, who was reading the letter. Klein immediately felt a little awkward. The librarian recognized him and shouted for the police officer to help. I couldn't have pretended not to hear it. Leonard and Kenley looked each other in the eye. One didn't hide his smile, while the other turned his head to the side. Dunn nodded slightly and shifted his gaze away from the letter. What did you gain from channeling the spirit? I saw a pendant with the carving of an upside-down giant. I saw the giant's eye flash red, and then I left the ritual, Klein described truthfully. He didn't mention the clown potion for the time being because of 2 considerations. On the one hand, if Dunn and company were able to find the corresponding records from Sirius's hiding place in the follow-up investigation, then it wouldn't make a difference if he didn't say anything. There wouldn't be any additional credit. On the other hand, if Dunn and the others did not manage to find it, he could find a chance to report it in the future. This way, he could apply for the ingredients and concoct the magic potion to accumulate more credit. This was the method of splitting the credit into two, which came from old Neil's teachings. The Aurora Order. Dunn muttered thoughtfully before asking a few related questions. After waiting for Klein to answer them one by one, he looked at his exhausted expression and waved his cane. Not bad. You foiled a plot against Tingen City. You can go back and rest. Kenley, get old Neil here. After giving the instructions, Dunn shook his head and smiled bitterly. Before Sequence 6, Beyonders of the Sleepless Pathway lack many supplementary powers. They can only grasp the simplest and most basic ritualistic magic. Captain, you mean, from Sequence 6? In the beginning, Beyonders of the Sleepless Pathway will receive corresponding enhancements. Klein asked curiously. Yes. Dunn gave an affirmative answer. After leaving Deweyville Library, Klein, who was riding the public carriage back to Daffodil Street, nearly fell asleep on the way. He forced himself to enter, took off his hat and coat, and fell asleep on the sofa. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly woke up, took out his pocket watch, and snapped it open. Melissa will be back in half an hour, and Barnson will have another 40 to 50 minutes. I have to make them wait an hour and a half before they can enjoy dinner. Klein rubbed his forehead and walked into the kitchen. He first washed his face with cold water, then took out the oxtail, tomatoes, carrots, and onions he had bought in the afternoon. After finishing his preparations, he suddenly froze. He had a nagging feeling that it didn't match what had happened in the afternoon. Chapter 106. After 8 o'clock, in the Moretti family's dining room. Looking at the plate with only a thin layer of soup left, Benson raised his hand to cover his mouth and burped in satisfaction. Even though this is the third time I've eaten it, I still find it delicious. The sweetness and sourness of the tomato and the elasticity of the oxtail combine perfectly. Klein, I'm sorry that the Blackthorn Security Company has caused Tingen to lose an outstanding chef. Melissa leaned back in her chair and nodded in agreement. That's because you haven't seen real culinary skills. Klein smiled humbly. If there's a chance in the future, let's go to the Bonaparte restaurant on House Street to taste the authentic Inti's feast, and the Shoreline restaurant in the Golden Indus Borough to taste the delicacies of the South. These were all restaurants that often appeared in the newspapers. The former spent £1.50 per person. I prefer your cooking, Melissa answered without hesitation. Barnson chuckled and said, but I still feel that your tomato oxtail soup is lacking something. Perhaps it shouldn't be paired with bread. Klein nodded in agreement. Its best partner should be rice. Rice. Melissa murmured, her expression filled with yearning. In Tingen, which was located in the north and wasn't considered a metropolis, it was very difficult to eat rice apart from a few designated restaurants. To Barnson and Melissa, such food only existed in the newspapers and occasionally in textbooks. Seeing his sister's expression, Klein laughed. After we save up for another half a year, we'll find a chance to go on a vacation to Desi Bay and try the delicacies there. Desi Bay was located in the southernmost part of the Ruin Kingdom, and a third of it belonged to the Fainapota Kingdom. It was sunny and had beautiful scenery. Paella was very famous there. Without waiting for Melissa to express her opinion on being thrifty, Klein suggested, in another 3 months, my salary will increase significantly. In another 3 months, my salary will increase by a large margin, and I will be able to meet the needs of traveling and saving money at the same time. Why? As expected, Barnson and Melissa's attention was diverted. Klein coughed lightly and explained with a smile. Due to my good professionalism, the police department that often works with our company is also interested in hiring me as a part-time history consultant. They will pay me an additional salary, at least £2 a week. In the future, if you see me in a police uniform with the corresponding identification, don't be surprised. Of course. As you all know, the efficiency of the government is like the footsteps of a 90-year-old woman. They still need a long process and a test for me. Therefore, I will often go to Koa University during my 2 months off to look for my tutor and the faculty I know to learn more. Under the astonished gazes of his brother and sister, he paused and spoke with a slightly strange expression. Just like what Roselle the Great said, one is never too old to learn. Benson fell silent for a few seconds. He sighed and said in a self-deprecating manner, "Is it too late for me to apply to a university now? Knowledge is indeed equal to wealth. It's also equal to power." Klein added silently, "Barnson, you need Klein's grammar books and his classical literature textbooks." Melissa suddenly said what Klein wanted to say. Benson's expression changed as he gritted his teeth. He clenched his teeth and said, "Klein, give me those books tonight. Even if they help me sleep, I have to read them for an hour, no, an hour and a half a day. I swear in the name of the goddess. If I can't do it, I'm a curly-haired baboon." Klein immediately smiled. "No problem." The next morning, after Klein hung his coat and hat on the coat rack in the break room, he followed Roshan's instructions and went underground to the guard room outside Channy's gate. Captain Dunn, Ren Fry, Seeker, Royal, Leonard, and Kenley were all present. His grey eyes swept across the newly promoted Nighthawks at the door, and Dunn smiled. "We have a routine meeting every Thursday to summarize the previous missions and discuss the various problems we faced. I'm also someone who has gone through the test of countless regular meetings." Klein thought to himself. He found a seat and joked, "Should I introduce myself first?" Dunn laughed and turned to look at Kenley. "Brief me on the follow-up investigation of Sirius Arpis." Kenley was also a Nighthawk who had been promoted from a civilian worker. He wasn't tall, but his brown hair was rather thick. His figure was rather well-proportioned, and his muscles were very firm. He gave off the feeling that he was smart and capable. He thought for a moment. "With old Neil's help, we found Sirius's secret hideout. There were many books and items at the scene. Based on them, we can confirm that Sirius is a subordinate of the secret organization, the Aurora Order. He's a secret suppliant. There's enough evidence to prove that he and Hannas Vincent were the ones who sold the Antigonus family's notebook to Welsh. Those who don't remember Welsh can ask Klein. The valuable items that we found included 3 sequence potion formulas. They are Sequence 9 Seer, Sequence 9 Apprentice, and Sequence 8 Clown. The next mission is to find the peripheral members of the Aurora Order who believe in the evil god, based on the undestroyed letters and Sirius's usual social circle. The focus is on the cultist who is hiding in the police department. Also, we need to reinvestigate the people who came into contact with Hannas." Dunn nodded slightly and looked at Klein. "You heard it too. We obtained the clown potion formula, but we can't confirm its authenticity for now. We're waiting for the Holy Cathedral to give us feedback. You made a major and crucial contribution to the missions related to the Aurora Order. Together with the incident of shooting a member of the Secret Order, it won't take long for you to earn enough contributions to advance. But I have to remind you that not everyone is like Daly. You have to endure your desire for 3 years. You can't let the clown potion formula affect your mental state, or you might lose control. Captain, this is because you don't understand the magic of the acting method. Last night, I used divination above the grey fog to confirm that the clown potion formula is correct." Klein nodded honestly. "I will control my emotions." Following that, the white-haired, black-eyed midnight poet, Seeker Tron, said, "We still haven't found any clues about Instigator Therese. We still haven't found any leads on Instigator Therese. I suspect that he has already escaped Tingen." After discussing the various matters, Klein left the duty room and looked for old Neil to continue his mysticism lessons. In the afternoon, he went to his combat teacher, Garwin, to do basic strength, endurance, and overall coordination training. The sun was still shining brightly at 5 o'clock. Klein took off his training clothes, took a quick shower, changed into his original clothes, and took a public carriage to Beswick Street. He didn't forget the red chimney he saw in his dream divination, nor did he forget the man who bought the supplementary ingredients for the Spectator Potion at the underground market and was suspected to be a member of the psychological alchemy. However, it wasn't convenient for him to use the power of the Nighthawks to investigate. Number 27, Henry Private Detective Agency. Yes, it's here. According to the description in the newspaper, Klein found a private detective agency that was said to be trustworthy. He put on his mask, pulled down his top hat, and straightened his collar. He walked up the stairs and arrived at the agency on the second floor. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the half-closed door. "Please come in." A voice that sounded like it was filled with phlegm was heard. Klein held his cane and pushed the door open. He saw that the detective agency had a semi-open layout. There were a total of 4 employees, each sitting on a seat separated by a partition. "Hello, I'm Detective Henry. May I know how I can help you?" A man in a white shirt and black vest came over. He held a pipe in his hand, and his face was chiseled. His eyebrows were like sharp swords, and his dark blue eyes were sizing up his employer professionally. Klein used the collar of his trench coat to cover half his face and said, "I have 2 matters to entrust to you. I have 2 requests. How are you going to charge me?" "It depends on the difficulty of the matter." Detective Henry retracted his gaze and pointed to the guest area with a sofa. "Let's talk there." Klein followed him to the semi-partitioned area and sat on the single-seater sofa. He didn't take off his coat, hat, or mask. He deliberately said in a deep and hoarse voice, "The first matter is that I need you to help me investigate which houses in Tingen have chimneys that look like this. Also, I need you to find out who the landlord is and who the current occupant is." As he spoke, he took out a folded piece of paper and unfolded it to reveal the red chimney and the surrounding scenery. This was a drawing that Klein had once again used the uniqueness of the world above the grey fog and the method of self-prayer. "This drawing is really well done," Detective Henry subconsciously praised. He frowned slightly and said, "This commission isn't complicated, but it's very cumbersome. It requires a long period of time and a large number of helpers." "I understand." Klein nodded slightly. Detective Henry pondered for a moment and said, £7. "The price of this commission is £7. Also, you have to give me at least 2 weeks. Yes, the second matter is to help me find this gentleman and figure out his identity. The only information I know is that he occasionally appears at the Evil Dragon Bar in the dock area. Also, don't let him notice you. He's a very sharp and observant person." Klein took out a second drawing. He attempted to get in touch with members of Psychological Alchemy to see if he could obtain valuable information and materials, such as formulas that could be exchanged with justice. £3. Similar missions cost £3 to £4, and your outstanding drawing skills can effectively help me and my assistant save time, Detective Henry answered skillfully. "That's a total of £10. Klein felt his teeth ache at the price. Detective Henry took a puff from his pipe and said, "Yes. You need to pay £2 in advance, pay another £3 to £5 when the matter progresses, and pay me the rest after it's all done. Then I'll confirm the progress next week." Klein didn't bargain, lest the observant detective remembered his traits. After signing the standard contract, he took out 2 £1 notes and handed them to the detective. He only had £1 and 17 soldi left in his stash. Detective Henry watched as the gentleman, who was wearing a gauze mask and a black trench coat with his collar turned up, quickly left. He smoked his pipe, his eyes filled with doubt. Why is he looking for a house with a chimney like that? He should be an artist, or at least a professional who has learned how to sketch, in the afternoon, in Viscount Glaint's luxurious villa in Beekland. Audrey, who had a maid with her, followed etiquette and handed her hand to her master. She looked at him and pretended to kiss him. Chapter 107. Author. Audrey observed Glaint's reaction and asked casually. What followed next was a normal topic. She did not avoid her personal maid, Annie, who was following beside her. Glaint straightened his body and chuckled. "Yes, I think you should have seen her work, Stormwind Mountain Villa, which has been widely praised for the past 2 months. I like this book, especially the calm Ms. Chen Chen," Audrey replied with a smile. At the same time, she rolled her eyes at her own hypocrisy. This was because her recent hobby wasn't novels at all. Her reading progress of Stormwind Mountain Villa had stagnated at the 1/3 mark for almost a month. Ever since she joined Tarot, got to know the powerful Fool, and became a true Beyonder, she had been integrating all the mystical knowledge she knew and systematically learning about psychology. She lacked interest in other things. As Viscount Glaint led Audrey to the living room with the sofa, he said with a beaming smile, "Don't worry, Audrey. Then I'm sure you'll have a good impression of Miss Forcewall, because she's just like Miss Sissy in Stormwind Mountain Villa, calm, intelligent, and lazy. Also, my dear Miss Audrey, would you like to play the piano for us later? This is the best reward for literature and novels." Audrey looked at Glaint's side profile. From his expression, tone, and some of his body movements, she could tell that he wanted to show off. He wants me to be something he can show off. Audrey thought as if it was the first time she had met this friend. She maintained her elegant smile and said, "My music teacher, the pianist Mr. Veckenel, thinks that my level has dropped significantly recently and that I need more practice." "All right." Glaint was about to say something when he suddenly saw a lady coming to the long table to get some dessert. "Audrey, this is Miss Forcewall, the author of Stormwind Mountain Villa." Audrey looked up and saw that Madame Force was about 23 or 24 years old and about 1.65 meters tall. She was wearing a beige dress with a ruffled collar, and her brown hair was slightly curled. Her pale blue eyes turned towards Glaint's introduction, and there was a teasing smile on her face. In less than 3 seconds of observation, Audrey noticed many small details. Miss Force's fingers have traces of being smoked. She likes to smoke cigarettes. There are obvious calluses where she holds her pen, matching the author's identity. Her arm movements show that she has good strength. This isn't a trait that an author should have, unless she loves to exercise, or she was born this way, or she used to have another profession. Her Stormwind Mountain Villa presents a calm, rational, and precise style. This should have something to do with her previous profession. Her gaze and expression are very relaxed, as though she's looking down on me and Glaint. Is this the psychological advantage that Beyonders have over ordinary people? If her identity as a Beyonder was discovered by Glaint by chance, she would definitely feel uneasy and uneasy. After all, she can't guess his reaction and subsequent developments, and the unknown will bring fear. This means that she took the initiative to approach Glaint and understood our hobbies beforehand. She has a certain grasp on what will happen next. Why would a Beyonder take the initiative to approach Glaint? Does she need financial support? Or is it the Beyonder ingredients hidden in the treasure vault? Or does she need help with something? At this moment, Glaint was introducing Force to Miss Force. "Madam, this is the Miss Audrey I mentioned before. She's the most dazzling jewel of Beekland. Her father is Earl Hall, a member of the House of Lords who is trusted by the king and respected by the nobles. Good afternoon, Madam Force. Your Stormwind Mountain Villa is still at my bedside." Audrey bowed strictly according to the etiquette of nobles. Then, she added in her heart, "That's because I haven't finished reading it after a month." Force returned the greeting simply. "Good afternoon, Miss Audrey. Your beauty has left a deep impression on me. I think I already have the material for my next novel." Herr Viscount Glaint even praised your outstanding musical talent. In public, the two of them only exchanged a few pleasantries and didn't talk about anything else. Audrey watched as Force continued walking to the dining table, her target a small cake covered in cream. She retracted her gaze and followed Glaint to the living room. She recalled the various details she had seen, trying to accurately grasp his thoughts so that she could gain the initiative in their future interactions. Taking a step forward, Audrey, who was as cold as a neutral spectator, stepped on the hem of her dress. Her body swayed and she nearly fell. At this moment, her personal maid, Annie, was prepared to support her, saving her beautiful image. "Miss, the unique design of this dress requires you not to walk too fast," Annie whispered into Audrey's ear. "I understand." Audrey nodded with a flushed face. "I was just too focused on observing others and forgot to pay attention to my feet," she complained in her heart, feeling wronged. In the salon, Audrey maintained a graceful and sweet smile as she faced the attentive writers, critics, and musicians. Finally, as her cheeks began to ache, she received Viscount Glaint's hint. After waiting for a few minutes, she used the washroom as an excuse to lift the hem of her dress, stood up slowly, and left the salon. After confirming that no one was looking at her, she circled to the study on the first floor and said to her personal maid, "Annie, I have something to discuss with Glaint." "I have something to discuss with Glaint. Guard the door and don't let anyone else in." "All right." Annie didn't find it strange, because she knew that her Miss and Viscount Glaint had the same hobbies. They often discussed mysticism in private. After entering the study and locking the door, Audrey saw Glaint sitting behind the table, playing with a fountain pen. Meanwhile, Force Wall was standing in front of the bookshelf, casually flipping through her collection of books. "Let me reintroduce Madame Force, a true beyonder." Glaint put down his fountain pen and came forward. "Is that so?" Audrey deliberately expressed her suspicion. Force stuffed the book back into its original spot, turned her head, and smiled. "Looks like I need to prove myself." She walked slowly to the door, stretched out her right palm, and pressed it on the handle. Suddenly, Audrey's vision blurred. She seemed to see Madame Force turn into a phantom and pass through the door. She was horrified. When she looked again, she realized that Force was no longer in her original spot. A few seconds later, the doorknob turned, and the locked door was opened. Force Wall walked in with a smile. Not far from the door, the maid, Annie, didn't notice what was happening behind her. "What a miraculous ability," Glaint praised. Audrey took a light breath. "I have no more doubts." At the same time, the ability Force displayed also confirmed her opponent's true intentions. Be it money or materials, nothing could stump a beyonder like her. Glaint's house doesn't have a beyonder guarding it. Does Force wish to use Mayan Glaint's identities and resources to accomplish something? Audrey tried her best to be like a spectator. Force chuckled. "Let's be honest. We don't have much time. I was once a doctor in a clinic, and I became a beyonder by chance. It's been more than 2 years since then. I hope that you can help me do something, and the reward I'll give you is to lead you into the circle of true beyonders. I'll sell you the formulas and corresponding ingredients of certain sequence potions." Upon hearing such a promise, Glaint couldn't wait to ask. "What is it?" "I have a companion who has been imprisoned and is awaiting her final trial. I hope that you can rescue her, no matter what it takes," Force succinctly explained. Audrey frowned slightly. "Madame Force, the ability you've shown should be very suitable for this kind of thing." Force shook her head and smiled. "No, it's not like that. She can't pass through the places that I can. I can only go in to see her and chat with her. Besides, I don't think it's a good idea to risk a rescue. Life is short, and there are many things that need to be done." Audrey observed the other party's face and limbs and deliberated before asking. She deliberated and asked, "I understand. What crime is your companion imprisoned for?" Force's expression immediately turned a little awkward. "My companion is actually very respected. She makes people want to obey her from the bottom of their hearts. She has a noble and kind character. She just went a little overboard when she was trying to convince a certain scoundrel." After delegating the mission, Klein maintained a schedule of mysticism studies in the morning and combat practice in the afternoon. His routine made him almost forget that he was a Nighthawk, and the curse of frequently encountering beyonder incidents seemed to have disappeared. When Saturday came, it was his turn to guard Channy's gate. "Feel free to enjoy the coffee I left here and the black tea in the clerk's office," Dunn said as he scanned the duty room with his deep grey eyes. Klein, who had already come up with a reason to explain it to his brother and sister, nodded happily. "All right, Captain. You really are a generous gentleman." Dunn smiled and said, "All right, Captain. This will help you relax. Too much tension is not good for your health." He took his hat and cane and slowly walked to the door. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly turned around and said, "I forgot to remind you. No matter what you hear, do not open Channy's gate unless it's opened from the inside. Remember, no matter what you hear, no matter what happens." "Captain, I'll be scared if you say that." Klein tensed up. He felt that the darkness underground surpassed the light of an elegant gas lamp. Chapter 108. In the wee hours of the morning, in the well-ventilated but silent underground, the dim yellow glow of the gas lamp was protected by the glass, illuminating the deserted and peaceful passageway without wavering. Klein sat in the duty room, casually flipping through the stacks of newspapers, magazines, and books in front of him. He also diverted half of his attention to the outside, in case anyone tried to barge into Channy's gate. His coat and top hat were hanging on the coat rack at the entrance. His cane was leaning against the wall, in a convenient spot. The rich aroma of coffee wafted out. Klein involuntarily took a deep breath and massaged his sun acupoint to combat the heaviness in his head and the fatigue in his body. Although he was a man who often slept at 5 in the morning and woke up at 12 in the afternoon when he was studying in university on Earth, he would occasionally stay up all night after working for 2 to 3 years and still go to work in high spirits the next day. However, this was all because the games were too fun, the novels were too interesting, and the movies, variety shows, and television dramas were too interesting. And this world clearly did not have the necessities to stay up all night. Roselle the Great too. If he wants to posture, he should do it properly. He should devote his limited life to an unlimited cause and lead the people of the other world into the information age. Klein mumbled silently. He could only console himself that at least there were newspapers, magazines, and novels that were getting more and more abundant. He had originally wanted to focus on his studies to overcome his sleepiness, but in practice, he realized that this conflicted with his duties. Once he was in the zone, it was easy for him to ignore the commotion outside and the situation at Channy's gate. Phew. Klein picked up the coffee cup and carefully blew at it. He pursed his lips, letting the aroma linger in his mouth as the liquid slowly flowed down his esophagus. Fermo coffee from the Paz Valley. It's bitter, but it's very refreshing, Klein praised as he put down the cup. The Paz Valley was located in the southern continent. It was an excellent production area for coffee beans, and it was currently being fought over by the Republic of Intis and the Kingdom of Ruin. They had established colonial regimes on the left and right banks of the Paz Valley, destroying the original Kingdom of Perth. In the creepy silence, Klein randomly picked up a magazine and discovered that it was Women's Aesthetics, which talked about fashion and matching. She must have gotten this from Roshan. He whispered, amused, and flipped through it with great interest. Perhaps it was influenced by the rapid advancement of camera technology in the last decade or so. The magazine Women's Aesthetics not only made extensive use of illustrations, but it also imitated newspapers and used black and white photos as its content. In a rather fashionable fashion, they invited famous theatre and opera actors to show the charm of costumes and the magic of matching. In just 7 years, the magazine had developed from a new regional magazine in Beekland to a mainstream periodical with channels all over the country. This dress isn't bad, and it looks good too. Klein flipped through it leisurely, not hiding his yearning for beauty. He was a man who had developed normally in both body and mind. He had always admired beautiful girls, but he had long set a goal to find a way to return home. That was why he tried his best to keep a distance from the opposite sex. He did not want to delay the other party and leave behind emotional debts. As for finding prostitutes, he was a little obsessed with cleanliness in this aspect. Barnson and Melissa were already fetters that could not be removed. He could only find a way to make up for it in the future. Klein suddenly felt a heavy weight on him and could not help but sigh. The longer he was away from home, the more he could feel the melancholy in the dead of night. He instantly lost interest in admiring beautiful ladies. He put down the magazine in his hand and picked up a novel. Stormwind Mountain Villa, author, Force Wall. Klein read out the main content of the cover. In the peaceful night, under the dim yellow light, a book with a cover reminded him of the days when he rented books to read as a child. Thus, he read on with nostalgia. The novel Stormwind Mountain Villa was about the story of Lady Sissy, who was 1.65 meters tall and weighed 98 pounds, who entered Frias Mountain Villa as a home tutor. 1 pound is about half a kilogram. Is this the otherworld's version of Jane Eyre? Klein caressed the comfortable paper with his fingers and had a guess about the subsequent content. However, just as he thought it was a romance novel, evil spirits appeared at the end. When he believed that it was a supernatural novel, Lady Sissy revealed her identity as a detective and gave him a beautiful inference. Just as Klein felt that it was indeed a detective novel, the male protagonist suffered a heavy blow to the head and lost his memory. A tear-jerking plot began. In the end, it's still a romance novel. Klein closed the book and drank a mouthful of coffee with a headache. Thump, 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 thump. An intense knocking sound suddenly sounded, echoing in the dim yellow and quiet corridor. It echoed in the almost deserted basement. Klein jumped in fright and tensed up. He instinctively took out his revolver from his armpit holster, adjusted the magazine and trigger, and slowly approached the door in search of the source of the sound. Thump, 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 thump. The knocking became more and more intense. Klein looked in the direction of the sound and saw the black iron double door with 7 sacred emblems on it. A sound came from behind Channy's gate. He narrowed his eyes, his heart beating like a drum. Thump, thump, thump. Klein saw Channy's gate shake slightly and felt the immense force it was withstanding. It can't be. It's only my first day on duty and I'm already in trouble. Did I gain some bad luck after my transmigration? Klein's right hand was sweating as he gripped his gun. But soon, he recalled his captain's exhortation: no matter what you hear or what happens, do not open Channy's gate unless it is opened from the inside. Is this normal? Klein calmed down. Thump, thump, thud, 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 thud. The commotion behind Channy's gate grew louder, but the heavy black iron double door only shook and did not show any other abnormalities. It's really normal. That gave me a fright. Klein muttered and was about to return to the guard room. At that moment, he heard an ear-piercing screech of friction. He saw Channy's gate heave outwards as a gap opened. Screech. Amidst the jarring sound, Klein's nearly frozen eyes saw a figure. It was about the height of an adult man's forearm. It was wearing a black, elegant, and miniature regal dress. There were obvious stains on the hem of the dress. It had an average-looking face, dark eyes, and a tightly pursed mouth. It was a doll, a toy doll. Almost at the instant Klein subconsciously raised his gun to aim, the doll in the black regal dress pressed tightly against the open Channy's gate and unfurled the paper in its hand. There were many hidden symbols drawn on the paper. Some of them Klein recognized, while others he had yet to grasp. Together, they formed a vertical eye. Before Klein could figure out what was happening, the palace doll was suddenly pulled back behind Channy's gate by an invisible force. Thud. Channy's gate closed once again. There were no more knocking or slapping sounds. The underground world returned to its usual tranquility and silence, as if nothing had happened. Channy's gate was opened from the inside. I have to report it to Captain. But it closed again. At that moment, Klein finally recovered his train of thought. He was shocked, afraid, and confused. A few seconds later, he recalled what the doll in the black regal dress was. As an official member of the Nighthawks, he had the right to know about the Grade 3 item sealed behind Tingen City's Channy's gate. Number 0625. Name: Misfortune Cloth Puppet. Danger level 3. There is a certain level of danger. Use with caution. Can only be applied for operations involving 3 or more people. Security clearance, official Nighthawks and above. Sealing method, only needs to be isolated from humans. Description: this doll is wearing a regal dress that was popular around 1300. There are traces of stains on the hem of the dress that are difficult to wash away. It is impossible to confirm if they were there from the beginning. In a few tragic cases in Tingen City due to financial crises, the police noticed the existence of this doll. It was always placed in a child's bedroom, on the cabinet by the bedside. A few Nighthawks accepted the request and began an investigation on this doll. It has been preliminarily confirmed that it brings misfortune. It causes the people around it to gradually fall into danger and eventually die one by one. The subject only took 2 weeks to be on the brink of bankruptcy. This doll does not possess the characteristics of being alive. It does not have any tendency to escape the seal. After a long period of experimentation, we discovered that as long as one is within 10 meters of it for less than half an hour every day, one will not be tainted by misfortune. If one is already plagued by misfortune, as long as it is transferred to another owner, the situation will turn for the better. Appendix: this doll first appeared in West Borough's Iron Cross Street's Lower Street. She was an artisan who made toys. Due to her old age, her husband's serious illness, and the early death of her 2 children, she had no choice but to move to Iron Cross Street's Lower Street. This was the last toy she sold. She used this doll to exchange for some poison hemlock juice, ending her and her husband's 3 days of starvation. Klein recalled the information on sealed artifact 3-0625. He felt even more puzzled and shocked. Wasn't it said that this doll does not possess the characteristics of being alive? Wasn't it said that it does not have any tendency to escape the seal? Then, what did I see just now? What was the thing that pulled it back in at the end? What did the picture on the paper it unfolded represent? That scene just now really looked like a psychopathic murderer was dealing with the victim. The victim tried his best to bang on the door, tried his best to call for help, but was pulled back in. Amidst his thoughts, Klein decided not to act on his own. He returned to the duty room and pulled a rope. As the rope was pulled and the gears turned, an urgent bell suddenly rang in the Blackthorn Security Company on the second floor. Leonard Mitchell and the rest of the sleepless who were playing cards in the entertainment room immediately put down their cards and rushed underground. Chapter 109. The sound of running footsteps traveled into Klein's ears, calming him down as he stood at the door of the guardroom. What happened? Leonard, who was the first to arrive, asked in a deep voice with his revolver in hand. Seeing that he couldn't stop in time, Klein immediately recalled what Roshan had mentioned. 3 years ago, Leonard, who had just become a sleepless, had attempted to sprint down the stairs without getting used to the potion's powers. In the end, he ended up turning into a wheel. With a light cough, Klein pointed at Channy's gate and said, "There was a loud knocking sound coming from inside. Just now, there was a loud knocking sound coming from inside, and then it turned into slapping. Then, the door was pushed open a little." "Channy's gate has been pushed open?" the short Kenley asked in shock. "Yes, it was pushed open a little." Klein was about to continue describing when he saw that Leonard, Kenley, and Royal didn't approach the guardroom. They stopped a few steps away and formed an arc, as though they were guarding against him. He paused for a moment. "Are you suspecting me?" "No, it's not suspicion. This is normal procedure." Kenley shook his head and denied it. In such a tense atmosphere, Leonard continued with an indecent smile and added, "In other dioceses, there were similar cases. In other dioceses, there were similar cases." The beyonder on duty at Channy's gate lost control and rang the bell. Then, while his teammates who rushed to help weren't paying attention, he killed 2 people. All right. Klein no longer felt aggrieved and angry at being targeted. He asked, "Then, how can I prove that I didn't lose control?" Leonard wiped away his cheeky expression and tapped his chest 4 times. He chanted in a deep voice, "You're the Lord of the Abyss." He chanted in a deep voice, "They were naked, without food or clothes. They had no cover in the cold. They were drenched by the rain, and because they had nowhere to hide, they hugged the rock tightly. They were mothers whose children were taken away. They were orphans who had lost hope. They were poor people who were forced to leave the path of righteousness. The night did not give up on them. It blessed them." The holy and compassionate prayer echoed underground, allowing everyone's body, heart, and soul to feel a sense of relief. Seeing that there was no abnormal reaction from Klein, Leonard stopped chanting and smiled. "There's no problem. You're still our trustworthy companion." Royal, who had been silent all this while, looked at Channy's gate and took the initiative to ask, after the door was pushed open, "What did you see?" "I saw the misfortune cloth puppet, the one in the classic black dress, 3-0625. Klein answered with some lingering fear. But in less than 3 seconds, it was pulled back by an invisible force. Channy's gate closed once again. What exactly happened? Leonard, Kenley, and Royal looked at each other. Heh, we are the same as you. We don't know the reason behind all this. Since Channy's gate has been closed again and there are no longer any abnormalities, we shouldn't enter at this time. We have to wait for daybreak and wait for Captain. At this time, Royal added coldly, "I'll stay here and keep watch with you." "All right." Leonard spread his hands and teased. "As the strongest person here, I'll stay too." Kenley, return to the second floor, in case the police department can't open due to an urgent case. Kenley didn't say anything else. He nodded and turned to leave. At this moment, Leonard glanced at Klein and Royal. "Perhaps we can continue playing cards. Under such circumstances, we need some entertainment so that we won't be too tense." "No problem." Klein adjusted his revolver and placed it back into his armpit holster. Royal didn't agree or disagree. With her smooth black hair draped over her shoulders, she followed Klein into the guardroom. In the middle of fight the landlord, no, fight evil, Klein said casually, the misfortune cloth puppet, I mean 3-0625. Misfortune cloth puppet, I mean 3-0625. According to the description of the data, it shouldn't have the characteristics of being alive, haha, 3 as. Leonard pressed his hand down and said casually, in the past 40 years, 3-0625 hasn't shown any characteristics of being alive. We can first assume that the information is correct and use it as a premise for deduction. Yes. You have an idea? Royal asked succinctly. As Klein was hesitating if he should throw down 3 twos, Leonard took a sip of his freshly brewed coffee and said, yes. Yes. Since 3-0625 doesn't have the characteristics of being alive, its performance today must have been influenced by other factors, and it must be a factor that appeared recently. Otherwise, it would have shown us this side of it a long time ago, Xiang said. And in the past month, what's different behind Channy's gate? Royal looked at the 3 twos that Klein had thrown down and pondered for a few seconds. She pondered for a few seconds and said, there's only one thing that's different. The Antigonus family's notebook and sealed artifact 2049 once stayed behind Channy's gate for a night. Leonard looked at the cards in his hand and lightly rapped the table with a smile. If it could make the misfortune cloth puppet act strangely, 2049 would have long caused something similar behind Beekland's Channy's gate. Therefore, I suspect that the problem stems from the Antigonus family's notebook. Klein thought about it carefully and couldn't help but nod. That's the most likely possibility. Leonard, I didn't expect you to be so good at deduction. Typically, being a romantic poet and being good at deduction are incompatible. That's only because he's been reading detective novels recently, Royal stated calmly. 2 kings, straight from 8 to K. Is there no one who wants it? 3 sixes, that's it. Upon seeing this scene, Klein and Leonard fell silent. Without focusing on their cards, they had forgotten something very important. Royal was the one who was evil this time. Seeing Royal cut the cards, Klein took the opportunity to ask again. What force pulled 3-0625 back? Leonard shot a glance at him and chuckled. Don't tell me you think that the defensive measures behind Channy's gate are only a sealed chamber buried deep underground and a few elderly guards. In fact, when the sun completely sets, the guards have already left Channy's gate and returned to St. Selena Cathedral. The power inside reaches its peak at night and is no longer suitable for living beings. It will only weaken when the sun rises. This is also the reason why the captain told us not to enter Channy's gate no matter what we hear. In other words, the captain forgot to tell me this reason. Klein pondered and asked, a defensive measure similar to an array formation? Like a magnified version of charms and amulets? Yes. Royal nodded as she touched her cards. The reason why Channy's gate is placed beneath the central cathedral of every city is to be maintained by the believers who come daily. Their pious prayers will allow a portion of their spirituality to enter the array formation, accumulating into an ocean. Is that so? Klein nodded in enlightenment. He had seen a terrible hand of cards. At this moment, Leonard smiled and said, this isn't the only defensive measure behind Channy's gate. There's more than one protective measure behind Channy's gate. St. Selena's ashes are buried there. She was a high sequence beyonder when she was alive. St. Selena's ashes? A high sequence beyondus ashes? Saint's ashes? What's the use of that? Klein was puzzled and curious. Saint Selena was a saint during the establishment of the Church of the Evernite Goddess. She was active in the ancient Third Epoch and was recorded in various holy Bibles. Therefore, Selena was a common name among the people who believed in the Evernite Goddess. Leonard seemed to have heard Klein's thoughts as he continued to speak. He continued, there are rumors that the remains or ashes of high sequence beyondus still contain incredible power. Of course, that's just a rumor. Klein nodded slightly and turned his attention back to the poker cards in his hand. In the next few hours, nothing out of the ordinary happened behind Channy's gate. However, Klein had lost 2 soli, a loss that pained him greatly. As for Leonard, who had the air of a romantic poet when it came to cards, he had lost 4 soli and 5 pence. Only the silent Royal was the winner. The sun has just risen. It's my turn next. The quiet author, Seeker Tron, entered the guardroom at 6 o'clock. Klein wrote down his encounter last night in his notebook and returned to the Blackthorn Security Company with Leonard and Royal. At that moment, he looked extremely exhausted, but the midnight poet and Sleepless beside him were still in high spirits. This is the difference between different sequences. Klein was about to pass through the partition and head home to catch up on his sleep when he saw the captain enter. "Good morning, Captain." He couldn't help but yawn as he greeted him. Dunn, who was wearing a black trench coat, took off his hat and glanced at him with his grey eyes. "Good morning. You should go back and get some rest. Did anything happen last night?" Klein immediately explained the matter regarding the misfortune cloth puppet and Leonard's deduction. "Okay." Dunn didn't express his opinion as he walked to his office with a solemn expression. "I'll send a telegram to the Holy Cathedral." Klein didn't stay any longer. He slowly walked out of 36, Zoutland Street and breathed in the cool morning air. His spirits were lifted, and he suddenly remembered something that he had forgotten all along. "I forgot to tell the captain and Leonard that the misfortune cloth puppet had a piece of paper in its hand. How could I forget? There seems to be a subtle force affecting me, preventing me from telling the other Nighthawks about this." The Antigonus family's notebook was stored behind Tingen City's Channy's Gate many days ago. The misfortune cloth puppet 3-0625 should have been affected a long time ago. Why did it only show signs of abnormality last night? Because last night was the first time I was on duty at Channy's Gate. It used all its strength just to let me see the picture on the piece of paper. Is this the goal of the Antigonus family's notebook? Because I survived after coming into contact with it and even became a seer? Questions flashed through Klein's mind as he stood rooted to the ground. He didn't know if he should pretend that he didn't remember anything and go home to sleep, or go upstairs to report to the captain. Chapter 110. After some thought, Klein decided to go home first to confirm something. Furthermore, he believed that if the misfortune cloth puppet's actions last night weren't to let him see the pattern on the paper, then the captain and the others would definitely find some clues during their subsequent investigations. It wouldn't affect the overall situation even if he didn't report it. Otherwise, it would be worth considering. This was what Klein wanted to confirm next. He took the trackless carriage back to Daffodil Street. When he returned home, his brother, Barnson, and sister, Melissa, were still asleep. The living room was dark and quiet. Klein boiled a pot of water, threw some tea leaves, and ate a piece of oatmeal bread. Then, he took his coat, hat, and cane to the stairs. He subconsciously lightened his footsteps so as not to make any obvious noise. Just as he reached the second floor, he saw the bathroom door suddenly open. Melissa, who was wearing an old dress, came out with a sleepy look. "You're back." Melissa rubbed her eyes in a daze. Klein covered his mouth and yawned. "Yes, I need a beautiful dream. Don't wake me up before lunch." Melissa hummed in acknowledgement. Suddenly, she recalled something and said, "That's right. Barnson and I are going to St. Selena Cathedral in the morning to pray and participate in mass. Lunch might be a little late." As a not-so-devout believer of the Evernite goddess, she and Barnson went to the cathedral once every 2 weeks. As for Klein, who was a Nighthawk, he hadn't entered the cathedral other than the time he was followed by the members of the secret order. "No, I'm in the cathedral every day. It's just that it's underground." Klein subconsciously defended himself. He was very worried that the goddess would abandon him, a false believer. If he didn't get a response from the ritualistic magic at the critical moment, it would be a huge joke, but thinking about old Neil, the goddess was quite tolerant of the Nighthawks. "Yes, that's right," Klein encouraged himself. These thoughts flashed past his mind. He looked at Melissa and nodded with a smile. "No problem. I can sleep longer." Walking past Melissa, he entered his bedroom and locked the door. Then, he braced himself, took out the ritual dagger, and created a sealed wall of spirituality. Then, Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and silently recited an incantation. He resisted the frenzied screams and went above the grey fog. In this illusory and boundless world, he was the only living creature, sitting upright on the ancient mottled bronze table. After a few seconds of silence, Klein conjured a goatskin parchment and wrote a divination incantation. The pattern that the misfortune cloth puppet displayed. At that moment last night, although Klein had clearly seen the mysterious picture on the piece of paper, he could only vaguely remember it due to his nervousness and haste. He was unable to recall the exact details, but that wasn't a problem. For a seer, as long as he had seen it and remembered it, he could reproduce it. According to mysticism theory, spirituality would remember everything it saw. As long as it was done in the right way, it could reproduce the scene at a particular moment. On this point, Klein even believed that spirit medium Daly's description of psychological alchemy made sense. A human's memory was just an island exposed on the surface of the sea. It couldn't hold too much, so most of the information that spirituality remembered became subconscious, becoming the main body of the island underwater. And spirituality itself, even if it wasn't the entire ocean, it included all the sea around the island. After silently reciting the divination incantation, Klein leaned back and entered sleep through cogitation. In the blurry, distorted, and fragmented world, he once again saw Channy's gate open and heard a heavy grinding sound. The puppet in the classic black regal dress stuck close to the half-opened door and unfolded the paper in its hand. There were many mysterious symbols on the paper, and together, they formed a vertical eye. Klein looked deeply at the picture and voluntarily exited the dream. Then, using the uniqueness of the world above the grey fog, he expressed the memories that had yet to fade. On the brown goatskin, the vertical eye looked upwards, looking sinister and mysterious. Klein thought for a moment and wrote below the eye, "This is the key to the treasure left behind by the Antigonus family." Putting down the fountain pen, he untied the silver chain in his sleeve and held it with his left hand until the topaz dangled steadily above the divination statement and the mysterious vertical eye. There was no longer any obvious shaking. Klein closed his eyes and calmly recited the statement. After 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw that the topaz pendant was spinning clockwise with the silver chain. And this represented confirmation in spirit dowsing. The vertical eye picture is really the key to the treasure left behind by the Antigonus family. Klein nodded slightly as though he was in thought. He rapped the edge of the long bronze table with his fingers and muttered to himself. Because of Ray Bieber's death, the Antigonus family's descendants were severed. Therefore, that notebook views me, a seer who came into contact with it and is still alive, as its inheritor. It influenced 3-0625 to leave behind the key to the treasure so that it could show me during my shift at Channy's gate. There's no problem with this logic, but it still doesn't convince me. How does that notebook confirm that the Antigonus family's descendants are extinct? And I'm a completely unrelated person. If I had the Antigonus family's bloodline, the original owner wouldn't have committed suicide in the first place. It doesn't matter if I tell Captain and the others about this. I'll do some more research. Following that, Klein divined the location of the Antigonus family's treasure, but without a doubt, he did not obtain any detailed information. The only thing he could be sure of was that, just as Sirius had guessed in his letter to Mr. Z, the treasure was related to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range and the ancient nation of the Evernite. After divining these matters, Klein discovered that the crimson star with the prayers had produced a weak fluctuation again. He touched the illusory star in response to the prayers and once again saw the brownish-haired youth dressed in unique black tight-fitting clothes. The youth was still kneeling on the ground, still facing the crystal ball of pure water as he continued muttering something. At this moment, Klein, who had specially learned a little bit of Dragonese, finally managed to understand one of the words. Praying, to save. Father and mother. It's really Dragonese. Which place still uses Dragonese? This is an antique that's thousands of years old. Unfortunately, this mysterious ruler above the grey fog is just an empty shell. I don't have the ability to save them even if I wanted to. Klein shook his head and sighed. He decided to observe for a while longer. I'll think about it after I master enough Dragonese and understand what happened to his father and mother. Klein retracted his spirituality, wrapped it around his body, and plummeted. Returning to his bedroom, he removed the wall of spirituality, changed into old but comfortable clothes, lay on the bed, and began to catch up on sleep. Klein slept until 12:30 p.m. until Melissa, who had prepared lunch, knocked on the door. After a sumptuous lunch, he saw Melissa pick up the gauze hat that matched her new dress and looked like she was going out. "What else do you have to do in the afternoon?" Klein asked in confusion. Sitting on the sofa, Barnson, who was studying a grammar book with a frown, helped to answer without raising his head. Mrs. Shord, who lives next door, told Melissa that there will be a lecture on family issues at the municipal hall in the afternoon. Melissa plans to attend and learn how to deal with daily family issues. Melissa nodded. "I asked Selina and Elizabeth to accompany me." "That's right. I hope that the lecturer will tell you that a family like ours needs to hire at least one maidservant," Klein said with a smile. Seeing that Melissa was about to retort, he immediately added, "We need to invest our limited time into more valuable things." Melissa was taken aback. After a long while, she pursed her lips, put on her gauze hat, and left. At 2 in the afternoon, Klein appeared at the Blackthorn Security Company again. "Didn't you go back to rest?" Roshan and Dunn Smith, who happened to be in the reception hall, asked at the same time. Klein smiled. "I was planning on going to the divination club, but I couldn't stop thinking about what happened last night, so I came over first." "Did the Holy Cathedral reply?" Dunn glanced at Roshan, turned around in silence, walked to the partition, and walked into his office. Rosen made a face at his back and whispered fiercely, "Don't worry. Seriously, Captain, well done." Klein praised inwardly as he held back his laughter and followed Dunn into his office. Seeing the door close, Dunn took a whiff of his pipe and said, "The Holy Cathedral has already confirmed that it's a problem with the Antigonus family's notebook. Furthermore, it has been reclassified as a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Unfortunately, you won't have the clearance to read it. Grade 1, highly dangerous. Only people at the level of bishops and Nighthawk team captains and above would know the exact situation. In other words, even the leader wouldn't be able to figure out what was going on. It's highly dangerous, no wonder." Klein felt a little regretful, but he also felt a lot more relaxed. Dunn glanced at him and continued, "The Holy Cathedral also asked us to investigate if there were any items behind Channy's gate that were infected by the notebook. After confirmation, only 3-0625 was abnormal. We have already changed its seal." "Anything else?" Klein asked, pretending to be curious. Dunn shook his head. "No." Klein nodded thoughtfully and didn't continue the topic. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he bade farewell and headed to the divination club to continue his digestion journey. In the municipal hall, the three good friends, Melissa, Selina, and Elizabeth, sat near the door, waiting for the lecture to begin. "If she doesn't do well, we'll sneak out," Selina suggested excitedly. Elizabeth immediately agreed.